Everyone knew that the Second Symphony of Rebirth of the Galaxy was the most difficult. The melody was murky but hurried, for it was narrating the destruction and darkness of the galaxy. Avril nervously clenched her fists as the tune gradually became gloomier. She knew that the moment Xia Fei was really put to test had arrived. Even though Avril had been learning from the best teachers in the Alliance, she still did not have the confidence to complete the Second Symphony of Rebirth of the Galaxy. After all, she was still too young, and it required a lot of practice as well as experience to play the galaxy piano. Musicality, even Avril with the best teachers had yet to master it. Could Xia Fei possibly do it? The melody became gloomier, like black clouds looming over a city right before a storm. Xia Fei's range of motion was getting bigger. He was using all his might to press the keys. His body shuddered as if he could sense a darkness creeping into him. Even his gaze became extremely focused. An experienced warrior would be familiar with it. It was a natural reaction when they were facing a strong enemy and their lives were being threatened. The melody was stirring up everyone's emotion. A musician would perceive every note with their heart, feeling happy when the music was lively and grieving when the tone was sorrowful. A piece could only touch its audience when it was played with emotions. The people surrounding Xia Fei felt that a stormy cloud was looming over them together with a strong sense of death, as if a powerful enemy was approaching in the storm. The people were astounded. Xia Fei was pouring his heart into his performance, pouring the feelings in his heart into the galaxy piano with his clumsy technique, which was then transmitted to the others listening to the piece. Everyone perceived the same music differently. Rebirth of the Galaxy was known for its gloominess and darkness, yet Xia Fei was focusing on the sorrow of life and the darkness of death. Each note was striking the crowd's ears like huge rocks. Some of the vulnerable women clenched their hearts, worried that these might jump out of their chests, for the gloominess and the irresistible death, which Xia Fei was narrating through his performance, felt too real to them. The people of the upper society rarely experienced darkness and death, but Xia Fei was using his music to show them the true essence of death. It was the end of everything. Nothing in the world could ever be comparable to it. Not to mention that Xia Fei was narrating the destruction of the galaxy, which was several times more impactful than the death of a single life. Sobs. Silent tears. The sobs that one tried their best to withhold. It was akin to a person who could not make any sound even when they were dying. They could neither resist nor deny it. 1, 2, 3. The crowd soon began to shed tears of discontent. The whole Sunset Villa was immersed in sorrow as if their end was right before them. Tai, the silver-haired admiral, frowned. Among the crowd, Serum and he had been on the brink of death multiple times, yet he was still deeply influenced by Xia Fei's performance. He could not help but admit that even he would struggle to narrate death so perfectly. He was more concerned about what Xia Fei had been through, for him to be able to narrate the breath of the god of death so precisely. Tai gathered his strength and broke the crystalline glass in his hand. The crack was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. The crowd quickly wiped their tears and pretended that nothing had happened, seemingly having just woken up from a dream. Most people quickly left the scene without even bothering to come up with an excuse. More importantly, their fragile hearts could no longer endure the cruel darkness further. They were unwilling to even stay for a second more. Xia Fei, who was totally carried away by his own performance, slowed down his fingers significantly. The melody was no longer giving the crowd the unbearable pressure. Xia Fei knew that Tai had broken the glass at a particular moment when his control over the instrument was the weakest. Tai had sharply picked up the weak point and produced just enough sound by breaking the glass to wake him up. Only an opportunist with strong musicality could do it. Xia Fei twisted his lips and unwillingly adjusted the melody to an acceptable extent for the crowd. The truth was, even Xia Fei was indulged in the thrill of having a showdown with the god of death. The scenes of life and death he had been through flashed through his mind rapidly. Unfortunately, Tai's intervention served as a breakpoint, and the melody gradually calmed down, too. Avril let out a relieved sigh with a pale face. She was shocked by Xia Fei's performance, but she too was under suffocating pressure due to his improvisation. The Third Symphony, Rebirth, soon began. The joyful music brought the crowd's thoughts back to spring, the season of life, the time when all creations grow and multiply endlessly. Li Guan and Li Mo exchanged glances. The son's eyes were filled with fatigue. The cowardly man had long lost his will to fight. Xia Fei's marvelous performance had completely destroyed the last glimpse of hope in him, and he was in very low spirits. If his father was not around, he would definitely have ran from the land of disappointment to somewhere far away. He did not want to see Xia Fei ever again. Li Guan's eyes were filled with disappointment. He was not a coward. He would not admit his defeat so easily, yet he was displeased by his son's behavior. He looked up at the old man with a goatee, who was wiping his tears with a handkerchief. He almost broke down mentally after listening to Xia Fei's improvisation. The old man quickly collected his thoughts when he noticed Li Guan looking at him. He nodded heavily and pretended to be glaring at Xia Fei. However, he was simply putting up an act, while his heart was actually still pounding heavily. Being able to play the Galaxy piano doesn't necessarily reflect a person's qualities. Some people have been playing the Galaxy piano for their whole life, yet they're still living in ignorance. Some people have never had the chance to listen to music, yet they're able to play the strongest note of life. Xia Fei said calmly with a smile while playing the instrument, as if he was narrating a story from a long time ago. Xia Fei's voice merged perfectly with the music. His voice was not loud, yet it was able to reach far away and enter everyone's heart. The crowd was extremely quiet, for everyone was listening to him attentively. If a person doesn't have music in their heart, they can only make a fuss about nothing, even when they're given the most expensive instrument in the world. But for those with music in their hearts, they can play the most touching piece with a single piece of leaf. The sentence ended together with the final note. The crowd was still lost in their thoughts. Whether it was because of the music or Xia Fei's speech, everyone was holding their breaths. It was as if they were afraid to ruin the mood. Xia Fei looked around him before setting his eyes on the father-son pair of the Li family. He said in a calm voice, "Mr. Li, I wonder if you're satisfied with my performance?" Xia Fei asked with a smile, "Mr. Li, are you satisfied with the piece?" Li Guan tightened his grip on the glass and answered reluctantly, "It's not bad." He could feel his face burning after uttering the words and had this urge to dig himself a tunnel to hide in. It was Li Guan who suggested that Xia Fei play the Galaxy piano, for he was planning to humiliate Xia Fei with it. Alas, instead, he was complimenting him now as Xia Fei's performance was simply out of everyone's expectation. Not only did Li Guan fail to achieve his goal, Xia Fei slapped him right in the face, too. The crowd gave their applause, with even a few sentimental women shedding tears. Words were not needed to describe how great the performance was. The suffocating pressure it had placed everyone under conquered the scene. Avril ran out of the crowd, hugged Xia Fei, and buried her face into his chest. The crowd chuckled, yet their laughter no longer had any hint of disdain but admiration and envy instead. Nicole was clapping while in tears, as if she was the one who had jumped into Xia Fei's arms instead of Avril. She could not help but think how fortunate Avril was to possess something she had always dreamed of. A forlorn pain gripped her heart. Nicole took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Her role in the circle was not as carefree as Avril, for she was carrying the heavy burden of leading the entire Gaia Industries. Thus, she must remain firm and independent in front of outsiders. "Thank you," Xia Fei told Phantom. Phantom sighed. "There's no need to thank me. I'm just simulating the performance so you can play the right keys. It's you who interpreted Rebirth of the Galaxy. To be honest, I've come to the realization that you possess great talent in music. It might be a little shaky at the start, but you're able to adapt quickly to the techniques of playing the Galaxy piano. You're like a completely different person at the end, and your ability to perceive music is impressive, too." Xia Fei smiled. "We'll worry about it later. I'm not interested in learning how to play the Galaxy piano for now." Xia Fei had no idea how to play the Galaxy piano. It was actually his first time playing an instrument. Normally, it was unlikely he could play such a difficult piece even with Phantom's help, yet he somehow did it. Perhaps the melody had reached somewhere deep in Xia Fei's heart, for he felt as if he could understand what the melody was conveying. Many musicians lacked the vividness when performing Rebirth of the Galaxy because they had never crossed paths with death in their lives. They were clueless about the gruesomeness their hearts would be filled with when darkness arrived. Xia Fei's approach was very simple. Phantom would be playing the Galaxy piano first, but since he was just an apparition, the Galaxy piano would not produce any sound when he was playing. He could only simulate it while humming the melody himself. Xia Fei merely followed the melody and mimicked Phantom's movements, including the force he was applying to each key while expressing what he thought the melody was conveying. Xia Fei was a speed ability user. His agility and memory were a lot more impressive than normal people, so he had been able to memorize Phantom's actions and replay them like a projector. Since Xia Fei had never practiced playing the instrument, he was a little clumsy at the beginning. He was only able to play the right notes accurately, and his finger placement obviously hinted that he was just an amateur. He was also struggling with his performance, but to his relief, the first symphony was the easiest part of the piece. It gave Xia Fei sufficient time to get the hang of the techniques while perceiving what the melody was trying to tell him. Xia Fei had already gotten used to playing the Galaxy piano when he reached the second symphony. He had also perceived the composer's original intention when he wrote the piece by then, so he started adding what he had perceived into his performance, and the effects were surprisingly good. Even he was carried away by his performance. Xia Fei, who had never studied music, was able to perform such a complicated piece despite his clumsy executions. "All right, let's put the piano away and chat among ourselves," Ernst said with a smile. As Avril's grandfather, Ernst never wanted Avril to be with Xia Fei. The difference in their status alone was already an impassable obstacle for them, not to mention that Xia Fei had killed his son. However, as the patriarch of the Jin family, Ernst was very pleased with Xia Fei's performance tonight. After all, Xia Fei was still his guest. The young man even had the first dance with Avril, so the Jin family would be put to shame too if Xia Fei got picked on. Ernst was now holding a strong grudge against Li Guan. He had tacitly agreed to Li Guan picking on Xia Fei since he preferred Avril to be with Li Mo. After all, the two were well matched in terms of their status, but Ernst had never permitted Li Guan to involve the Jin family when he was picking on Xia Fei. Li Guan's actions had seriously disgusted Ernst. A few household staff carefully moved the expensive Galaxy piano away. It was soon past midnight. According to the traditions of the capital ring, the host of the birthday party, Ernst, would be lighting up fireworks to celebrate his birthday. The party would also enter its next phase. Everyone's discussion was still revolving around Xia Fei's performance. The upper class had the tendency to respect scholars and artists. Xia Fei's performance might not be enough to help him blend into the circle completely, but it had greatly eliminated the doubts and distrust that many initially had toward him. Tai having a secret conversation with Xia Fei, Avril asking Xia Fei to be her first dance, and the young man's remarkable performance of Rebirth of the Galaxy, Xia Fei had won himself enough bargaining chips. A few sensible people were already taking the initiative to invite Xia Fei to their parties. They believed that Xia Fei might be able to secure himself a spot in the upper circle one day. Many people knew that having an extra friend was better than having an extra enemy. That being said, the so-called friends in the upper circle were not the kind who were willing to take a bullet for others, but the kind who were only concerned about attaining mutual benefits. Li Guan coldly watched the people strike up conversations with Xia Fei, and suddenly, he wore a faint grin. The old man with a goatee, who was taking orders from him, immediately understood his intention. He approached Xia Fei and pretended to give him a toast. He then said in a loud voice, "Xia Fei, I heard that you own a company." Xia Fei smiled and said proudly, "That's right. It's Quantum Holdings, which is based on my home planet." The old man with a goatee nodded. "I heard that Quantum Holdings' revenue only amounted to 230 million star coins last year. The upper class was controlling most of the Alliance's money, so these big shots were rather sensitive when it came to that. The sum of 230 million was only a monthly allowance to many people at the scene, yet it was the yearly revenue of Xia Fei's company." The crowd was quite shocked. Is he actually just a pauper? The place immediately fell silent. Even the slow-witted guests knew that the man with the goatee was purposely picking on Xia Fei, who would suddenly bring up a company's revenue for no reason. The upper class was very sensitive toward money, but people rarely discussed their earnings in public. They believed that it was embarrassing to be talking about money on an occasion like this, much less if it was just a paltry amount. Ernst almost passed out from anger. The others might be unaware, but he clearly knew that the man with the goatee was Mandetta. His company owed the Planet Conglomerate Bank a huge debt because of poor management, so the man had submitted himself to Li Guan. He was the typical sycophant. To think that Mandetta dared to pick on the Jian family in front of the crowd with his financial status. He would not have the guts to do it by himself, so Li Guan was obviously pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Ernst did not speak, but he was glaring at Li Guan. It was already the second time tonight. Even a person with a good temper would lose it eventually. Li Guan turned around and chatted with a foxy woman beside him, pretending that he had nothing to do with the circumstances. Xia Fei responded calmly. That's indeed the case. Quantum Holdings was only established less than 3 years ago. The crowd suddenly chuckled as they listened to Xia Fei introduce his company. 3 years? Even my dog has been around longer than that. Isn't that obvious? Shouldn't a business that has only been around for less than 3 years, with a yearly revenue of less than 300 million, be called a workshop instead? Does that make Xia Fei an owner of a workshop? How amusing. I've never thought that I would have the chance to attend the same party as an owner of a workshop. Even though the people were talking softly, Xia Fei could still hear them clearly. It was a circle of people with money and fame. So Xia Fei was just a pauper in their eyes, and a pauper had no place in their circle. Mandetta had no intention to stop there. He was hoping to turn Xia Fei into a laughingstock to fawn upon Li Guan. He was struggling to cheer himself up when he recalled the debt that was due next month. Even though he might end up offending the Jians, he did not owe them any money. Even if he was given a chance to change his mind, he would still choose to side with Li Guan. Your family has recently reached a deal with Nucleus Mining. They'll provide your company with the needed ores for your products, but a few hours ago, that company was bought by Stalwart International and was forced to be liquidated. I'm afraid that the deal between you and Nucleus Mining is no longer valid. I wonder how your company is going to handle that. Mandetta said gloatingly. Li Guan was pleased with himself. Everything was done according to his plan, just to teach Xia Fei a lesson. A mining company was as insignificant as an ant to Planet Conglomerate, the biggest bank in the alliance. Driving the company that was working with Xia Fei's company bankrupt to disrupt Quantum Holdings operations was akin to ordering a cup of coffee in a cafe, yet it was a deadly blow to Xia Fei's company, which had only started not long ago. Xia Fei was startled. Charlie did mention the ores meant to be used for producing the energy shield boosters were bought by other parties at an extremely low price. Was it the same company this man had just mentioned? I have yet to receive any news about Nucleus Mining's bankruptcy. Where did you hear about it? Xia Fei asked. Mandetta said indifferently. Certain things are never a secret. Many people in the circle already know that Nucleus Mining's liquidation will be disclosed tomorrow morning. Xia Fei smiled. That's fine. We'll still get our deposit back if the company has gone bankrupt. We'll just need to find another company to work with. It's not that simple, Mandetta said cunningly. The liquidation of a company won't be completed within a day. I'm afraid that it may take some time. I heard that your company had signed a 5-year contract with them. The deposit must be a lot for a small company like yours. If you can't get the deposit back, won't it affect the company's operation? Xia Fei displayed outstanding psychological qualities while handling Mandetta's aggressive provocation. He was being neither servile nor overbearing as he calmly answered the questions. It was Tai who felt anxious, instead. Tai took a step forward and said in a hoarse voice, Quantum Holdings is now an official A-list supplier of the military. Even if Nucleus Mining did go bankrupt, other mining companies should be more than willing to work with Quantum Holdings, so I don't think it's necessarily a bad news for it. What? Xia Fei's workshop is an A-list supplier to the military. How's that possible? Not every company has the chance to work with the military, much less be an A-list supplier for it. It's far more superior than ordinary suppliers. I wouldn't believe it if Xia Fei said this himself, but it's Tai who said it. Are you seriously doubting his words? The crowd began discussing among themselves. Li Guan suddenly felt like the world was spinning. The plot twist was crazier than a science fiction novel. He was planning to use the fact that Xia Fei's company did not have much influence to crush him and then threaten Xia Fei to end his relationship with Avril before murdering him. However, Tai's words had completely destroyed his plan. Even an idiot knew the consequences of going against the will of the military. If Xia Fei was now an A-list supplier of the military, it meant that Quantum Holdings would be providing the military with essential equipment. Even the formidable Li family could not stir any trouble with Quantum Holdings. After all, Xia Fei had the Alliance's army behind him. The crowd suddenly became passionate. Many strangers went up to Xia Fei to introduce themselves, and give him their contacts. Xia Fei handled the situation calmly, claiming that he was only the owner of Quantum Holdings and did not take part in its management. He gave them Charlie's contact. Instead, Avril was observing everything happily. Every woman would want their man to excel, and Xia Fei's performance had greatly exceeded her expectation. She could not help but feel that she was the luckiest woman in the world. The attention Xia Fei was getting served a great contrast with the sense of loss the Li father-son duo was feeling. Li Guan took a deep breath after seeing how dispirited his son was. He then turned and left while Li Mo followed behind him with his head lowered. Admiral Tai, thank you. Xia Fei found the chance to express his gratitude. Tai nodded. I was just saying the truth. You will soon understand that being an A-list supplier of the military isn't as simple as you think. Your prosperity and decline is tightly related to the military's strength, so the military won't just sit and watch when someone tries to pick on you. That being said, Xia Fei said, I must keep my promise and fulfill my end of the deal punctually without compromising on the quality of the products. Tai chuckled. That's right. You're a smart man. Our relationship is based on mutual benefits. Once you receive the plaque tomorrow, you should measure its weight first before hanging it up. Xia Fei was confused. Didn't you say I still need to wait for the Congress and the President's approval? Tai said confidently, those politicians have no say in the military. They must pass the motion if I say so. The military serves the alliance instead of a single person or organization. Besides, I've already given my word today. The whole alliance will know about it soon, so we can simply skip the formalities. Xia Fei smiled. He admired Tai's attitude of not treating the politicians seriously. The military possessed absolute power, so it would be disastrous to the people if a person or an organization was controlling it. Avril quietly stood on one side, while Xia Fei handled the crowd. She was holding a glass of juice as she ate fresh crystal grapes. The surprise Xia Fei had given her tonight was beyond what she had imagined. She was unusually calm. The world had always belonged to men. Avril felt a lot more at ease after Xia Fei secured a spot on the big stage of the Pan-Human Alliance. Nicole came over. The two young women sat side by side while observing Xia Fei. They were so alike, yet they were completely different, too. Avril had Xia Fei. She was able to rely on him for everything, and she would rely on him even more from now onward. Xia Fei was the one who had stepped forward too in her most difficult time. Nicole never had a person like that. She had to bear everything with her young and tender shoulders. You're very lucky. Nicole took a sip of the wine and spoke softly. Avril blushed a little, then replied softly, I think so too. Nicole let out a sigh. She began drinking even one glass after another. I'll go and talk to Xia Fei for a while. Do you mind? Nicole asked mysteriously. Go ahead, Avril replied. Aren't you worried that I'm going to steal him? Avril wore a cunning look. Xia Fei won't leave me. You're that confident? Nicole asked in a surprised tone. Would a man who risked his life for you leave you so easily? Unless I've done something wrong. But how could I possibly dare to hurt him? Avril said in a voice filled with joy. Then she subconsciously looked at Xia Fei. Nicole was lost in her thoughts. She emptied the glass of wine in her hand before going to Xia Fei while murmuring under her breath. It's true that the world has never been fair. Nicole brought Xia Fei to a corner. He was a bit worried, since the lady was obviously a little drunk. She was already stammering slightly. Where's the number I gave you? I threw it away, Xia Fei said honestly. Why? Nicole glared at Xia Fei. Because I don't need a job now. Xia Fei smiled. Nicole fell silent for a moment before she laughed self-mockingly. She took out a pen from her bag and wrote a number on Xia Fei's palm. She said softly, Call me at 9 in the morning tomorrow. I won't wait any more after 9. Xia Fei frowned. What for? Nicole said mysteriously. I'm giving you a gift. Xia Fei smiled. Miss Nicole, it's my pleasure to be able to serve you, so you shouldn't think too much about it. Nicole did not seem to hear it. She merely turned and went down Half Moon Hill, indifferently saying as she did, No man is stupid enough to reject a heavy assault cruiser, and you don't look stupid to me. Life was like that. Xia Fei was seen as no more than a pauper without becoming an A-list supplier for the military. At best, he was someone who could play a bit of the Galaxy piano. However, after General Tai announced that Xia Fei had the qualifications to become an A-list supplier of the military, everyone's attitude towards Xia Fei did a 180. With nucleus mining folding, Quantum Holdings' mineral supply had become alarmingly scarce, which would have lost them a large profit. But that no longer mattered, for several large mining corporations in the alliance immediately sought cooperation with Xia Fei. Not only did they step in to provide his company ores with expediency, while also foregoing the deposit, their price was even 20% lower than the going rate. It was a level of treatment that was simply unimaginable before. There were also many businessmen who were eager to make deals with Xia Fei, and their reason was the same. That shiny golden plaque that Xia Fei now owned, with engravings in a large font, A-list supplier of the Pan-Human Alliance's military. As day broke, this extremely luxurious banquet came to an end. Xia Fei had one hand holding onto the railing, leaning as he admired the view beyond, a single hontishan between his lips. Congratulations. Avril's father Newman came walking over. From his steely expression, it seemed that this was not exactly what he was feeling inside. Xia Fei nodded, not saying a word. There would always be a gulf between him and the whole family due to his hand at Barty's death. None could be happy over what had happened, and it was only for Avril's sake that no one had outright mentioned it. Looks like you didn't really enjoy this banquet, Newman said. Xia Fei smiled, expressing himself frankly. I did not, but I will learn to accept it. Newman looked far and watched Avril, who was sending the distinguished guests off. She was wearing a sweet smile on her face, most likely the happiest person last night. Sighing, Newman extended a hand to Xia Fei. I welcome you to the most decadent circle in the whole alliance. Xia Fei was slightly surprised. He reciprocated by extending his own and shaking their clasped hands. The two did not have anything more to say to each other, but both men knew that they could no longer ignore the other's existence, and it was all for Avril's sake. Gaia Industries, one of the 4 major warship manufacturing companies in the Pan-Human Alliance. Nicole Sawyer sat in her office, eyeing the clock on her desk. It was 8:58 in the morning, Venal time zone, yet Xia Fei's call had yet to arrive. Frowning, Nicole pushed a button and connected to her secretary outside. What time is it? Nicole asked. 8:58. Charwoman, do you have something on? This is already the 3rd time you're calling me to ask for the time. Is the clock on your desk spoiled? Asked her secretary curiously. There were many ways to get the time, be it via the communicator or with a clock. Even the microcomputer would have the time displayed. Actually, all the equipment was directly connected to a standard atomic clock, only going by a second off every million years. The secretary simply could not fathom why Nicole would still be asking him the time despite the various ways to find out herself. Yeah, no worries. You may get back to what you're doing. Ending the call, Nicole had both her hands placed under her chin, looking out the window as she wondered to herself, is he actually not coming? That's impossible. That's a heavy assault cruiser. Why would he have any reason to reject it? Could Avril have said something to him? Maybe he doesn't trust me? No matter what wild thoughts Nicole was contemplating over, the person whom she was hoping to appear did not show up. Turning on her computer, Nicole got ready to begin work for the day as she silently told herself that life must go on and that she should not be discouraged by this little matter. That was when the communicator on her desk rang. Nicole was first startled by it before grabbing it with gusto. Nicole Sawyer. Only after hearing her name did the video image of Xia Fei appear. Nicole realized that she had made quite the gaffe by picking up the call in such a hurry. Xia Fei smiled. Morning, Miss Nicole. Nicole raised her eyebrow, forcing herself to be calm as she said evenly, Sorry, it's already 9. It's already too late for you to call now. Xia Fei replied, I'm never late. Please take a closer look at your clock. Nicole looked at the time on her clock and saw numbers jumping. It was 9 in the morning, on the dot. Of course, I'm not of the habit of being early, either, Xia Fei said, smiling. Where are we going? Xia Fei was seated in a Gaian Tristan-class frigate, and beside him was the lady he met with last night. Why are you asking so many questions? Besides, it's not like I'm selling you off. Nicole's eyes ran over Xia Fei as she added. Plus, you aren't really worth much when sold. Xia Fei was speechless. The smartest thing to do when a woman was being unruly was to remain quiet. So Xia Fei continued to stare out the window, not speaking to her anymore. As such, Nicole only felt that it was too quiet, and the empty ship was giving a sort of suppressive vibe. Do you want to know what the heavy assault cruiser I mentioned looks like? Nicole asked. Xia Fei lit a cigarette. Nicole actually hated the scent of cigarettes, but for some reason, She tolerated that smelly tobacco and pretended not to be bothered by it. It couldn't be more powerful than this warship, could it? On the surface, it looks like any other Tristan-class frigate, but this ship isn't anything simple. I believe that it's the legendary Comet class, Xia Fei said. Nicole nodded. To think you'd have quite a good understanding of warships. That's right. This ship is actually a Comet class, specially manufactured for the Alliance's elite Tristan-class special force fleets, the Alligators. Every of them costs well over 900 million star coins, and that is just the price of this one ship. If we also include the equipment, I'm afraid that the number will go up close to 2 billion star coins. Xia Fei could not help but be flabbergasted. The Comet-class frigate boasted both powerful combat strength and defensive capabilities. He had only read about it in books, and this was the first time he had heard of a frigate costing 900 million star coins, which was enough to buy a battleship several times stronger. This ship was essentially carved out of solid gold. What a pity that such a powerful ship is no longer in production, Xia Fei said regretfully. Nicole mysteriously laughed. Do you know why these top-notch warships ceased production? Why? I'm not telling you. Nicole strolled over to the coffee machine and brought over 2 cups of coffee. You'll understand once you see that heavy assault cruiser I've mentioned before. The frigate arrived on a planet which was teeming with life. Xia Fei followed Nicole off the frigate and looked around, puzzled. They were in the midst of a grove of ancient trees, with birds and the fragrance of flowers all around them. There was a mountain, which reached into the clouds, a distance away. It was completely covered in snow, with several mountain eagles flying above, searching for a meal. This looked to be a great tourist destination, but Xia Fei had no idea why would Nicole bring him into such a place. There was a small airfield in this forest, seemingly able to contain no more than several dozens of frigates or 6 cruisers. This was exactly where their Comet-class frigate got parked. The staff carried 2 chairs over, even setting up a parasol between, with fruits and little cakes neatly set on a table. Nicole sat down as she crossed her leg in a figure of 4. Let's take a seat first. Miss Nicole, where is this heavy assault cruiser you told me about? Xia Fei asked. There's no rush. Accompany me for tea first. Nicole took a teacup to her lips as she said this. The red tea inside was steaming, so she lightly blew on it and took a sip. Xia Fei had no choice but to play along. Sitting down with Nicole, his eyes subconsciously went over the scars on her wrist. Nicole had very casual makeup on her face, and the high heels and cumbersome maxi dress were gone. All in all, she was wearing less elaborate get-up today. Actually, you can get laser surgery to completely cover up those sorts of scars, Xia Fei said softly. Nicole's expression changed. Her fingers subconsciously fingered her scars for a while before saying, I know, but I want to keep them. There are some things that I don't ever want to forget my whole life, and they serve as a reminder even after a long time has passed. Xia Fei smiled. The real scars are more suitable to be buried in your heart, not anywhere else. Nicole froze abruptly, her eyes turning glossy before she nodded lightly, silent. After some time, a spacecraft elevator from beneath a landing apron opened. Then an army green warship was slowly raised from below. Xia Fei tossed the cigarette, butt in hand, and walked over to the ship in a daze. This is amazing. This ship's too spectacular. High-precision titanium alloy as its hull, possessing an enhanced neutron cannon blaster with an anti-warp disruptor. Oh heavens! This isn't just a ship, it's a good-to-honest killing weapon. Xia Fei was beside himself with excitement. I dare to bet that even a battleship, a ship 2 grades above a frigate, may not be its match. I've never seen such a pure gunship. Nicole set her teacup down, evidently delighted with herself as she walked to Xia Fei. So was the wait worth it? Xia Fei nodded deeply. Very much so. Is this the heavy assault cruiser you mentioned? Nicole giggled. Look at how excited you got. If a single heavy assault cruiser already got you so animated, won't you just faint with giddiness if you see the latest model, the Ishtar class? Xia Fei did not ask about this other heavy assault cruiser that Nicole mentioned. He was touching the sturdy hull of the ship right in front of his eyes, thrilled. What's it called? Gaia Company, the standard Deimos-class heavy assault cruiser, Nicole said. Xia Fei was very enthusiastic about his company products, and the same could be said of Nicole. She was very happy as well, something that genuinely came from the bottom of her heart. Deimos-class heavy assault cruiser. Xia Fei asked. Why have I never read any information about such a warship? Could this be the new model that you're discussing with Serum about? Nicole laughed. Oh no. Uncle Serum will be getting a different heavy assault cruiser, which is that Ishtar class I've just mentioned. The Deimos class is a pure gunship, while the Ishtar class heavy assault cruiser is a drone assault warship. The two fight differently, and I think a professional like you will completely understand what I mean after taking a look around the ship once. Xia Fei nodded, eagerly boarding the ship. Nicole did not follow Xia Fei, choosing instead to continue drinking her tea under the sun, tasting the delicious little treats. She lifted her bracelet, lightly brushing her fingers across her scars over and over as she muttered to herself, "Do I really have to leave you?" It was more than an hour later when Xia Fei finally got off the Deimos-class heavy assault cruiser. He took a cup of tea, drank it in one go, and used his sleeve to clean the corners of his lips before he sat down on the chair and let out a long sigh. You missed a spot. Nicole took out a silk handkerchief from her breast pocket and handed it towards Xia Fei. Xia Fei laughed heartily and used his sleeves to clean his mouth again. Better. Nicole was a little disappointed, nodding her head as she dropped the handkerchief on the table. Xia Fei continued, I gave this Deimos-class heavy assault cruiser a very thorough examination. This is a very impressive ship. Nicole sighed. If only it's as good as you claimed. The military refused to buy this ship, which was why we had to redesign a different heavy assault cruiser for them. Xia Fei nodded. I'm not at all surprised. The design of this ship is so outstanding that its fate is already sealed from the get-go. If I'm not mistaken, this ship should have a firepower rating well over 600 points, right? Xia Fei probed. Nicole nodded. That's right. It has a firepower rating at 640 points, and if modified more, this number can be pushed even further. Xia Fei laughed. Taking the Alliance ship size grade into account, with the frigates being the smallest, it's the destroyer, cruiser, battleship, capital ship, and the supercapital ship. The Deimos ought to be around a third grade cruiser if we go by the size of the ship. The standard cruiser's firepower won't be rated over 250 points though, and even a battlecruiser won't be rated higher than 500 points, but the firepower of this ship actually achieved the shocking 640 points rating. That's a battleship-grade firepower. The person who designed this ship must have been insane. In order to raise its firepower, he abandoned all long-range combat capabilities, installing something as insanely powerful like the enhanced neutron blasters. That's why the Deimos-class heavy assault cruiser only has a single way to do battle, and that's to charge straight into the midst of the enemy and recklessly take the battle to them, using its tremendous firepower to bombard the enemy into smithereens. Nico furrowed her brows. Actually, the Deimos class also has its own drone bay, able to send out drones to engage in long-range combat. Xia Fei chuckled. Miss Nicole, you've got to be kidding me. Its firepower system dominates a large chunk of space in this ship, and the drone bay you speak of can only send 10 light combat drones at best. What can they take down with such meager firepower? Even a normal frigate won't be troubled by it. Nicole was speechless. The strength of 10 light combat drones was absolutely paltry, unable to cause any harm to anyone. That was why the long-range capabilities of the Deimos-class heavy assault cruiser was as good as non-existent. An organization like the military won't allow such a sacrificial warship to be part of their fleet. The pilot of this ship will be required to have the determination to die, rushing right into the enemy lines to fight recklessly, which is completely incongruent with the uniform combat style that the Alliance military emphasizes on. Hence, they rejected to include this Deimos, Xia Fei said. Nicole explained. That's what General Tai said as well. He said that the Deimos class is more suited for those with a death wish, and a firepower-focused warship, which seeks only to attack, won't be suitable for the military. Xia Fei commented. Tai's correct. This warship isn't suited for the military, but it's perfect for me. Nina frowned. Why is that? Because it's crazy enough, replied Xia Fei, beside himself with excitement. Nicole tittered, throwing a furtive glance to her assistant. Very soon, another heavy assault cruiser appeared from underground. What if I let you choose between the two? Xia Fei was very elated today. The heavy assault cruiser was a warship that had not been formally incorporated into the military, and it was an Alliance-level secret. Today, not only did he get to see such a ship firsthand, he actually managed to see 2 of them. What are your thoughts on this Ishtar class, comparing it to the Deimos class heavy assault cruiser? Nicole asked. Xia Fei mulled over his answer for a while. The 2 ships engage in battle differently. Deimos rely on its powerful blasters to take on the enemy at close range, while Ishtar is more of an all-rounder. It's able to release 50 heavy combat drones, shredding the enemy into scrap like ants, overwhelming the bigger foe. In conclusion, Ishtar focuses on guile, while Deimos is a lot more vicious. Which would you choose between the 2? The Deimos class, Xia Fei said without a moment's hesitation. Nicole was skeptical. You've already said that the Ishtar class is more of an all-rounder, possessing plenty of means to take on the enemy. Furthermore, it is guileful, so why would you still choose the Deimos class heavy assault cruiser despite it being limited to just a single style of fighting? Xia Fei answered, because of its firepower. Firepower? Is the Ishtar class not enough on that front? No, it's enough. As a cruiser, being able to have a firepower that goes beyond that of a battlecruiser is good, but the Deimos class has an even greater firepower, comparable to that which a battleship has. Nicole helplessly shook her head. And here I was thinking that you're a smart man. To think you're just SOSO. The Deimos class has a tremendous firepower, but that strength will first require it to get in front of the enemy. After all, the range of those enhanced neutron blasters fitted on the warship have a very short range. What would you do if you were to come across an enemy that you couldn't get near? Wouldn't you end up becoming passively beaten up? Xia Fei did not answer Nicole's question. He simply lit a cigarette. 7 blasters might be pushing it, but it could easily fit in 6 blasters. If I were to tweak the weapon system and upgrade it accordingly, its firepower might even break 800 points. But, Xia Fei interrupted Nicole. There's no buts. That's an 800 firepower rating we're talking about. The standard firepower rating calculation is done with geometrical algorithms. Though it will have more than 3 times the firepower a normal cruiser possesses on paper, its actual attack effect it can achieve at least 12 times of that. Even the stronger battleship will have trouble reaching such numbers, so why would I forego such a heaven-defying firepower and seek to be more guileful? Nicole shook her head. What about the fact that it can't do anything other than recklessly put its life on the line to fight? Xia Fei smiled in response. I already have a very shameless warship in my vampire, so a ship which possesses outrageous damage output is far more attractive to me. Though I'm someone who more often fights unconventionally than not, I'm able to put my life on the line and go for broke when Bacchus into a corner. The heavy assault cruiser, an epic-defining product in the history of human warships, had been called a second-generation elite cruiser. It had firepower and defense that transcended the ships of the same grade, and it was by no means an exaggeration to say that a heavy assault cruiser was already nearer to battleships, which were 2 grades above cruisers, in terms of performance while retaining a cruiser's flexibility and speed. Battleships were what presently made up the main fighting force of the Pan-Human Alliance, with its thick armor and strong firepower, which could be quite a threat when exchanging fire in a battle. Meanwhile, the heavy assault cruisers were just like their namesake. They were built solely to rush at the enemy with sudden speed, flying at top speed, and with high firepower as they blitzed through the core of the enemy formation, directly going for their vitals. The appearance of the heavy assault cruisers would completely change the way people did space battles once introduced without a doubt, complicating the battlefield even further, making it far more flexible. I finally understand why the powerful Comet-class frigate can no longer be manufactured. It's because the Alliance now has the capabilities to manufacture T2 warships, so T1 elite warships like Comets are no longer as important. Xia Fei mused. Nicole laughed. That's right. This is part of the reason. Actually, while T1 elite warships are less comprehensive than T2 warships, they're cheaper to make and the production process is also much more developed. The military will still have T1 warships as their main force for a good long time, with T2 warships as support. To be precise, the advent of the T2 warships impacts the existence of T1 elite warships like the Comet the most, but there are some ships out there that they can't replace, such as the Vampire you're presently piloting. Its powerful energy-draining capability can't be matched by any T2 warships. Xia Fei smiled. Miss Nicole, let us talk about the price now. Though I really like this Deimos, I'm afraid I won't be able to afford it if the price is too high. Nicole wagged her fingers playfully. This is one of the prototype Deimos-class heavy assault cruisers we've created, properly configured in order to test the viability of warships in battle. Every component and equipment within are top-notch, and such a ship can't be measured with money alone. This ship is a groundbreaking prototype of a new line of warships, so it can't be sold but can only be gifted. Xia Fei was baffled. A gift for me? We are hardly related, so why would you do something like this? Nicole answered, we are both businessmen, and surely you understand the idea behind mutual benefits? Your Quantum Holdings is now an A-list supplier for the military, so we will have plenty of opportunities to collaborate in the future. I'm of the personality to give the most expensive gift if I am to do so. How about it? Xia Fei scratched his head. He was no foreigner to the theory of gift-giving that Nicole subscribed to, for he was someone used to giving gifts as well, but he was more in the line of doing so with perfunctory small favors, while Nicole was being far more generous than him. The cost of a single heavy assault cruiser like this Deimos on the black market might be incalculably huge, making such a gift far too expensive. Xia Fei hesitated. He was of the belief that anything easily acquired would surely have strings attached, making it hard for him to decide at the moment. He did not know if he should accept such a huge gift. Xia Fei really did like this Deimos-class heavy assault cruiser. But if there were conditions behind these gifts that he could not accept, Xia Fei would not hesitate to reject the kindness. Nicole could tell what Xia Fei was thinking, so she added, I'm not going to lie to you. Though you failed to win the Golden Finger Cup this time, I'm of the personal belief that you're the true champion. This Deimos was already rejected by the military, and for a new product that I've spent so much money and effort in researching and developing to be left in such disuse, I simply can't abide by it. The four warship manufacturing companies pretty much did the research and development of heavy assault cruisers at the same time, but it's only Deimos that got rejected by the military. All the products of the other companies more or less received purchase orders for by the military, and that's simply a huge shame. I simply refuse to accept such an outcome. That's why I've decided to change this situation. It's not just you. Someone else with superb warship retrofitting skills and another with immense combat experience will be receiving my generous gifts. It's my plan to have Deimos, dismissed by the military, not be seen as any weaker than the other warships. Nicole was serious when she gave this explanation, her tone filled with fierce determination. Xia Fei greatly admired this unyielding attitude, especially since Nicole was a lady who was barely 18 years of age. Xia Fei said in a deep voice, so you're hoping that I'd be able to rectify the injustice brought onto the Deimos-class heavy assault cruiser? Nicole replied, precisely. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. This is a huge gamble. In the event I fail to turn this Deimos into a fearsome exterminator, it will mean that this priceless warship of yours will have gone to waste. Nicole was grim. I'm willing to make the bet. Besides, I believe that you'll have a way to maximize the prowess of this warship fully. Quickly agree to this. This is a heavy assault cruiser, and there's nothing to hesitate about, Xia Fei. It isn't like you to look a gift horse in its mouth. Phantom could no longer stand this, yelling as he urged Xia Fei to take the deal from the sidelines. Xia Fei used several minutes to mull over the proposition before the severe look on his face cracked into a smile. He looked to Nicole with a grin. I guess even a fool won't reject such favorable conditions. I agree to do my best in giving it a shot. Nicole seemed to let out a sigh. Good. How do you plan to retrofit Deimos? Zoa Fio answered. Simplify it further. Give up on the drone bay and the living quarters. Fully improve its firepower and defensive capabilities. Since this Deimos is a pure gunship, there are only two things that it needs to accomplish. First is to get hold of the enemy, and second is to destroy them. Nicole was skeptical. That's your good idea? Xia Fei simply replied. There's no way to patch the weaknesses this ship has, so I'll focus on fully realizing its advantages, making it the strongest warship in a 1-versus-1 fight. What about when there are many enemies? Xia Fei burst into laughter. Miss Nicole, there's no ship that can be all-powerful. As long as you remember this point, it becomes very easy to understand how I think. A really outstanding warship must not necessarily be able to do everything by itself, but it will be one as long as it's able to do one thing best. Nicole seemed to have an understanding of this, slowly nodding. How confident are you of succeeding? Xia Fei answered. What we've discussed won't mean anything before we do an actual inspection. I merely said that I'll give it a shot. Even if I succeed, Daimos will not suddenly see great sales, though it will at least not be a waste. Nicole said, "Okay, give me 2 days. The ship will be completely fitted as per your specifications." Xia Fei found it hard to believe. 2 days? Miss Nicole, can you really complete so much work in just 2 days? That's inconceivable. This is Gaia Industries you're talking. We're one of the 4 major warship manufacturing companies in the Alliance. There's nothing that is impossible, Nicole smugly replied. Nicole did not return with Xia Fei, but had stayed behind in the Gaian Evaluation Center. Instead, waving goodbye to her, Xia Fei hurried on board the warship, subconsciously catching sight of Nicole's wrist. The exquisite bracelet she was wearing was gone, and the pink scars were clear for all to see. Whoosh! Nicole stared somewhat dejectedly at the sky as that frigate disappeared among the stars. A hoverchair came floating behind her. An old man was seated on it, casually wearing a simple cotton shirt. It was unknown when was the last time he shaved, for the beard on his chin was a tangled mess. "Nicole," this old man lightly called. Nicole turned around to smile. "Father, are you feeling a little better today?" Squatting, Nicole placed her hand on her father's hand. It was unknown what illness this old man was suffering from, but his hand was shaking nonstop. It was as if he was about to have a stroke, and a closer inspection would let one see that his pupils were also constantly bouncing about, shuddering dozens of times every second, far faster than what a normal human could achieve. "Why are you here today?" Nicole asked sweetly. She needed to be stern and uptight when in front of others since she was the chairwoman of Gaia Industries, but she could not help but reveal the tenderness of a young girl in front of her father. "I'm here to see you," Grundy Sawyer said. "You should know very well that there's only one prototype Deimos-class heavy assault cruiser, so why did you tell him that there are 3? "I know," Nicole softly answered. "And you ended up giving him the prototype?" He shares a very good relationship with Avril. MHMM. They have been together for close to 3 years now, and will very likely be together for a very long time." MHMM. No matter what Grundy said, Nicole only gave him a hum for an answer. Sighing, Grundy said, "Forget it. Do whatever you want. I would like to have the scars on my wrists removed," Nicole suddenly mentioned. Grundy buzzed, hoarsely stammering, "Gee, good. Good. You're finally willing to let go. I'm very happy for you." The news of Xia Fei being accepted as an A-list supplier of the military broke out across the Alliance overnight. Practically all the media outlets were covering it, with people's interest in the matter digging up Xia Fei's past and publicizing it. Everyone quickly learned that this average-looking young man was anything but conventional, be it his participation in the super-long battle during the adjudicator assessment, the fact that he had gone missing for a full year after investigating ruins belonging to the ancient civilization, or how he had managed to escape from the Blood Matrix, destroying this secret organization that had existed for decades in one go. Everyone was discussing these matters avidly, and of course not one of them could have forgotten his astounding performance during the Golden Finger Cup. These reporters had even managed to dig up Xia Fei's past of doing deliveries back on Earth. Everyone quickly learned that Xia Fei's experiences were like an inspirational Hollywood film. In just over the course of 3 years, Xia Fei had transformed from a delivery boy, whom no one knew about, and becoming a warrior at the Advanced Star River rank to being an A-list supplier of the military. It was an unprecedented leap. Such an improvement speed could be called miraculous, and many everyday citizens looked up to Xia Fei as their goal, hoping to one day become as famous as him. The ever-sensitive news media outlets noticed the public's great interest in Xia Fei, so they spared no expense to search for any news about him to report. Paparazzis were sent in droves, searching frantically for Xia Fei's tracks, but what none of them knew was that, while everyone was eagerly hoping to learn news of him, Xia Fei had actually left. Saying goodbye to Avril all by himself, Xia Fei piloted his newly acquired Deimos heavy assault cruiser straight for the long journey ahead. His goal, the Black Abyss. Xia Fei had christened this warship Impaler. Impaler was an assault-focused gunship. It only had one weapon, its blasters, and just had one goal, assault. It had one style of combat, head-to-head, and given its long and narrow shape, calling it Impaler felt apt. Xia Fei's former ship, Vampire, was fitted in the Impaler's hangar bay, able to participate in battle as an artful frigate if the need arose. Impaler and Vampire were hardly the strongest ships in the Panhuman alliance, but they were definitely the most unique. Impaler possessed an insane firepower, like the boldest warrior, that even a battleship might have trouble handling the amount of damage it could dish out. Meanwhile, Vampire was even more unruly than a street hooligan. Armed with an energy-draining device, which could sap an enemy ship's power source, it could leave the enemy ship in a state better off dead, where all they could see was themselves getting attacked without even being able to mount an effective retaliation. Xia Fei had already realized a long time ago that a truly exceptional warship did not care to be an all-rounder, but to have distinctive features. A jack of all trades, but a master of none was hardly comparable to someone who had devoted their whole life to a single field of study, taking it to the extremes. Currently, Butcher and Sarah were on the screen. Xia Fei smiled as he greeted the two before asking Sarah, "How are the goods that you were tasked to procure?" 10,000 energy shield boosters was not enough to fill 2 Iteron-class industrial ships. Xia Fei had arranged for the remaining space in the ships to be allocated into carrying over some living supplies. The Death Trio Star region was already barren, so if they were to fall into the chaos of war, selling these supplies that they were bringing over might well see some decent profits. Since the industrial ships would have otherwise left the space unused, Xia Fei was not going to miss out on this chance to earn some profits. Though it might not be much, every penny counted. They're all stored in the cargo hold, ready for transport. "We're merely waiting to set off," Sarah said. To the side, Butcher was pouting. "Not just that. Even our frigates have been stocked along with Miss Sarah's goods. Just take a look for yourself." Xia Fei saw Butcher grab a handful of compressed ham from his table, and there was even more food beside him. The cabin was all completely packed with foodstuff as if it were a food warehouse. Sarah knitted her eyebrows together. "The orders I had received were to pack as much as we possibly could. Your ships had space, so of course we're not going to waste any of it." Butcher shrugged and did not say a word. Xia Fei knew that Butcher was only kidding, but Sarah was being too serious. After all, she grew up in the Wild Star region, and flexibility was not a trait she had picked up. Xia Fei chuckled. "That's not a bad thing, is it? Brother Butcher, you can eat as much as you like with all the food there. Who knows? You might even be able to put on a few more layers of fat in this one trip. I'm en route to our rendezvous point, so you guys can take this time to get some rest. Give your comrades a few days of shore leave and wait for me to arrive before we head off." Butcher hesitated for some time before he finally asked, "Xia Fei, I have something I wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" "Your Quantum Holdings has become an A-list supplier of the military, and my comrades from the Blood Matrix are all of course very happy for you. But you should know that we're hoping to form an exploration team, specifically to set forth on an expedition in search of a route to Eden. Going by Alliance rules and regulations, our exploration team will be considered a paramilitary institution, and the paperwork for its registration will be extremely troublesome. Plus, we'll have to file reports on our ongoings to the military at intervals. So we're all hoping to put this exploration team under your name, calling it Quantum Expeditions, to spare us plenty of trouble. Would you be amenable to such an arrangement?" Xia Fei was originally planning to hire Butcher and his men for his use. After all, they were warriors who were bloodied by battles, and such experienced warriors, who knew how to act during critical junctures, possessed far more combat effectiveness than fresh recruits. Hearing Butcher's words meant that their group still intended to become an exploration team, adventuring all across the universe. "No problem, Brother Butcher. Just leave it to me. I'll send someone to send in the application and file it with the military," Xia Fei said. Winning over people's hearts was not something to be rushed. Xia Fei decided to go along with Butcher's request for now, before slowly convincing them later when the timing was right. Butcher nodded gratefully. "That's wonderful. My comrades and I will surely do a good job with this errand, so you can rest easy." The journey was long. As he shifted to eating, sleeping, and cultivating, Xia Fei realized a very serious problem. The little creature Furball was not eating. It had been dozens of days since Furball was born, and the little creature had not eaten anything aside from licking his fingers. Xia Fei tried all he could to provide it with all sorts of food, but not once did Furball give any of these items a glance, proudly lifting its head up as if it were dismissive of them all. There were some organisms in this universe that could obtain energy from their environment without needing to ingest food. Xia Fei had no idea just what furball was, but he reckoned that it must be similar to those fantastical creatures that did not need to eat. Xia Fei only realized the gravity of the situation several days later. Furball was lying in Xia Fei's palm with its eyes half closed, looking completely dazed and listless. The originally beautiful silver fur had lost its luster, looking to be one size smaller than when it was born, appearing very weak. The panicking Xia Fei made some milk and tried to force it down its mouth, but the little creature maintained this look of absolute abhorrence, barely drinking anything and then spitting it all out. It looked at Xia Fei pleadingly as if telling him not to make it drink the milk. This thing is too picky. I didn't even get to drink a drop of inferior quality milk when I was growing up, Xia Fei somewhat angrily complained. The moment Furball saw that Xia Fei was mad, it rubbed its body against Xia Fei as if coaxing him, making Xia Fei torn between laughing or crying. Could it be that this exotic beast's eating habits aren't the same as humans? Phantom was muttering to himself in a corner. According to records in the Beast Spirit Codex, there are some exotic beasts that will eat metal or minerals. Should we perhaps give it a shot? Xia Fei whizzed away from the cabin and collected what metal or he could carry and brought them all back. Spreading everything out on the table, he then poured out everything inside his spatial ring, including Celestial Moon. Furball was under this mess of items, and they saw as it listlessly stared at everything around it once. All of a sudden, its eyes sparkled, then vaguely emitted a green glow. Whoosh! Furball excitedly dashed over to where a purple ore was lying, its mouth nearly salivating. The purple heart of spirit. Furball could not possibly be thinking of eating that, could it? Phantom exclaimed. He looked at Xia Fei with a sympathetic gaze. Xia Fei, I'm afraid that you're going to go bankrupt this time. Xia Fei suddenly had the impulse to choke Furball. That purple heart of spirit had an inestimable value, acquiring it after his fraughtful journey in the Wild Star region. No one would have guessed that Furball would actually eat it before Xia Fei could even enjoy it. All he saw was Furball lazily lying on top of the heart of spirit, hiccuping from time to time, looking very comfortable. Meanwhile, the originally radiant heart of spirit had dulled significantly, no longer as dazzling as before. From the reduction in its color, Xia Fei could already tell that Furball had absorbed a third of the energy inside, though he had no idea just how its small body could contain that wild energy. Xia Fei could already feel his five senses and insides swimming just from trying to extract that bit of energy from a tiny red heart of spirit. Yet this Furball, which was no bigger than a chicken's egg, had absorbed so much in one go. It had to be mentioned that the energy contained within a purple heart of spirit was 1,000 times that of a red heart of spirit. Well done, Furball. Phantom gloated with glee. Xia Fei rolled his eyes at Phantom. What do you mean, well done? That purple heart of spirit is a priceless treasure. If this guy continues eating it like this, there's no way I'll be able to raise it even if I have a mountain of gold and silver to my name. That's practically stealing. Actually, Xia Fei was more irked by Furball's dismissive attitude. There were also low-grade red heart of spirits spread across the desk, yet this creature had not even spared them a glance, going right for the expensive purple heart of spirit. Xia Fei's heart ached as he used his fingers to calculate just how much Furball had cost him with this one meal, and the final sum he came up with left him utterly dejected. I'm going to use the Beast Spirit Codex to communicate with it, find out just what is inside its stupid head. Xia Fei was furious. A single meal cost him several battleships. The appetite Furball had just demonstrated had completely infuriated him. Don't. Phantom hurried to stop Xia Fei. Furball is still in its infancy, so how can it withstand your attempt at invading its brain? You may end up causing some irreversible damage if things go awry. Best to wait for it to grow a bit older first. Xia Fei was being stubborn. How'd you think I'm going to even rear it if it keeps eating like this? I wish I can just slap it to death right now. Phantom had a sudden inspiration as he blurted out. It's already eaten purple stone. If you slap it right now, there's no way for you to recuperate the investment you've previously made to it. Xia Fei froze. Phantom's words made sense. Killing Furball was very easy, but doing so would hardly cause it to spit out what it had eaten, and he would end up coming away empty-handed both ways. His raised right hand landed on Furball's side. He flicked the little ball of fur off the purple heart of spirit. Unfortunately, the little creature had no idea that Xia Fei was enraged, turning around beautifully as it sailed in the air, accurately landing on the back of Xia Fei's hand. It hugged his hand tightly, then furiously licked it as if very grateful for Xia Fei feeding it. Actually, Furball was still very cute even when it was not eating and was just like a precocious child. It was constantly showing weakness before Xia Fei, making it appear to be trying to please its master. Xia Fei sighed and began collecting everything on the desk. He held that dimmed purple heart of spirit in his hand, staring at it for a good long while before heaving another sigh and putting it back into his spatial ring. Ever since he learned the technique of extracting energy from the heart of spirit, Xia Fei had always been thinking of how he could create an energy conversion device to utilize the purple heart of spirit in his possession so that he could improve his cultivation. Now, it seemed that everything was nothing but dust in the wind. Not only that, Xia Fei still had no clue just what else he could feed Furball with once it completely consumed the only purple heart of spirit he currently had. "Suck up," Xia Fei chided as he gave Furball a light smack. Furball was unfazed, continuing to ingratiate itself to Xia Fei, licking aggressively with its tiny tongue at times, rubbing its soft fur at other times. Xia Fei suddenly realized that this little creature was actually very cunning, for it was very obviously acting all docile and tame after having taken advantage of him. According to the records in the Beast Spirit Codex, the higher grade an exotic beast is, the more picky they are with their food. Furball enjoys hearts of spirit, which means that it's an energy type of a high grade, Phantom gleefully commented. Xia Fei sat in a chair and lit up a Hongtishan, plainly saying, "I, of course, know what you've just said. It's only in the heat of the moment that I reacted the way I did moments ago. There's no question that Furball is a high-grade exotic beast, but it's far too dramatic. It even gave that haughty look after eating the energy within that purple heart of spirit." Phantom laughed. "Doesn't that just prove that excellence runs in its veins as well? Being able to show such regal disdain for sentient beings from birth? Who knows? Perhaps Furball will grow up to become an exotic beast that is at the Beast King grade." Beast King. Xia Fei gave this idea some thought. Who knows how long it'll be until it grows up, though? It's going to eat away plenty of money if it has a really long growth period. Phantom pouted. The more it eats, the more precious it is, and the more powerful its future potential becomes. This is like investing in stocks. It matters not how much you've invested, but what returns you'll be getting. Furball is still young. You can establish a contract with it after it grows up some more, so that it becomes your exotic beast exclusively, never betraying you. In the event that it really grows up to be a Beast King grade exotic beast, you'll have immensely profited from it. Xia Fei nodded. He stuffed the now satiated Furball back into his bosom, lightly patting it a few times. "I hope that you're not going to eat like that every day, or else I'll really end up going bankrupt." What Xia Fei worried about did not happen. Furball had gone into deep slumber after that hearty meal, curled up in Xia Fei's bosom every day. Even when Xia Fei poked it, the little creature merely gave his finger a little lick before going back to sleep, as if ingesting the heart of spirit was sapping its energy greatly. Xia Fei thought back to his experience when he was younger and had a dog. A puppy would not have any notion of being full, so it was easy for problems to crop up if their diet was not controlled. Xia Fei had, thus, decided to control Furball's appetite in order not to let him overeat like this time. Several days of observation later, Xia Fei discovered that, though Furball spent all its time asleep, nothing out of the ordinary happened to the creature's body. Its fur had recovered the luster from before, maybe even slightly shinier, but its body was still the size of a little chick, not at all appearing to have grown larger. Going by what Xia Fei understood of exotic beasts, there was no need for them to be large, but they could not be weak and small like Furball, either. For such a small creature, which Xia Fei could send flying several dozens meters away with a light flick, would it not just be swallowed whole in one bite if it ran into a vicious beast? It was not often that Xia Fei had free time, so he decided to spend this period learning the delusion manual that Shadowless had given him. There were over 1,000 forbidden techniques recorded within, and Xia Fei had yet to find the chance to cultivate it since it came into his possession. Xia Fei could only bemoan the fact that he did not have the ability to be everywhere at once, such that he could participate in the tournament, spend time with Avril, cultivate the Beast Spirit Codex, psychokinesis, research the Nether Bell and his book on robot coding, manage quantum holdings, discuss further cooperation with Alliance military, and so on and so forth. There were so many things that needed his attention, so he could barely find time to breathe. Fortunately, Xia Fei's nerves were tough enough, so he could devote all his time to cultivation and research every day beyond 2 hours of rest. Any other average human would probably go insane from lethargy if they were in his shoes. He was still a week or so away from his rendezvous with Sarah and Butcher. Xia Fei made the decision to devote all his time on studying the Forbidden Manual during this period. He made himself a bowl of fried paste noodles and brought it into his study, eating as he read the manual. The decorations of this antique study was simple and elegant, chock full of calligraphy and portraits of famed individuals whom Xia Fei did not recognize. This study had not been installed at Xia Fei's behest, but was Nicole's instructions. Gaia Industries did the retrofitting and modification of this impaler, and the only modification Xia Fei made was remove the overclocking chip from Vampire and move it to Impaler. Sometimes, Xia Fei really wished that he had a few more copies of the overclocking chip, for swapping it in and out of ships like this was very inefficient. Unfortunately, it was not easy to acquire that type of ancient civilization AI chip, requiring quite a bit of luck on top of its expensive price tag. A big bowl of fried paste noodles was very quickly consumed by Xia Fei. His fortune might have changed, not requiring him to eat such commoner's fare, yet he still enjoyed fried paste noodles the most. First, it was to his taste, and second, he would always get this feeling that he was back on Earth every time he ate a bowl. This could perhaps be what nostalgia was. Propping his 2 legs on the desk, Xia Fei comfortably lit himself a cigarette as his eyes scanned through the manual quickly. Hey, walking through walls sounds like a good technique. Care to learn it? Phantom happily asked. Xia Fei shook his head and pointed to the row of small fonts below. Look carefully. I'll have to observe abstinence in order to learn it. I have no intentions of becoming a monk. Phantom nodded, laughing. Oh yeah? With how the relationship between Avril and you is advancing, perhaps Avril may be unwilling to let you even if you want to become a monk. Xia Fei rolled his eyes, though he was feeling a bit restless deep down. He was almost 20, yet still a virgin. Xia Fei himself was quite embarrassed by this fact. Besides, he was still a completely functional and healthy human being. He could not deny that the thought had crossed his mind, but he felt that Avril was simply too good to him, which was why he had decided to endure it first. Xia Fei calmed himself down and continued flicking through the pages. Xia Fei had already skimmed through the manual before. Only, he was not carefully reading every word and each technique like today. After all, there were tens of thousands of remarkable techniques recorded within the manual, and choosing 1 or 2 of the most exceptional techniques to cultivate was not easy. Xia Fei had once thought of learning everything inside the entire manual, but he understood the concept of biting off more than one could chew all too well. It was not about having an abundant set of techniques, but specializing in the few, instead. Currently, Xia Fei already had the Beast Spirit Codex, psychokinesis, and the Sly Thrust. With these 3 major techniques, what he now needed was not another, which he could cause mass destruction with, but something he could make up for his weakness. Setting down that heavy delusion manual, Xia Fei knitted his brows. It was not that it was not a good manual. In fact, a lot of the forbidden techniques written within were incredible, but there was always a price to be paid for each technique. Xia Fei was never one to shy away from making sacrifices, and he was a firm believer that the biggest rewards came with the greatest risks. Essentially, all these techniques were decent, but nothing truly stood out, which would make Xia Fei's eyes shine. What? You don't like any of these? Phantom probed. Xia Fei nodded. I keep feeling that they lack something, and my intuition is telling me that none of these techniques is appropriate. The most eye-catching technique is a cerebral shock, exclusively taught to the assassin sect's death guards. From a martial arts standpoint, cerebral shock is indeed not bad, but cultivating it will not only require one to pay the price with their life force, but will also cause irreversible damage to the practitioner's brain. Every single one of those death guards is glazed eyes and impassive. I originally thought that it's due to their long isolation. Only after reading this manual's description did I finally understand that those were all side effects of their cultivation. I have no wish of becoming such an inhumane existence. Phantom sighed. Those who get chosen to be death guards sure have it rough. No way of returning to normal life after cultivating the technique. And utilizing cerebral shock requires them to pay with their life force just to increase their cultivation by leaps and bounds. The price is simply too much. Xia Fei continued. I know there's a price for everything, but it's important to always keep the price-performance ratio in mind. The price for these forbidden techniques just isn't worth it, and the cost and benefit just aren't balanced, which is what's making this hard for me. He recalled what Shadowless had told him before his departure from Nameless. These are all forbidden techniques. Learn what you wish, but whatever you do, don't learn what you can't. Everything is done in moderation. Xia Fei suddenly realized that Shadowless seemed to be telling him not to learn these techniques. But if Shadowless did not want that outcome, why would he give it as a master's gift to his student? Xia Fei could not make sense of it. He stood up and paced around. The more he thought of Shadowless's words, the more he felt that there was a deeper meaning in it, and his astute instincts were also stopping him from cultivating. Act decisively, or else you'll face a world of trouble, Xia Fei muttered to himself. Having this manual around me will just be a disaster waiting to happen. Better if I just destroy it. Phantom coaxed him against the idea. This is the only item our ancestor, Grand Elder Shadowless, left to you. You ought to at least keep it as a keepsake. Xia Fei answered. Don't forget that Shadowless also said that I should destroy the manual if I don't wish to cultivate any of the techniques within. You need to understand, these are forbidden techniques, which tempt anyone like the devil. If there's one day I ever let my hot-headedness get to me and cultivate these awful techniques, the results may be disastrous. Since Master Shadowless already gave such a warning, I feel that it's best if I follow it and destroy this. Phantom was speechless. He had always been one who respected his elders and teachers, so there was no way he could retort now that Xia Fei had mentioned Shadowless's parting words. With the weapon in hand, Xia Fei's Lifeseeker Tri-Dagger shredded the manual into scrap. Delusion, which was a compendium of forbidden techniques, had been destroyed by his hands. What a waste! Phantom kept sighing as he shook his head, finding it somewhat unbearable. Actually, Xia Fei proceeded to destroy Delusion thoroughly because of his intuition rather than Shadowless's parting words, but just having the thought to ruin such a miraculous manual required a level of resolution, which Phantom admired greatly. Many of the greatest regrets of people were their unwillingness to listen to their hearts. Their intuition was telling them to go south, yet they still stuck to heading north. Casually picking up a box carton, Xia Fei prepared to gather all the shredded paper and dump it in the ship's incinerator. All of a sudden, Xia Fei felt a wave of icy coldness on his fingertips, as if he had touched something strange. Xia Fei exclaimed. His fingers explored the scrap of paper in hand, and soon picked out a thin and transparent cloth. The cloth was as thin as cicada's wing, as if it was just air when he held it in his hand. Aside from its nearly non-existent weight, Xia Fei could just barely make out some words on it. Xia Fei tried to tear it, only to find out that even with his substantial arm strength, he could not destroy this cloth. The toughness of the material was unexpected. No wonder even the sharp Lifeseeker Tri-Dagger was unable to slice it apart, Xia Fei said to himself. The amazing piece of cloth had only increased his curiosity. Clearing out the desk, Xia Fei spread out that piece of cloth flat on the surface. The desk was made of dark rosewood, while the cloth was white and transparent. With the two together and the refraction of colors, Xia Fei could finally make out what was written on it. Fold and rub, Xia Fei read aloud, then frowned. Phantom stood at the side, bewildered, not daring to make a sound. Xia Fei was silent for a good long while before he folded the cloth and used his two hands to lightly rub it with itself, causing it to shine brighter and brighter. So this cloth will actually cause such a reaction when rubbed, Xia Fei thought to himself. He then increased the speed of his motion. Slowly, that cloth became as shiny as a projected screen, just like a soft and foldable fluorescent lamp. Xia Fei continued to rub it patiently, his speed evening out at a pace which was neither too fast nor too slow. A burning sensation could be felt in his palms, as if what he was holding was a piece of burning charcoal, but Xia Fei did not pay any attention to this. He endured the feeling and just continued to rub the cloth. His curiosity piqued. Xia Fei could not wait to find out just what sort of secret awaited him on this cloth. Just as Xia Fei felt that he could no longer withstand that heat being emitted from the cloth, something suddenly happened without warning. The glaring glow shot out in every direction, and what followed was a dull thrumming. Xia Fei subconsciously closed his eyes to prevent that strong light from hurting them. He waited a while before he opened his eyes, only to make a shocking discovery. A large projection was floating in the air, and gradually fading words were depicted on it. Xia Fei hurriedly read the content. This master of yours is gratified to know that you didn't foolishly cultivate those harmful forbidden techniques. Actually, the harm that those forbidden techniques will bring isn't as simple as what's described in the texts. I don't know whether it's due to your disbelief of the words or your intuition that warned you against cultivating such techniques, but either way, you fulfilled the first condition I had set for you: intelligence. You understand how to seek advantages while avoiding disadvantages. Though the manual is harmful, I'm sure you could have fetched a lot of money by selling it. The fact that you destroyed the book as per my instruction and didn't seek any monetary gain satisfied my second condition: trustworthy. Reading up to this point, Xia Fei could not help but feel his scalp go numb. Actually, he had not placed much weight over Shadowless's agreement. He had simply followed his instincts and done what he felt needed to be done, and hearing Shadowless praise him as such made him feel somewhat embarrassed. The third condition: luck. You didn't dispose of this manual right away, either by tossing it into the trash or burning it. Had you done either, you wouldn't have seen this limited scroll. It means that you possess some luck, and this satisfied my third condition. When Xia Fei followed his heart and destroyed that compendium of forbidden techniques, albeit with some reluctance, the manual suddenly revealed its true face. No one would have expected that there was actually something else inside delusion. Xia Fei furrowed his brows and continued to read the words on the screen. The paper used to record this text is called Limited Scroll, and it's no longer known where such a miraculous item came from. I only coincidentally found this while taking care of the 1,000 manual pavilion in the assassin sect. The limited scroll will automatically destroy itself once activated, so you must remember every word I recorded in it. Ever since I began taking care of the 4 major secret archives of the assassin sect many years ago, I've kept researching this sect's history. According to what I understand, there's a dark age during our long history when the assassin sect had completely disregarded the conventional rules set by the Hitman Syndicate, burning, killing, and pillaging without any regard, staining their 2 hands with blood. Even today, there were still many within the syndicate who held a grudge against the assassin sect. Actually, they could not be blamed, and it's the sins our ancestors left to us. The combat strength that the assassin sect possessed in those days was great. Even our current #1 ultimate technique, Sly Thrust, was no more than an insignificant gimmick to them. Unfortunately, time passed, and plenty of these ultimate techniques have been lost in the sands of time. It's the very common Sly Thrust which ended up becoming the sect's treasure. This itself had to be the greatest regret of the assassin sect. Before you left, I did gift you this manual dubbed as Delusion. All the forbidden techniques are just some harmful martial arts which hardly have any benefits. And while they will definitely increase the cultivation of the user when learned, they'll also result in severe complications after, making the benefits unworthy of the losses. The reason I did it in such a way is purely a cover-up, and also this master of yours wishing to test you. Since you're smart enough to have not learned any of those forbidden techniques, and also destroyed the manual as per my instruction, I'm now awarding you with the real delusion technique. Xia Fei and Phantom were both extremely shocked once they read up to this point. Who knew what would be the consequences if Xia Fei had learned those harmful techniques? Moreover, essentially any single mistake made throughout the process could have very well lost Xia Fei the opportunity to obtain the true delusion technique. However, what Xia Fei could not make sense of was why Shadowless would go about in such a roundabout manner despite his clear intention of wanting to impart the technique. Delusion is a high-grade space-tier martial arts technique. Its power is staggering, and your master can't bear to see such a technique become lost, so I've thought of finding at least a single inheritor for this manual. However, the manual has a very high requirement for a cultivator. It must be someone who is both righteous and evil. Moon Shadow of the Assassin sect fulfills this requirement. But given how he and Silver Shadow have been secretly contending with each other all these years, recently escalating in terms of intensity, I'm afraid that giving him the manual will upset the balance of the entire sect. The strengthening of one side will no doubt cause the other to become weaker, and I'm not willing to see such a situation occur. Ever since I've felt that my time is approaching, I've always been hesitating. That's until you showed up. Your personality, which melds both goodness and evil, shone brightly before my eyes. Willing to go at any lengths just to achieve victory, yet also with your principles and bottom line. If you're a proper disciple of the Assassin sect, I wouldn't even hesitate to give this delusion manual to you. After mulling over this deep into the night, I decided to give you one final test to see if you're able to cultivate this top-tier technique. The fact that you're reading these parting words of mine now is proof that you've passed my test and is no doubt the ideal candidate to learn the delusion technique. Though we're only master and student in name, I still have final instructions that I want to give you as your master. If in the future you are willing to pass down this delusion manual to an appropriate disciple of the Assassin sect, then do so, but if you don't wish to, then let this technique disappear forever. Until recently, I've learned that the saying, people will still think of what they leave behind even after they're nothing but ashes is quite a joke. Everything has its destiny, and there's no need for us mortals to interfere. This is your master saying farewell. What remained after was the entire content of the delusion manual, which Xia Fei hurriedly took out a stationery to record everything. The flash receded, and that limited scroll disappeared. The study returned to normal. It was as if nothing had transpired aside from the mess of paper scraps that were still littering the floor. Putting down the pen in his hand, Xia Fei lit a cigarette and leaned back in the chair. He took a drag, letting the smoke fill the air. Grand Elder Shadowless must have gone through an intense mental struggle before ultimately deciding to impart this technique on me using such a convoluted method. Though he didn't say anything, the characters he wrote showed the internal turmoil he's feeling then. It's only when there were 2 sentences left did he finally let go of his burden and prepare to accept the call of death. Phantom sighed. Xia Fei nodded. Perhaps that's what everyone will experience before they die. From being unable to let go of living till finally accepting death's inevitability. A space tier secret manual. Earth, heaven, space, and time. The space tier is the second highest of all known techniques, and this one is even considered a high-grade space tier. This gift from the Grand Elder isn't anything simple, Phantom said. Xia Fei replied. I still think that Master Shadowless seemed to have a significant change in his mood while he was writing this passage, as if he had thought of something but didn't end up mentioning. Forget it. Since the man's gone from this mortal plane, there's no need for us, the living, to make guesses about what he's really thinking. Let's see just how wondrous this secret manual really is. An hour later, after Xia Fei finished reading the 3,000-word delusion manual many times, he could more or less get a sense of the technique. Delusion was a kind of disorientation technique which would cause distress to the enemy's vision and hearing, confining them into a shapeless cage to be annihilated in one fell swoop. The technique was not only used in solo combat, but was also useful when arranging troops. It was nothing like any martial arts technique, but was a sort of a strange formation instead. Xia Fei was perplexed. Shadowless had clearly said that it was a martial arts technique and a high-grade space tier at that. Why did it seem like a formation then? Could his master Shadowless have made a mistake while copying the technique? Xia Fei shook his head. Shadowless had spent half his life in the 4 major secret archives of the Assassin sect. The man must have read countless martial arts techniques. Besides, he still had his mental faculty about him despite his age, so why would he have not noticed such an obvious problem? Phantom was skeptical as well. Just like his master Moon Shadow, while Phantom was an inept killer, he was very well read, especially in books about strange and rare medicinal concoctions, which he had read tens of thousands of times. He simply could not believe that the delusion manual was a martial arts technique. It was clearly a sort of disorientating formation. Actually, this isn't a bad formation. It's an uneven arrangement that can provide opportunities to kill within the mundane. It will be fairly powerful when used, Phantom mumbled. Xia Fei shook his head. While that may be true, it's still far from being the high-grade space tier secret manual that Shadowless made it out to be. I'm afraid that it won't even be strange to find a similar disorientating formation being taught as part of any military school's curriculum. Phantom was speechless. It was true that the ancient humans had an immense push to study formations during the cold weapon era, but they were now in the space era, where armies would emphasize on their ship's firepower when they confronted each other, and formations were merely supplementary. Xia Fei was stroking his chin thoughtfully as he wondered, could this be a sort of test as well? Xia Fei was never one to give up, so of course he attempted to find the crux of the problem here. The script used in the Delusion manual was a bit obscure, and the sentences themselves did not read well, as if the person who had written the manual was not well versed enough in the language. There were plenty of problematic sentences, which meant that Xia Fei could only attempt to make sense of what was being written with his own inference. There were plenty of scripts in the universe, and even the small Earth had over 100 scripts. It was the same for language, too. This manual was written with one which was obscure, and the only reason he could understand what it meant was the translation chip embedded in his brain. For 3 days straight, Xia Fei failed to uncover the mystery behind the words, and he could not help but feel somewhat frustrated because of it. After dinner, Xia Fei brewed himself a cup of Biluacan tea, heading back to his room with it to give Avril a call. This had also become his daily routine. After all, he was about to enter the no-man's zone in a few days, and Xia Fei was not at all confident that the Black Bat radar would be capable of maintaining communication with the Alliance, which was why he was taking this time to connect to the interplanetary internet and spend time conversing with her. Avril, who was obediently waiting in her bedroom like before, happily greeted him in some foreign language when she saw Xia Fei. What did you just say? Why don't I understand it? Xia Fei asked, confused. Avril somewhat cheekily replied, that's Talon for good evening. It is a very old language and must be alien to your translation chip, so it's unable to translate it in time. Xia Fei was stunned. Could you repeat that again? I said that it's Talon, meaning good evening. Avril said, clueless. Xia Fei shook his head. No, I meant what you said after. That it must be alien to your translation chip? Xia Fei clapped once, realization dawning upon him as he stood up. He excitedly told her, I got it. So it's an issue with the translation chip. Avril had no idea what Xia Fei was so excited about, so she softly said, the translation chip also has grades, and the higher grade a translation chip is, the more languages it can understand. Human languages have always been very complex, and a translation chip won't only need to have a high recognition capability, its computational speed and logic unit have to be outstanding as well. Most translation chips can very reliably perform language and script translation. Even the cheap ones can do a fairly good job with most, but you'll need a more powerful logic unit for the more complex languages and scripts due to how specialized they are, or else it can't recognize what is being said or written. Hearing Avril's explanation, Xia Fei became all the more confident that the reason he had been unable to understand Delusion was the low-quality translation chip inside his head. He hurriedly wrote down a row of words and gave it to Avril to read. Do you recognize these words? Avril earnestly nodded, repeating it back to him in venal. Xia Fei was elated when he discovered that some of the connotations of the words were completely changed after Avril's translation. Phantom mouth hung open in shock as he rumbled. No wonder. The chip in my brain is a very common model as well, so both of us have been unable to extract the real meaning from behind the text. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows. You're a spirit. How would you have a brain? Phantom was silent for a while. How would I know? While it's true that I'm a spirit, my thoughts are still as before, and even my translation chip works like in the past. With that, Phantom shook his head and became flabbergasted. That's not right. My body's gone, so the translation chip is gone as well. How could I still be able to feel it work? Why is this the case? Why haven't I realized this issue before? No, something's not right. This is completely illogical. Xia Fei had not thought that a casual question of curiosity from him could cause Phantom to fall into an inextricable spiral of thoughts. Pursing his lips, Xia Fei ignored the baffled Phantom. Since he finally uncovered the problem, the most important thing at hand was to solve the issue. Avril was still curious on why Xia Fei had asked her such a thing, and Xia Fei very lightly brushed aside this, chatting with her for a bit, even throwing in a few interesting jokes and such, which made Avril laugh until her belly hurt. Xia Fei had discovered that jokes were like weapons with 100% efficacy when used on women. As long as they were happy, they would easily forget all their worries and were all the more willing to spend time with others. This was especially the case with Avril, who was a happy-go-lucky sort, which made her even more receptive to jokes. Disconnecting from the call, Xia Fei hurriedly went to the interplanetary internet and searched for further information regarding translation chips. On a planet by the name of Inara, right before the no-man's zone. Though this place was not as bustling as Venal, it was one of the largest planets before entering the no-man's zone. Xia Fei booked a surgery there to swap his translation chip out for a newer and better model. There was a hospital called Fraternity in the metropolis. Xia Fei arrived at the reception and told the nurse in charge of receiving patients his name. The woman smiled. "Good evening, Mr. Xia. Your appointment with neurosurgeon Qin Fong has already been prepared. You may take the elevator to level 16, the office of Dr. Qin." Xia Fei nodded. He passed through the reception area and stepped into an elevator. As the doors closed, Xia Fei furrowed his brows. "Phantom, do you feel as if someone's following me?" Phantom shook his head. "Not at all. I've been looking behind you all this time. Perhaps you're just being too wary. Not many know that we've left the Venal Star region, not to mention that we're already near in the Alliance's outer regions. Who would care to follow you this far?" Xia Fei nodded. His impaler was very fast, and each warp it did was 40% further than the average warship, covering close to 70,000 light-years in one go. A common warship would have a really tough time just keeping up with him even if they had a way of locating him. After all, Impaler was an elite heavy assault cruiser with a cruise and warp speed the usual warships could not keep up with. The kindly nurse led Xia Fei into Qin Fong's office. According to the information he got from the interplanetary internet, the neurosurgeon Qin Fong was quite well known in the area, a holder of the special class attending physician license issued by the Alliance, which meant that his skills were worth trusting. Implanting a translation chip was definitely no child's play. Connecting a single biochip to the complex yet fragile human brain was an extremely dangerous task, which was why Xia Fei had been willing to pay the exorbitant cost of 10,000 star coins an hour for the best local doctor to complete this procedure. The information on Dr. Qin was pretty much accurate aside from the fact that he looked a little darker in person than the photo online. Video systems would often go through several scans and processes, which was why humans often looked a bit more handsome in pictures than in person. The nurse poured 2 cups of coffee as Xia Fei sat right across Qin Fong. "Mr. Xia, please allow me to check the working conditions of your current translation chip," Qin Fong very courteously requested. Xia Fei nodded and followed the man to a depth scanner. Qin Fong adjusted the device accordingly, and a dark red laser shot forth, quickly establishing connection with Xia Fei's translation chip, concurrently displaying the chip inside his head. Xia Fei only knew that there was a biochip in his head, and this was actually the first time he could see it. All he saw was a chip the size of a soybean sealed within a thin layer of alloy to prevent it from suffering any signal interference and liquid corrosion. Nothing special was added to it. Qin Fong very carefully examined the chip and invited Xia Fei back to the seat before he smiled. "Mr. Xia, I'll be frank. Though this translation chip is an older model and of average performance, it's still working fine. Are you sure that you want to swap it out?" Xia Fei nodded firmly. "I'm certain," Qin Fong replied. "Okay then. It is but a small surgery to have it swapped out, and the entire process is very safe. There's practically no danger. So may I ask what model would you like to swap it for?" "The FXX-5, Xia Fei answered. He had already chosen a model online before, confirming that the hospital had the chip in its inventory, only making his appointment after. Qin Fong was startled, barely able to contain his emotions as he asked, "Mr. Xia, are you sure that you want the FXX-5 translation chip? That chip itself costs 60 million star coins. Do you perhaps wish to reconsider?" Xia Fei shook his head nonchalantly. "Nope, I've already decided on it." Qin Fong flushed red. "Mr. Xia, I must say that you indeed have an eye for quality. The FXX-5 translation chip is the most specialized translation chip in the entire Alliance, said to have been designed for the use of language experts. You'll no longer have any difficulties recognizing the language or script of human or other races as long as you have it installed. I'm not bragging. But we are the only location in the entire Inara that has such an expensive specialized, no wait, more like a master-grade translation chip. I'm sure you won't have any regrets after. Qin Fong kept going for quite some time, which caused Phantom to wonder, why is this guy so excited? Could this be a criminal-run shop front? Xia Fei chuckled. No, of course not. Just that FXX5 translation chip is truly so expensive there's no way for it to be bought by just anyone in such a desolate star region. I checked the records, and this hospital purchased that chip decades ago, yet they haven't managed to sell it all these years. They're of course delighted after I mentioned that I'm going to take it off their hands. So that's the case. Phantom nodded. I couldn't tell from how stingy you usually were that you'd also be willing to invest in such things. Xia Fei sighed. No one will enjoy having their brain cut open just to swap out their chip every other day. Might as well make a one-time investment and get the very best that is on offer. Instantly, Xia Fei turned to the window looking outside, muttering to himself, why do I feel as if someone's been watching me? In the operation room, Xia Fei was lying flat on the surgery bed, under anesthesia, as the neurosurgeon Qin Fong held a laser surgical scalpel and very deftly worked it. In the technologically advanced Pan-Human Alliance, machines had largely taken over human work, especially in something as complicated as brain surgery. The nimble mechanical arm was far more precise than that of human hands, and a neurosurgeon's primary responsibility had become that of an equipment operator. Logically speaking, machines had the potential to completely take over the role as a doctor, and it was only their lack of an AI system that prevented this eventually. This was all due to the fear of humans toward robots with a high intelligence, which meant that all the machineries were only half-automated. They were only able to move according to a human's request to perform the surgery accordingly, unable to determine the psychological state of a patient being operated on, which was why there was still a need for a surgeon's supervision. It was said that surgical operations during the ancient civilization's era were completely overseen by machines, serving humans faithfully for tens of thousands of years. Just when humans were used to treating these robots as their kin, the robots suddenly betrayed their trust, causing the originally prosperous ancient civilization to fall into ruins. The robots, which were created by human hands, were like children to humanity. For the children to turn and kill their parents, it was simply such an unimaginably horrific tragedy. So perhaps the deep-seated hatred that humans held toward robots was born out of the immense love they once held toward them back then. Xia Fei had lost his senses, letting Qin Fong have free rein to cut up his skull. This was an extremely dangerous situation for any warrior, and a true warrior would not lose their control over their surroundings at any time, for that was no different from handing their life over to someone else. Xia Fei was of course very clear about this, and he had covered a psychic thread all around him, which could not be seen with the naked eye, so that he could remain conscious. This psychic thread would alert Xia Fei in the first instance if any danger were to come to pass, forcing his brain to awaken from his anesthetic-induced state. For most people, having this subtle mental control was practically an impossible task, but Xia Fei had specialized training on this front, and from the standpoint as a high-level ability warrior that had his seventh brain region completely opened, this was not in the least bit difficult. Besides, Phantom was also swimming around in his surroundings. This immortal spirit was not exactly super sensitive to the changes around him, but he was at least able to observe the slight fluctuations in energy and mental power, and having the perception of these two working in tandem complemented well. Xia Fei would actually do this whenever he slept, and never had there been any problem, though this time, he actually vaguely felt a sense of threat from around him. It was completely formless and odorless. There were no energy fluctuations to speak of. In this gloom, a shape that Xia Fei had completely no knowledge of was slowly closing in. Xia Fei's skull was sliced open, and his nervous system was completely anesthetized. He was like a warrior without a weapon, so if someone were to ambush him, there would be no way for him not to passively take it. Silently, and without any forewarning, an intricately crafted butterfly knife made a flurry of cuts in the air. The knife was minuscule, but it exuded a very shocking murderous intent. Phantom, Xia Fei, Qin Fong, none of them could sense the Grim Reaper closing in on them. That was because none of them would have thought that someone could infiltrate in such an incredible manner. This person's body had already turned into as small as a molecule, intermingling with air. Even the small knife in hand was no bigger than a mote of dust. He looked to be very weak, as if a single gust of wind could send him flying for tens of thousands of miles. But he was also very dangerous. Even though he was as small as dust, there was no doubt about the sense of cool calmness surrounding him. An imperceptible danger was the most dangerous danger. Xia Fei had no idea who had said such a line, but he was now mired in such a danger, and the threat was getting closer and closer. Dust. It was a special ability that turned its user into dust. Xia Fei had once read an article on Earth about how when repairing the Muzhou temple in Tibet, people found a corpse inside the wall, who was a great lama that practiced tantric Buddhism. What people found strange was the dispersed state of his corpse, where every cell of his body had been melded with the wall. It was impossible to distinguish just what was part of the stony wall and which was the lama. Science could only give a hypothesis that the lama had managed to grasp the secret behind diffusing one's body into molecules and attempted to pass through that thick stone wall doing so. Unfortunately, for some reason, due to a sudden loss of control, the whole person ended up stuck in the wall. Xia Fei was young then, so he completely did not believe that such an inexplicable thing could be real. Yet who would have thought that, many years later, Xia Fei would really meet a killer with the dust ability, and he would actually make his move while Xia Fei was under the knife and completely unable to resist? The butterfly knife continued to dance in his hand, and that killer came with the wind, without leaving any trace whatsoever. With just a thought, the killer's knife began to transform and landed deep in Xia Fei's most vital point for a fatal strike. This was also the fearsomeness of the dust ability. As if nothing was there, the ability could disintegrate the user and the things around them at any time, as well as restore everything back to original whenever the user wanted. The killer glanced with the corner of his eyes and noticed something strange in Xia Fei's brain. There was an inconspicuous scar on his brain stem, and if a microscope were to be used to observe this, he would have discovered it was a star, a black star, with 2 rings orbiting it. "Ah!" exclaimed the killer. Of course, no one could have heard him. He shook his head helplessly as a light smile appeared across his face. "I wouldn't have imagined. Not at all," muttered the killer to himself. That said, the killer escaped from the room without leaving a trace. Meanwhile, Xia Fei was still on the operating table, yet to notice this intrusion, and how he had just escaped from the gates of hell. In the blink of an eye, the killer had turned into a breeze which blew by, just like a particle of sand in the desert getting carried far away by wind. In a dark alley, several stray cats were searching for food in the trash, but sadly, even the humans themselves had trouble filling their stomach here in the slums, so there was hardly any food that got thrown out. The cats here were all skinny bags of bones, their fur faint and patchy. The killer took a look around his surroundings and revealed himself when he saw that there was no one around. Like in a sci-fi movie, the air rapidly solidified, then a transparent human form appeared and color very swiftly returned. A young man in his early 20s had appeared in that alley without a warning. The man whistled as he played around with that butterfly knife, walking toward the intersection as if he had not done anything. His steps were light, not at all making a single sound with every step. His face even held a soft smile. It had to be said that this young man had very delicate features. He was clearly a man whose looks would easily make most women jealous, and when he smiled, his cheeks would even have 2 deep dimples. If he were to dress like a woman, he would very likely entrance tens of thousands of men out there. Standing by the intersection was a middle-aged man in a pressed suit. This expensive suit, which he was wearing, was made out of pure wool, standing out very starkly considering the humble slums they were in. None of these people who lived in the area could even buy the sleeve of this suit, even if they worked their whole lives for it. He was wearing a deep blue bowler hat, with the brim pressed so very low that half his face was covered. The middle-aged man was leaning against a wall very casually. There was hardly anywhere clean here in the slums, yet this person did not seem to care about dirtying the expensive suit. It was as if the only thing he cared about was being comfortable while standing there, and nothing else mattered. The pretty-faced young man and that middle-aged man wearing his expensive suit passed each other, neither looking at the other, as if they were mere passers-by on the street. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the butterfly knife that the young man was holding moved. As quick as a bolt of lightning, the edge of this knife barely flashed past the middle-aged man's cheeks, hovering just away from both the wall and his face. There was hardly any sound, as if he was just cutting tofu. It could be seen that this beautifully crafted little knife was no toy, but a weapon that could kill without spilling blood. Instead, "Are you following me?" asked the young man, slowly retracting his knife. "There's no need for me to follow you because stray cats love the slums." The middle-aged man lowered his head. He was not even feeling panicky, even after the knife came a millimeter away from his face, remaining so calm that it was frightening. "Did you fail?" asked the middle-aged man. The young man chuckled and curiously asked, "How did you know?" "Because your knife doesn't have the smell of blood on it." The young man pressed his lips together as he shrugged lightly. He quickly slotted the knife back into his sleeve, disappearing like magic. Slotting both his hands into his pockets, the young man mimicked the middle-aged man and leaned against the wall. Except while the middle-aged man had his head lowered, the young man was looking right up to the hot sun. "I wouldn't leave any trace of blood if I could kill anyone," the young man softly corrected. The middle-aged man was unperturbed. "Trust me, as long as it's a knife that kills someone, there will always be a unique smell of blood lingering." The young man laughed. "So many years, yet you're still as stubborn as before." The middle-aged man shook his head. "I'm just the same as before, but the stray cat has been honed into a clean knife." The young man happily replied, "Clean knife is a good name, right? I came up with it." The middle-aged man sighed. "I still prefer the stray cat." "What's the difference?" "The stray cat uses a butterfly knife, and so too does clean knife. The stray cat only cared about life and not money, while the clean knife takes both." The young man was quiet for a good moment before flashing a bright smile. "Anyone would get tired after killing too many. Instead, I'm more interested in money right now. Besides, didn't you also go and become a guard dog for that so-and-so? So you and I have both changed. The little mongrel has turned into a guard dog, while the stray cat has turned into a lucky cat, with neither being better off than the other." "The Lee family. I went to work for the immutable gold Lee family," the middle-aged man said gruffly. "You'd best remember that name." The young man laughed, taking exception to the advice. "I like immutable gold, but I dislike the Lee family. Whether you like them or not, they're your employer this time, and that means killing for them after taking their money." "I know." The young man casually whistled at a middle-aged woman walking down the street, scaring her off as she fled. "Then, why did you let Xia Fei off if you knew that?" asked the middle-aged man, annoyed. He had lifted his face and was now looking straight at the young man, the mustache above his lips bristling. If Xia Fei were present, he would very quickly identify that man with the mustache, for he was none other than Li Mo's most powerful underling. The relationship between the mustachioed man and clean knife was very intriguing as well. It was as if the two had known each other long before, with how familiar either was with the other. The ever-present bodyguard of Li Mo and the famous killer knowing each other? How could it be a simple encounter? Even Xia Fei would not have guessed that he had actually been followed during this secret operation to transport military hardware to Black Abyss. It looked like the Li family was not about to let him off so easily. "Why did you let Xia Fei off if you already knew that?" the mustachioed man asked, annoyed. "I didn't let him off. It's just 2 hands and a pair of eyes. I'll give them to you sooner or later," Clean Knife lightly answered. "Mongrel bro, have you been to the Death Tri region before?" The mustachioed man shook his head. "Why?" Clean Knife cracked a slight smile. "I heard that the Death Tri region is a very interesting place, and it's also Xia Fei's destination. Why don't the two of us head toward the forbidden place?" The mustachioed man was speechless. Seeing that Clean Knife was unwilling to do the deed here, he once more pushed his hat even lower. "No matter where you follow that man to, you will still have to make your move. You ought to be very clear on that point." Whoosh! That silver butterfly knife that Clean Knife had hidden away was once more in his hand. "With my knife in hand, you can rest easy." The mustachioed man nodded, leaving without making a sound as he took the road which led northward. Clean Knife played with the butterfly knife in hand, whistling as he went southbound. Once the mustachioed man disappeared from his line of sight, Clean Knife suddenly revealed a mysterious smile as he said under his breath, "Xia Fei, oh Xia Fei. To think you have also been to Heritage Planet. Big Brother shall let you off this one time. Consider this a gift to a man who managed to escape from hell." Xia Fei splashed some cool water on his face while in a bathroom to recover quickly from the anesthesia. Warriors must never let their guard down no matter when. I seem to have sensed someone entering and leaving earlier, Xia Fei said as he looked at himself in the mirror. Phantom pouted. I say, you're so tense at all times. I've been keeping watch by your side this entire time, and not even a shadow of a ghost entered the room. Besides, didn't you already set up a layer of mental defenses? So you ought to have discovered anything peculiar if someone did intrude. Xia Fei shrugged. My instincts have always been correct. Perhaps it's because I've been feeling a little tired recently, so I ended up feeling overly nervous. Sometimes, I really wonder what's the point of having you around. You're clearly a spirit, so you can't possibly kill anyone who gets near without me realizing it first, can you? Phantom somewhat proudly lifted his head. Don't forget how you managed to survive back when you took that purple jade in the bathtub. Don't look down on the strength a spirit has. I just might be able to save your life at crucial moments. Xia Fei smirked. This grand elder shall leave my life in your hands then, disciple. Phantom's expression changed. Xia Fei was Shadowless's unacknowledged disciple, so in terms of seniority, even Phantom's master had to call Xia Fei a grand elder. He had always seen Xia Fei as someone of a younger generation, yet he had somehow turned into a disciple in one night. Phantom did not find this satisfactory, but he was also helpless against it. Paying the bill with his credit card, Xia Fei returned to his impaler, immediately getting the warship up and into space, hurrying onward to the rendezvous point he had set with Sarah. The Alliance military stationed in Black Abyss was up against foes with greater numbers, and the successive losses in the war meant that they were constantly losing ground. There were already signs of unrest within the army, and Yahweh had urged Xia Fei several times, hoping that the energy shield boosters would arrive quickly and grant them aid. Once more reading the delusion manual he had copied, Xia Fei could already see the difference having the FXX5 translation chip. Not only did it accurately and rapidly translate the text, it even used far more plain and unpretentious words in the process, so even an old lady would have no trouble understanding what was written. Perusing the entire manual twice, Xia Fei set it down and heaved a sigh. Oh my god, delusion is actually a cloning technique. Because Phantom was still unable to understand the original text, he anxiously asked, What do you mean cloning technique? Quick, explain it to me. Xia Fei patiently gave Phantom a clear and concise overview of the delusion manual. The former saw the latter's eyes glow in recognition as a look of glee plastered over his face. Shock. Extreme shock. Xia Fei and Phantom were both completely shocked by the incredible cloning technique, delusion. Delusion is really too powerful. Most cloning techniques can only use one's mental energy to create an illusion exactly like the user themselves. While this will confuse the enemy, it won't be able to pose any threat on the enemy in any sense, not to mention the substantial mental expenditure such a technique requires. The moment the user becomes exhausted, the clone will deform as its flaws become apparent. In any case, the usual cloning technique out there is just a trick to baffle the enemy when used, yet delusion is something entirely different. The technique can be used on other people and exotic beasts, making someone else appear to be exactly like the user, even to the point where it will even be able to get past voice systems. In terms of the technique's usage or the clone created, this is simply as good as a perfect clone of the real person. Plus, the mental energy expenditure of this cloning technique is extremely low, essentially allowing the clone to be kept in form for a very long time, achieving the capability of a long-term replacement. Most importantly, the delusion technique can be utilized in real combat. If used on a combat-capable entity, it will be possible to execute an even greater combat strength in a fight, dealing a double blow to the enemy. Take for example if you manage to clone a powerful ice ability user like Qindong, with a speed ability and an ice ability, you can attack the enemy in a completely different manner with the same look. This will allow you to deal such massive damage to the enemy that they may even die without realizing what has happened. Or you can get someone else to appear as you to the public, while you can hide in the shadows with sly thrust. There's no way anyone could stop you from killing the enemy without anyone even realizing it. Xia Fei nodded. I of course understand what you're saying, so let's begin cultivating it now. By then, let's see who can stop two Xia Feis at the same time. The last part of the delusion manual detailed the grades. Delusion had a total of 9 grades, and every improvement would increase the length of time and the cumulative power of the cloning technique. Grade 1 of delusion allowed a user to create a clone which was an exact copy of themselves, and both could share 10% of energy. That was to say, when one of them ran out of energy, the other entity's energy could supplement the former. Meanwhile, the clone could last for an hour in standard alliance time. Grade 2 doubled the time to 2 hours, and the transferable energy increased to 20% as well. Grade 3 went up to 4 hours, and the transferable energy went up to 30%. Going by this trajectory, by the time Xia Fei cultivated delusion to grade 9, his clone would be able to last for a full 256 hours, which was well over 10 days, and the original body and clone could transfer as much as 90% of their energy with each other. Thus, if for example the two had an energy value of 100, the original body could borrow 90% of the energy at grade 9, instantly reaching 1.9 times their energy value to unleash a far more powerful attack this way. Furthermore, if Xia Fei's clone was a Beast King grade beast, and it had 1,000 energy value, Xia Fei could very well allow his clone to use 10 times his combat strength through the 90% energy transfer. That 100 energy value would instantly turn into 1,000. The brutality of such an attack was simply hard to imagine. Action spoke louder than words. Xia Fei was still about 4 days away from meeting Sarah and the others. He did not waste even a second of time and immediately began reclusing himself to cultivate delusion, devoting his whole heart into learning this super cloning technique. 4 days later, inside that cultivation room of the warship, because Impaler was a cruiser, the space it had was far larger than the inside of Vampire. This was why, no matter how much Xia Fei had requested for the mechanics to pack the warship with as many weapon systems as possible, there was still enough space for him to have dedicated rooms for dining, cultivation, and other such daily activities. Coupled with the indescribable subtle feelings Nicole had for Xia Fei, the equipment on board was all swapped out for the very best available on the market regardless of the cost, such that everything was comprehensive yet Spartan. I did it. I've finally done it. Xia Fei leaped up to his feet as he declared his success with excitement. Awesome. To think you would manage to cultivate to delusion grade 2 in just 4 days. You're progressing very quickly. Phantom was also visibly excited by this. Xia Fei shrugged. I did not expect myself to be able to progress so quickly, either. Forget it. I'll go take a shower first and have a huge feast to celebrate. Well, I think I know why. Phantom mysteriously offered. Aside from sly thrust, both your cultivation of the Beast Spirit Codex and psychokinesis are mental-type abilities, so you've subconsciously accumulated plenty of experience, forming a very good foundation for mental-type techniques. The delusion cloning technique is similarly a mental-type technique, so cultivating it while having plenty of experience in the said field naturally means that you'll be able to achieve results with half the effort. Xia Fei nodded. What you said makes a lot of sense. My progress while cultivating the Beast Spirit Codex has been the slowest, and the effect isn't exactly obvious, but it becomes much easier when cultivating my range control technique. Plus, I've seen the same thing these last few days when cultivating the delusion cloning technique. The speed of my progress has become fast. Phantom continued speaking. Facts have proven that you're very suited for cultivating such mental-type techniques. Of course, your speed ability can't be neglected. Now, your 7th brain region has started to show signs of recovery. I even realized that the more you spend cultivating, plus the more variety of techniques you cultivate, your 7th brain region also becomes faster at repairing itself. Taking a cold shower as quickly as he could, Xia Fei stood in front of the refrigerator and took out plenty of food from within. I originally planned to absorb the energy source within the purple heart of spirit to raise my speed ability. But now that Furball has taken that to be its food, does that mean that I'll have to continue drinking these nasty medicinal concoctions of yours? Xia Fei asked as he began devouring the food before him. Phantom shook his head. It's not that simple. Your speed ability has pretty much been raised to legendary rank. I'm afraid that normal medicinal concoctions will hardly work on you, while those with precious medicinal ingredients are very hard to come by. Xia Fei chuckled. Guess we'll just have to go with the flow. There's nothing we can do much about this situation, anyway. It's as the old saying goes. We'll cross the bridge when we get there. I still plan to test my delusion cloning technique later after I'm done with my meal. Phantom furrowed his brows. The delusion cloning technique requires coordination with an exotic beast or human to work, and you're the only living being aboard this ship. Xia Fei was speechless, but an idea abruptly came to him. He stuck his hand into his bosom pocket and pulled out the still sleeping furball, staring at it with ill intent. Furball slightly opened its eyes and rubbed against Xia Fei, all friendly-like. It was completely unaware of what it was about to experience. Xia Fei placed Furball on the floor and watched as the roly-poly Furball rolled about. Its cute small eyes were on Xia Fei, seemingly trying to use this manner to ingratiate itself to him. Don't move about, little guy. We're going to play a game. Xia Fei used his finger to point at Furball as he said. It was as if the little creature understood Xia Fei's words. It obediently laid down on the floor, unmoving, with its eyes filled with expectancy. Furball is still so young. Wouldn't this hurt it? Phantom asked with a frown. He could not particularly bear to let the cute little furball be used for an experiment. Xia Fei, however, thought nothing of it. It shouldn't be a problem. It won't die from me trying it out a little. Besides, this is a cloning technique, not some lethal secret arts. A glowing ball gathered on Xia Fei's fingertips as if Xia Fei was holding onto a pearl, which was constantly revolving and shining, much like a ball of lightning. Who knew a furball would be able to withstand it? Concentrating, Xia Fei carefully observed the state of this glowing ball of energy in his hand. The manual had stated that the clone entity would be no different from himself, so he did not think there should be any danger in this. As such, he slowly moved his hand toward Furball. The young furball, of course, had no concept of danger, so the pretty ball of glowing energy drew its attention greatly. It watched blankly that ball in Xia Fei's hands, making gleeful sounds for quite some time. Phantom sighed. He could not watch this further, for he felt that tragedy would unfold once that ball of energy Xia Fei had formed touched the little furball, due to the latter being far too small and weak. It was so much so that anyone would feel great sympathy for it if they laid their eyes on it. Furthermore, Furball had absolutely no idea what harm meant, and it was still thinking that Xia Fei was just playing a game with it. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei decided to carry out this potentially dangerous plan of his and use Furball to test his cloning technique with. The ball of energy was getting closer and closer to Furball, and it was also getting more and more excited. It was akin to a child who was sitting on the ground, happily clapping its hands. All of a sudden, Furball leaped up and swallowed Xia Fei's energy ball whole. Xia Fei was startled, freezing right there on the spot. The situation had not developed as he had imagined. He originally wanted to transform Furball into his clone, but Furball actually swallowed his energy ball. 1 second passed. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. There did not seem to be any changes to Furball. Instead, it was lying comfortably on the ground, sticking its tongue out to lick its lips, looking as if it was eager for more. Xia Fei glanced at Phantom, who looked right back at him. The two eyes widened, tongue-tied over what they had just witnessed. Did it just eat your clone? Phantom hesitantly asked. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows together. According to the manual, the technique will immediately take effect once it comes into contact with the subject. Could Furball have really eaten it like that? Xia Fei was unwilling to just let this stand. Could delusion, the technique that he had spent days of hard work cultivating, not even take on the tiny furball? I refuse to believe that I won't be able to apply the cloning technique onto you. Xia Fei spat angrily. He gathered another energy ball and dashed over aggressively. No one would have guessed that Furball would get addicted to eating Xia Fei's clone. Without even waiting for Xia Fei to reach it, Furball already bounded right for the ball of energy, opening and closing its mouth just like that, easily swallowing the energy ball Xia Fei had formed after much effort. Gnawing, Furball beamed at Xia Fei radiantly, as if saying, "Master, it's so delicious. Feed me another." Xia Fei was infuriated. He had expended plenty of mental force just to gather those energy balls, yet he had not managed to do the test he originally planned before they became food to Furball. Anger rushed into his heart as his temper reared its ugly head. Xia Fei yelled as he pulled out a rope from his spatial ring and bound Furball without another word. "See what I'm going to do to you if you keep eating," Xia Fei angrily threatened. Furball had no idea why Xia Fei was so angry, looking at him with its innocent gaze. It had to be said that Furball truly had a flair for acting. It was seemingly playing the part of an aggrieved child, with its eyes on the verge of tears. Xia Fei could not help but hesitate at that moment, his heart filling with feelings of pity and sympathy for the creature. This was when he happened to notice that its mouth was twisted into a little smirk. Then and there, it became apparent to him that Furball had merely been acting the entire time. What a cunning Furball! To think you dare to trick me! Xia Fei angrily growled. Now that the gig was up, nothing Furball did would help garner mercy for it. Xia Fei made a decision in his mind as he loudly declared, "Wait till I seal up your mouth tightly. See how you're going to eat again." About half an hour later, a strange scene could be seen in that room. Xia Fei was collapsed on the couch, completely exhausted. He had one hand helplessly placed over his forehead, with somewhat prominent dark eye circles. Meanwhile, Furball, which was tied up on the table, was bobbing its head excitedly, even burping from time to time. The man and the ball of fur were a stark contrast with each other. It was obvious that in this battle between the oppressed and oppressor, it was Furball that came out on top. Phantom sighed, looking at Xia Fei with sympathy. You clearly know that Furball is capable of absorbing energy, so why go about so desperately? See, now Furball is completely fine while you're so tired you can't even stand up. Xia Fei twisted his lips in annoyance. He stuck a honkish into his mouth and silently took a puff and lit it up. Furball's display here had indeed been very surprising. Xia Fei had used tape to seal its mouth to stop it from eating the energy balls, but he was still unable to stop it from absorbing them. As long as his energy ball touched its body, it would disappear as if it had fallen into a bottomless pit. Xia Fei was a very stubborn person, and he refused to admit defeat. As such, he kept doing the same thing repeatedly to the point that he depleted almost all his energy, collapsing from exhaustion right onto that couch, while Furball still remained as energetic as ever. Listlessly puffing out a smoke ring, Xia Fei cursed, "Furball's such a bestiarity. I've been nice enough to feed it, yet it still doesn't wish to cooperate and let me experiment my technique using it." Phantom chuckled. "Looks like Furball has the ability to absorb energy. The heart of spirit is energy, and your mental force is also energy. That's why, unless it agrees, there's no way for you to use it as your clone." Xia Fei mulled over this for some time. Furball's ability to absorb energy is pretty strong. It's only been a few days since it absorbed the purple heart of spirit, yet it's still able to swallow so much of my mental force. Perhaps it's just as you said, it'd really grow into a king-grade exotic beast. Phantom wondered, since you already knew that energy would be useless against Furball, why did you persist with your experiments, exhausting your energy in the process? Xia Fei answered, while both my mental force and the heart of spirit are both energy, they're actually very different. According to my observations, Furball has become more cunning ever since it ate the heart of spirit, and that isn't a good thing. Perhaps it's because of the overwhelmingly intense energy inside the heart of spirit, so the young Furball went down this path of evil. In a way, I was trying to test and see just where Furball's absorbing all that energy to and know if Furball's personality will be affected by the different kinds of energy it absorbs. Phantom was stunned. I originally thought that you're doing all that out of a moment of spite, but who would have thought that you'd have such deep intentions? Xia Fei smiled. Unfortunately, I failed to probe the extent of Furball's energy absorption, so perhaps this little guy is really a bottomless pit, but I'm also looking forward to this. The impaler slowly descended and landed on the spaceport tarmac. Sarah, Butcher, as well as the bunch of warriors from the Blood Matrix, had long been waiting for him there. Their eyes could not help but sparkle the moment they saw Xia Fei's cool heavy assault carrier arrive. Its army green exterior was not particularly eye-catching, but under its restrained appearance was an overwhelmingly imposing aura. Even a layman could tell at a glance that the ship was anything but simple. When the boarding bay opened, Xia Fei came out with a smile. He had undergone severe physical exertion after that debacle with Furball, and while Xia Fei had taken some white due to replenish his energy, he could still feel his legs aching and his dark circles still being visible. Some, who were concerned, loudly shouted, "Brother Xia Fei, just what woman bent you into such a shape?" Everyone laughed raucously. Sarah's glare on Xia Fei was very unnatural, as if she was angry with him. Xia Fei did not humor such a nonsensical question, turning to greet everyone. When he got near Sarah, the lady from the Wild Star region softly commented, "You ought to look after yourself no matter how good she was." Xia Fei felt very awkward. It was only just a joke, yet Sarah had taken it for truth. The disposition of a lady from the Wild Star region and a lady inside the alliance was completely different. The former generally thought that it was normal for men to pursue their pleasures outside, especially for men who had minor accomplishments like Xia Fei. Had he been living in the Wild Star region, he would most likely have harbored his harem, which was why Sarah had told Xia Fei to take care of himself, not at all concerned with the issue of him being together with a woman. The rest of the men, of course, burst into another round of laughter, beginning to joke about Xia Fei and Sarah. These warriors from the Blood Matrix had a very easygoing personality, and Xia Fei was helpless against their teasing. According to the plan, the fleet would have a final day of rest tonight before everyone embarked on their long journey to Black Abyss. Xia Fei, Sarah, Butcher, and everyone else went to the hotel that they had previously booked. Xia Fei readily treated everyone to a sumptuous feast. After all, their journey would begin after today, and all they would have to sustain on would be kin food. Besides, Xia Fei was looking for opportunities to express his gratitude to Butcher and his brothers. The feast proceeded with great enthusiasm, delicious wine flowing freely as the delicacies piled up. Xia Fei raised his glass to give a toast. "Gentlemen, I've just received a piece of good news. The Alliance military approved the application of quantum expeditions, and the license for large warships has been issued. Upon your return from this trip, everyone can immediately begin their exploration careers. On behalf of Quantum Holdings and myself, I wish everyone great success." The men were all extremely excited by this news. Phantom shook his head as he said to Xia Fei, "Looks like Butcher and these warriors from the Blood Matrix are still very eager to be explorers. I'm afraid it won't be that easy for you to make them join Quantum Holdings' defense force." Xia Fei smiled. "What's the hurry? We'll take care of things, one after another, as they come. Let's proceed on this journey to Black Abyss first. We'll talk about everything else after we're done securing territory." A fleet comprising the Impaler, 2 Iteron-class industrial ships, 2 Catalyst-class destroyers, and 4 Kestrel-class frigates flew past the Pan-Human Alliance's border as it headed straight for the Black Abyss. "Everyone, have you received my route map yet?" Xia Fei stood aboard his Impaler's captain cabin as he asked the other captains on his screen. "Receive. Receive." Xia Fei chuckled and gave an order. "Great. Then we shall have Brother Butcher lead 2 destroyers and take point as the vanguard. The rest will support. Let's pilot our ship toward our destination, the Black Abyss." Butcher nodded gravely. "All right, leave it to me. As long as this radar of yours works fine, I can guarantee that this escort mission will be a success." Xia Fei replied, "It's called the Black Bat radar, and while it isn't perfect, it should not be too weak. As long as you send out the signal for an all-clear after you land, the rest of the fleet will soon follow." This escort mission was anything but mundane, so Xia Fei had to act with caution. While the interplanetary internet was operating smoothly right now, there was no saying that it would not stop working any days from now. They would, thus, have to completely rely on the Black Bat radar to engage in long-distance communication. The 9 ships lined up one by one, with 2 destroyers in front which abruptly created a wormhole as Butcher told Xia Fei, "We'll be making the first move and send you a signal once we're certain that there's nothing strange on the other side." Xia Fei nodded. "All right, I'll leave this to you." The 2 destroyers quickly disappeared into space as Xia Fei hugged himself and waited. Normally, the Catalyst-class destroyers should be leaving their respective wormholes in approximately 10 minutes and regain their communications capabilities. Sure enough, after 10 minutes passed, Xia Fei received a call from Butcher reporting that all was well on his end, so the rest of the warships proceeded to prepare their warp jumps, leaping across the universe toward their destination. 5 minutes after Xia Fei's fleet departed, an American Crusader-class interceptor appeared at where the fleet had previously been parked. Clean Knife was in a chair, trimming his fingernails with the butterfly knife. His fingers were slender and long, just like a woman's, though the difference was that his 2 nimble and pretty hands were drenched in fresh blood, a complete contrast from the elegant temperament that often accompanied such hands. The mustachioed man was seated at the command deck. The entire ship only had him and Clean Knife, so he had taken up the responsibility of being the captain of this ship. Not going after them? Aren't you afraid of losing them? Clean Knife asked breezily, not even lifting his head as he did. The mustachioed man harumphed. Lose them? This is an inceptor of the latest model, considered to be a T2 elite warship. It's fitted with an extra long-range warp engine, and I also installed a positioning chip on Xia Fei's warship. I'll be able to catch them even if they run off to the ends of the universe. Clean Knife was nonchalant. I don't know a thing about warships. All I know are knives. In any case, I won't be the reason if we fail to catch up to him. As long as the money that should be in my pocket remains unchanged, I don't care what happens. The mustachioed man glared at Clean Knife, a little irate. When did you become so money-minded in those few years I haven't seen you? Clean Knife retorted, I haven't seen you these last few years, and you've turned into a guard dog. The mustachioed man was speechless for some time before he left out a sigh in annoyance. We wouldn't have had so many problems if you just killed him before he even stepped out of the alliance. Now, all we can do is follow them on a trip to the accursed Death Tri region. Clean Knife happily whistled. I told you that the Death Tri region is a very interesting place. I really wish to take a spin around the place. But I don't, the mustachioed man growled. Clean Knife continued to whistle a little tune, which he learned from parts unknown, with a cheeky smile plastered on his face. I don't care whether you like it or not. This trip was unexpectedly uneventful, and even the usually weak interplanetary internet remained uninterrupted, not to mention any of those pirates who were rumored to have banded together. At a location some 12 warps away from their destination, the fleet took a break. 2 small shuttles ferried Sarah and Butcher to Xia Fei in his impaler. The 3 sat together, then Xia Fei pulled up a star map. Brother Butcher, Sarah, there's an asteroid belt out here, so hold the fleet here, while I go discuss some details with the Black Abyss's consortium forces. I'll use my Black Bat radar to signal you guys once we reach an agreement. Butcher nodded. Xia Fei, aren't you being a little too overly cautious here? Xia Fei switched off the star map and seriously answered. Anything abnormal surely means that something's amiss. Our journey so far has been too uneventful. After all, we're traversing through a war zone, yet we haven't seen a single outlaw, pirate, or even a trace of the military. Don't any of you find that strange? Well, Butcher paused. When you put it that way, it's indeed a little strange. The news in the Alliance greatly exaggerated the extent of the war in the Death Tri region. But who would have thought that it would be so peaceful? Okay, we'll do as you instructed. Give me 3 days' time. If I fail to contact any of you within the next 3 days, leave immediately, Xia Fei very calmly ordered. Sarah was startled. She did not understand what Xia Fei was trying to say here, and she looked at him puzzledly. Xia Fei faked a cough before smiling. I'm just giving you these orders in case. Relax. I'll be fine. Butcher expressed his understanding of Xia Fei's arrangements. He needed to think with the worst-case scenario in mind. Caution, caution, and even more caution. Patting Xia Fei on the shoulder, Butcher laughed. Don't worry. I know what you mean. Go on. I guarantee to send you safely back home if anything happens. Sarah was even more baffled now. She was still a woman, so she had no clue about how men did things. She bit her lower lip, seemingly wanting to say something, but unable to bring herself to do so. Arriving at Yahweh's military base once again, Xia Fei could not help but lament what he saw. The huge parking apron for warships was empty, with only several old and rundown ships remaining for show. Most could not even fly. The entire base was quiet, and the weeds were beginning to sprout. It did not take long for these hardy little organisms to grow, occupying a large patch of the ground. Xia Fei met Yahweh in his office. The latter had plenty more white hair than when they last met. Even his face looked to have aged quite a bit since then. Only his well-ironed uniform looked the same. Sit. Yahweh tossed the document in his hand down as he asked, How's master? Xia Fei smiled. The first thing Yahweh asked him was not the military equipment, but Qin Mang, which showed how much he still cared for that old man. Oh, the old man recovered from that severe illness of his before, and his appetite has recently been great, able to devour half a cow in one sitting. He's currently back on my home planet, Earth, recuperating. He's spending his days so carefreely that you don't have to worry. With me around, I'll definitely make sure that old man Qin Mang can live a comfortable life. Yao nodded, saying to Xia Fei, to think that me, as his disciple, couldn't even be beside the master when he needed people the most. What a great sin. Brother Xia Fei, I heard that it's all been thanks to you. Master told me that you had risked your life to obtain the medicine needed to save his life. Xia Fei waved his hand dismissively. That old man and I have quite a good relationship with each other, so of course I did everything I could. A moment of silence was shared before Yao broached the subject matter at hand. Why are you here alone? Xia Fei answered, don't worry. The goods will immediately arrive the moment we sign the contract. Yao tightened his brows. Brother Xia Fei, don't you trust me? Xia Fei laughed boisterously. That's definitely not the case. My warship is merely much faster, so I arrived first and proceeded to greet you as well as get myself a drink. The cargo is already on its way here and will be arriving shortly. Yao was still skeptical, so he said, how about this? I'll immediately contact the consortium headquarters and do my best to get you an audience with the main leaders so that we can all sit down and discuss the details of the agreement. Xia Fei pulled out a cigarette and plainly stated, I'm in no rush, Brother Yao. You can take your time and contact them. It was Yao's expression that had changed greatly. Of course, Xia Fei was in no hurry. If the negotiations fell through, all he had to do was get up and leave. But could the natives of the Black Abyss do the same? After all, they were all essentially stuck here. They were the local warlords, and no one would give them even the slightest glance if they returned to the Alliance. Terminus and Evil Gulfstream had both formed a large coalition force and were aggressively making moves on their land. At present, they already hold 1/3 of the Black Abyss's territory, so if this were to continue, it would only be a matter of time before the people in this region ended up getting swallowed by their aggressors. This was a war that had no means of retreat. They either had to win or lose everything. Don't worry, the Big Five will convene tomorrow morning and go over the finer details of the agreement. As long as the conditions are acceptable, the consortium will most definitely have the agreement locked in as soon as possible, Yao said. Xia Fei laughed. I hope that's the case too. I've recently reached a consensus with the Alliance military, and now they're hurrying me to increase production of the energy shield boosters so they can equip their ships with those. How annoying. Yao knew very well that Xia Fei had become an A-list supplier of the Alliance military and that his words bore much greater weight than before. He was only afraid that Xia Fei would be too greedy in tomorrow's negotiations. Let's go. I've prepared a reception for you. Meanwhile, we can celebrate your company becoming a designated A-list supplier of the military. This is a very happy event worthy of toasting to, Yao said. Stepping out the door, Xia Fei subconsciously turned to look around the place. Phantom, I felt it again. Seems like someone's truly following me. Phantom shrugged. Then, all I can say is that the sense of perception that you are so proud of seems to have weakened recently. Anyway, I don't see anything. Saying this, a gust of wind came blowing past, carrying fluttering dust, which very quickly disappeared into the horizon. Why haven't you made your move yet? The mustachioed man frowned at Clean Knife, his words sounding reproachful. You're the one who said that you'll do the deed the instant we arrived at the Black Abyss. Clean Knife was playing with his butterfly knife as if nothing had happened. The knife danced and twirled deftly in his hand. What are you so anxious for? I still wish to take in the sights the Death Tri-region has to offer. I've already picked out the time and location. I'll rest tonight and use my butterfly 10 steps tomorrow to retrieve his 2 eyes and hands for you, so that you can give your master a satisfactory account. The mustachioed man was slightly shocked. The butterfly 10 steps? Killing thousands in 10 steps. You're actually going to use the butterfly 10 steps on Xia Fei? Is there even such a need for you to use the strongest martial arts technique, which you are famous for, on him? Of course. Clean Knife's pupils withheld a cold intent. He then emotionlessly remarked, against a warrior who climbed out from the depths of hell, it's necessary to send them off with the best I can offer. Hell. Clean Knife smiled. Enough questions. You won't ever understand it, anyway. Early the next morning, Xia Fei followed Yao into the secret communications room, where he would soon be in a conference call with the various warlords of the Black Abyss Star region to discuss what they could offer in exchange for his 10,000 energy shield boosters. Xia Fei had both his hands stuffed into his pants pockets, a honkition between his lips. He appeared not in the least bit anxious. He had already become an A-list supplier of the Alliance military, so it was no longer the same as before, for now his energy shield boosters had been recognized by the military, an organization which would forever need his new products. These warlords of the Black Abyss were already on the brink of collapse, urgently needing something to turn the tables on their enemies. This new military hardware was tantamount to gifting charcoal in the middle of winter right now. It was, as the saying went, taking utmost advantage when one is on the verge of a death-inducing sickness. Xia Fei had already made his decision to fleece them properly this one chance he got, so they would never suspect that Xia Fei was here as a shrewd businessman. Gifting charcoal amidst winter? He might be giving them the charcoal, but he would of course be here to acquire gold in return. Turning a corner, Xia Fei and Yahweh walked into a building, which looked very much like an astronomy observation deck. A huge metal antenna tower reaching up to the clouds was being used to transmit ancient communication waves. In the Black Abyss, far away from the Alliance territory, sometimes these ancient communication devices worked better than the interplanetary internet, owing to the latter's instability. With the army already sent to the front lines, there was hardly anyone else around the military base. After Xia Fei rounded a corner and disappeared from sight, the mustachioed man in an all-black outfit abruptly appeared. "Still not making your move?" the mustachioed man asked. There was someone in midair, but only a soft voice could be heard. "There's no rush here. They'll soon be taking the same route back. I'll set up the butterfly 10 steps formation before they do, completing this mission once and for all." The mustachioed man nodded, disappearing into the corner of a wall, while Clean Knife turned into a soft breeze as he made his way into the center of the corridor. While the ancient communication device provided stable connection, it was a lot more inconvenient to operate, and the communications officer was constantly busying with it. Xia Fei was bored waiting, so he went to the corridor by himself to pass the time. Standing by the window, he could very clearly make out the path strewn with fallen leaves below. What Xia Fei did not know was that this path, which he had just walked on moments before, had been turned into one which led straight to a new destination, death. Xia Fei lit a cigarette once again. He always enjoyed a cigarette every time he had to think. Nicotine could calm a person's nerves at the cost of their lifespan, and most smart people would rarely partake in it. Xia Fei did not share this notion, however. The harm smoking did to a person's health in exchange for a moment of calmness was very worthwhile to someone like Xia Fei, for he was a firm believer of the transactional cost theory. The butterfly killer Clean Knife was seated at the center of the path down below. He raised his head up to look up at Xia Fei, whistling as he did. Due to his dust ability, he was so small that no one could see or sense his presence. All this time, Xia Fei still had no idea what sort of danger he was about to face. No one knew what Clean Knife's bottom line was, and even fewer truly understood his strength. The only thing certain was that, after Xia Fei returned from the Heritage Planet and saw an astronomical leap in his strength, so too did Clean Knife, another person who had been to Heritage Planet. This was a battle of the unknown, between two warriors who had both visited Heritage Planet, meeting out here in the desolate Black Abyss. This would be a fight between Sly Thrust and the Butterfly 10 Steps, with Xia Fei's Celestial Moon and Clean Knife's Butterfly Life-Taker Knife. Just who would emerge as the victor? "We've connected," the communications officer reported. Yahweh nodded and gestured for Xia Fei to enter the conference room. There were 4 screens, each with a man seated, while Xia Fei was beside Yahweh. The big 5 of the Black Abyss were all present. 5 men, 5 faces. All of them were differently shaped, but they all shared the same expression. Each and every one of them looked glum, their eyes revealing their restlessness. The Big 5 was the nickname for the 5 most powerful warlords in the Black Abyss, and in this consortium, which they had formed this time, the 5 of them made up for at least 60% of the forces, so their strength was evident. As long as these 5 men could be convinced, the rest of the forces would fall in line, and all the other smaller warlords were no exceptions. Yahweh first gave a simple introduction to everyone present. Everyone already knew who Xia Fei was and why he had come here, so they immediately dove into the topic of the agreement. With danger right at their doorsteps, every second delayed would just result in greater crisis. A fat, old man in his 70s was the first to speak. "Will this energy shield booster really improve our combat strength drastically?" Xia Fei already knew from Yao's introduction that this man was called Mvila, and he owned the most territory in the Black Abyss. He was also the biggest warlord and the strongest of the five. His words weighed greatly among this group of five. With a smile, Xia Fei loudly offered, "The energy shield boosters have already been deployed by the Alliance military and will soon be fitted to all the ships under their command. I'm sure none of you has any issues when it comes to the military's choices, right?" The lot was silent. When everyone learned that Quantum Holdings had been recognized as an A-list supplier by the military, it had caused quite a commotion among them. For the military, cooperating with a small enterprise was an unprecedented endeavor that no one had succeeded before. Xia Fei paused before continuing. "My Quantum Holdings is a very small company. Does any of you guys know why the military agreed to include it on the list of A-rated suppliers?" These men all had no idea, and it was Mvila who wrinkled his forehead and asked deeply, "I'm also very puzzled by this. The military always does a strict inspection of any prospective supplier's qualifications, and no matter how one looks at it, Quantum Holdings doesn't meet any of the criteria for it to be recognized by the military body as an A-list supplier. Of course, I am merely stating facts and don't mean to be derogatory in any way." Xia Fei answered him seriously, "You're not wrong. Quantum Holdings does lack the qualifications to be an A-list supplier, but our product qualified. And that's because the energy shield boosters passed the military's level 5 stress test in their secret laboratory." What? The level 5 stress test? Did the energy shield booster really pass the level 5 stress test? That's simply unbelievable. Xia Fei silently observed the reaction of these men. It was clear that they were not only moved, but also extremely shocked by this news. Actually, Xia Fei had exaggerated quite a lot. After all, it was not a single energy shield booster that passed the level 5 stress test, but rather a defensive shield array of the boosters put together. Though Xia Fei had not been a shrewd businessman for long, this did not affect his potential to become one. Deceiving them in the guise of revolution, exaggerated bragging, and publicity. These were all tricks Xia Fei knew all too well. Even if these people learned the truth later, they could not blame Xia Fei, for he did not specify if it was an individual energy shield booster or a defensive shield array that passed the level 5 stress test. Ultimately, they were still products of Quantum Holdings. "If that's the case, why don't you lay out your conditions?" Vila gave him the floor. Xia Fei nodded and turned on his microcomputer to display a map of the Death Tri-region. There was already a marked area in red, with also a layer of yellow around it. Pointing with a finger, Xia Fei stated, 10,000 energy shield boosters will be gifted to you all, and if you win this war, I want the area I've marked on the map. I want full control of the territory, be it in terms of governance or military affairs. The marked yellow area has no habitable planets and will act as a military buffer zone. Nobody's army will be allowed entry. That's a large piece of territory you're asking for. I'm afraid that there may be over 100 habitable planets there," exclaimed a fairly ugly-looking, skinny old man as he looked at the map. Xia Fei chuckled. "There aren't many there. This is merely a fairly large territory, but the land's barren. There are only 6 life-sustaining planets in that part of space." The skinny, old man nodded, stroking that sparse goatee under his chin with one hand. Life-sustaining planets were where humans could survive and live. They would have air, water, and all the other necessary living conditions humans required. In the barren Death Tri-region, every single life-sustaining planet was priceless, for planets that could not sustain life were essentially useless beyond mining purposes. The necessary labor and food all needed to depend on habitable planets for continued living. Everyone's heart leaped in their respective chest when they saw that huge territory Xia Fei had highlighted on the map, but when they learned that there would only be 6 life-sustaining planets in that part of space, they could not help but sigh in relief. Planets were the most worthless things in the Death Tri-region, and they were also the most valuable things. Planets that could not sustain life were a dime a dozen, and no one cared about them at all. Vila examined the territory that Xia Fei had marked carefully before saying, "Honestly, the area you've marked doesn't seem all that great at first glance. It's far away, but from what we've gathered, it's one A-grade planet, which is very suitable for human and animal habitation, 2 B grades, and 3 C grades. Furthermore, 5 of these 6 planets are in the same star system, which makes them a very good and rare find. Besides, the minerals are plentiful in the area you chose, with practically large deposits of various ores. There are also those planets that have yet to be surveyed for minerals. Don't you think that you're being too greedy for swapping 10,000 energy shield boosters, given what you're asking in exchange? The location that Xia Fei had picked was in Terminus, not the Black Abyss, which was why none of these warlords from the Black Abyss had too much of an understanding of it. Violet's reminder had caused everyone to hurriedly examine their star maps, and all of them revealed their distaste after ascertaining the bounties of the location. This might perhaps be the only location across the entire Death Tri region with such special conditions in tandem. First was the fact that there were 5 quality life-sustaining planets in one star system. It was essentially a grace of God, since closer planets made it easier to develop trade, increasing the convenience for moving and communicating with one another, greatly helping promote the prosperity of the star system. There was also the precious grade A life-sustaining planet. The higher the grade, the more temperate and beautiful the planet, the more suitable it was for human inhabitation. The relationship of the Black Abyss, Terminus, and Evil Gulf Stream had deteriorated to such a point was ultimately because of these few A-grade life-sustaining planets. If a grade B life-sustaining planet could be exchanged for its weight in gold, then a grade A life-sustaining planet could be exchanged for diamonds. This was the desolate Death Tri region, and the value of a grade A life-sustaining planet was practically incalculable. As for that single grade B planet, which was separate from the rest, it would bear the responsibility of hosting the important Titan that Xia Fei was planning to manufacture. It was a planet close to the boundary of the region, making it the perfect spot for a secret factory to be established. This price Xia Fei had quoted to these warlords was not just high, it was extremely high. It was a cut that created a bleeding, open wound. The Big Five were all hesitant. Xia Fei opened his mouth and viciously bit off their arms with this one move. They had all seen their fair share of shrewd businessmen, but this was the first time that they had actually seen such a ferocious and shrewd businessman like Xia Fei. You can all discuss this among yourselves. I'm going to head off to the washroom. Xia Fei chuckled, leaving the others in this conference room after this one sentence. How very ferocious. The moment Xia Fei left the room, Violet could not help but growl in his vexation. What kind of business is this? He's practically looting the house while it's on fire. He's practically looting the house while it's on fire. Violet balled up a fist and slammed it down the desk as he growled angrily. Extremely dissatisfied with Xia Fei's appetite, everyone proceeded to complain. We might as well just snatch the goods he brought this time and later fabricate it as the pirates doing. Wouldn't we be killing 2 birds with 1 stone this way? Proposed a burly man with a full beard. Yahweh laughed mirthlessly. Now that Xia Fei has become an A-list supplier of the Alliance military, killing him will essentially be going up against the entire Alliance. Everyone should be quite aware as to why we haven't burned bridges with the Alliance yet, right? Everyone fell silent. That A-list supplier plaque was indeed quite troublesome. The military would most likely not probe too much if the person in question were just an average merchant. But if they really did kill off Xia Fei, the Alliance military fleet might very well launch a full-scale investigation over the matter. No one was stupid enough to draw fire upon themselves at such a juncture. Angering the silver-haired General Tai was no laughing matter. That was when the only woman among the Big Five spoke. Has none of you understood anything since the start of this war till now? Where's the Alliance fleet that we've been pining our hopes on? Where has our hope of victory gone? Madame Lackey's cold gaze swept across the other men present. This old lady with a crown of silver hair had not once said a word since the start of the conference, nor had she shown any sort of expression the entire time. She had been much like a sculpture, sitting with a ramrod straight back as she clutched her amber cane in hand. Well advanced in her years, Madame Lackey had long lost her grace of her youth, but that dignified elegance of a real aristocrat remained. That young man is indeed very greedy, but what he's requesting isn't any of our land. He wants somewhere in the far-flung Terminus Star region, and I'm afraid we'll need to make preparations for the worst-case outcome of this war. If we don't hold on and achieve victory, everything we've done so far will be for naught. Right now, we can't even safeguard our territories, so why even talk about conquering our enemy's land? Madame Lackey's words were like sharp needles that stabbed right into all their hearts. and the entire conference room descended into a deafening silence. Yahweh raised his right hand and said, "I agree. As someone in the military, I hate losing. Whoever can give me victory will become my benefactor, and I don't give a damn about Terminus. All I seek is to be victorious." The others, who had yet to make their stance known, turned toward Mvila, and they saw him heaving a sigh before similarly raising his right hand. "Madam Lackey and General Yahweh aren't wrong. We truly don't have any other choice right now." The Big Five ultimately voted in favor of Xia Fei's proposal, exchanging the territory he asked for with the equipment he had on hand. Of course, not one of them did so willingly, but the key was that Xia Fei had appeared at the most opportune moment. Opportunity would always be reserved for those with extraordinary insight and those who could act the fastest. Xia Fei had presented himself to the Black Abyss Consortium in their most crucial moment, which naturally allowed him to obtain the largest piece of the cake himself. "You look to be very excited. Surely, you know that our agreement can only take an effect after we obtain control of the entire Death Tri region, or else that 10,000 energy shield boosters you've exchanged for will be useless," Yahweh remarked, somewhat puzzled. Xia Fei smiled. "That's like buying a lottery ticket. No one will wish that they don't win the big prize. I'm willing to take my chances with this precisely because the final prize is big enough, making it worth my effort to gamble this one hand." Yahweh shook his head as he looked up to the sky. "You've got a risk-taker spirit in your bones, indeed. Actually, I have an even greater desire to be victorious than you, so I hope that you'll truly grant me my wish." "You should hope that both our wishes come true." Yahweh laughed and patted Xia Fei on the shoulder. "You already have the contract in your hands, so when can we expect the goods?" Xia Fei shrugged as he casually answered, "Very soon. I guarantee." Yahweh walked Xia Fei out of the communications center, but did not go with him. Xia Fei knew that he must have plenty of other matters to discuss with the rest of the Big Five. After all, this was the time when their war was the most intense. Walking out the place all by himself and down that quiet path, Xia Fei sensed a shred of danger with his keen intuition. He could not help but come to a stop, light a cigarette, and quietly stare at the path ahead. "What's the matter?" Phantom curiously asked. "That feeling's back." "What feeling?" "That feeling of being watched." "No, it's different this time. I can also sense a hint of murderous intent." Phantom pouted. "Xia Fei, you said that you're being watched twice already, yet nothing happened both times. Perhaps you ought to set aside time to visit a doctor. That intuition you're so proud of may not be so accurate every time." Xia Fei sparred with Phantom. "No, you should be the one going to see a doctor. Your very existence is illogical. What even is the reason behind someone dying but their spirit living on?" He took 2 steps out, then immediately realized that everything around him was amiss. That ancient antenna tower had disappeared without a trace, and even the trees on both sides of this path were gone, yet the path was still strewn with fallen yellow leaves. This path ahead ought to turn to the left after a dozen or so meters forward, but it had at this point turned into a straight path, which did not seem to end, leading to parts unknown. "Crap, you've entered a spatial plane someone set up prior." Phantom's expression changed greatly as he spoke to Xia Fei in a low voice. "Spatial plane. Do you still remember how I brought you into my spatial plane when we first met?" Phantom asked. Xia Fei nodded. Phantom's spatial plane could change at his will. Blue skies and white clouds one moment, craggy mountain ranges the next. The changes were practically endless, making it slightly hard for anyone to believe what was happening. "Don't panic just yet. Every spatial plane has its node, and finding the node will allow you to break free from this plane easily." "How do I find this node?" Xia Fei asked as he got into stance. His finger hovered over his spatial ring, ready to release Celestial Moon at the drop of a hat. Phantom's expression was grim. "By sense. You need to sense your surroundings. The node will be connected to the world beyond. Its temperature and lighting have just a slight difference to this plane, an almost imperceptible difference that you must strike with precision in order to break the plane." Xia Fei nodded to himself as he started to look around, scanning his surroundings carefully, but the scene around was all the same, and finding the node was easier said than done. This was when a man slowly appeared in front of Xia Fei like a cloud of dust, materializing from thin air. Xia Fei put his guard up vigilantly. He did not launch his attack, for it was evident that this man had a special ability that Xia Fei had not gotten a full grasp of. Clean Knife let out a soft laugh. His silver butterfly knife appeared, though he did not pounce right upon Xia Fei. Instead, he very rudely used it to pick on his teeth like a hooligan fresh off the streets. You're Xia Fei? Yes, Xia as in summer and Fei as in flight. Xia Fei asked in all seriousness. And who are you? The name's Clean Knife. Who hired you to kill me? Clean Knife chuckled, waving his butterfly knife in hand as he answered. The people who sent me only want your 2 eyes and hands. They don't want you killed. Xia Fei laughed. He took a step forward and calmly countered. Go ahead and come get my pair of eyes then if you can. Clean Knife beamed as he looked straight at Xia Fei. I like that you're very confident, but I have to warn you, my butterfly 10 steps kills thousands in 10 steps. You're already trapped in my formation, and also you took your first step in. 9 more, and you will be dead. Xia Fei's eyes gleamed as he took a step closer to Clean Knife. He smiled as he asked, what about now? Clean Knife shook his head in disappointment as he sighed. You're still very stubborn. This isn't a joke. Don't you believe me? Xia Fei took another step forward after Clean Knife said his piece. He then asked softly, what do you think? Clean Knife shrugged helplessly. Looks like you really don't believe me. Xia Fei retorted. Would you trust the words of someone trying to kill you? Not at all. Clean Knife had no idea how to respond to that. He realized that Xia Fei was not only obstinate, but also very logical. Actually, even if no one hired me, I would still seek to kill you. Of course, having someone pay the price for your eyes and hands makes it even better. Nevertheless, your life will be mine. I'll use my strongest combat technique and fight you till one of us dies. This ought to be the standard of courtesy you receive. Xia Fei nodded. Very good. As a warrior, we should have consciousness of our mortality. As for my retaliation, I'll ensure I do all I can to give you the same. Thank you. Clean Knife nodded lightly. Who asked us to be survivors of Heritage Planet? Death is the only outcome for people like us. Xia Fei was startled, quickly throwing out a retort. What did you say? Have you been to Heritage Planet as well? Clean Knife chuckled. You understand now why I must kill you, right? As long as anyone who made their way out of Heritage Planet manages to kill 3 other survivors, they'll obtain the qualifications to return there a second time and train for another year. Xia Fei finished Clean Knife's statement. Anyone who survives Heritage Planet will receive a title called Inheritor. Inheritors have to keep the knowledge of Heritage Planet a secret, or else they'll be killed on the spot. Clean Knife carried on. Returning to Heritage Planet to train for another year. Anyone who manages to return will be given the advanced title Blood Heir, and anyone who kills 3 Blood Heirs will be granted a 3rd entry to Heritage Planet, allowing them to train there for 3 years. If they still survive this stint, they'll be granted the ultimate title Rebel and understand the law of space. Either man said the Heritage Planet's oath as if they were reciting something off their memory. Xia Fei and Clean Knife's expressions then became even colder. This is why only one of us will walk out from this alive, for we are both inheritors, Clean Knife declared icily. I agree. Xia Fei calmly pulled out Celestial Moon from his spatial ring, holding it in his hand. No one can stop me from comprehending the law of space. Anybody who gets in my way must die. Almost at the same time, the aura of both Xia Fei and Clean Knife changed. An overwhelming aura of killing intent instantly engulfed their surroundings. Xia Fei and Clean Knife no longer concealed the killing intent within them, releasing their utmost fighting spirit, which overwhelmed their surroundings. What was surprising was that the seemingly overly refined Clean Knife was actually so intense that his killing intent did not lose to Xia Fei's. In fact, it could be considered even stronger by comparison. Both parties stared at each other as they stood a dozen or so meters apart, neither acting rashly. A true expert did not need to be overtly adversarial. This time of peace between the two might turn into bloodshed the next moment. At the same time, Phantom was still frantically searching for the node. After all, this was Clean Knife's spatial plane, and fighting here was as good as Xia Fei digging himself deeper into said trap. It would hardly be beneficial for him at all. You're very strong. Clean Knife's cheeky smile was gone, his comment serious. You're very strong, too. I suppose anyone who can make it out alive from Heritage Planet isn't a weakling, Xia Fei answered. Indeed, Heritage Planet is a place many are crazy about. Since one of us has got to die, why don't we leave our last words with each other? Fine. I'm Clean Knife, a man without any worries. The only thing that I will feel regret over is this butterfly life-taker knife. It's a very important knife to me, so I hope that you'll take it from me if you happen to win, Clean Knife said very earnestly. Xia Fei gave himself a moment's thought before pointing to the blood-red moorstone. Wear this if you win. Clean Knife nodded. I can promise you that. Phantom was stunned. He was a spirit who lived in the moorstone. Without Xia Fei, it would mean that he could only remain in one place, all alone, until the end of time. Xia Fei's condition was to let Clean Knife carry Phantom with him, in order not to let him be too lonely. Though he would not have anyone to talk to, he would at least still be able to see the sights. Phantom's eyes were red as tears welled up. Xia Fei, I will use this spirit life of mine to help you find this node and break this spatial plane, Phantom firmly swore. Xia Fei shook his head. This is my business. You don't have to intervene. Phantom was livid. He knew how stubborn Xia Fei was, and there was no way anyone could change his mind once he had made his decision. Almost at the same time, Clean Knife and Xia Fei slightly nodded to each other, and almost instantly, the two men acted. Xia Fei darted forward. A keen screech could be heard as he unsheathed his celestial moon, turning into circular blades that sealed Clean Knife in every possible direction. These silvery blades glinted in the light, like a pack of hungry wolves baring their fangs, pouncing on Clean Knife with great ferocity. Whoosh! Clean Knife flashed him a smile and turned himself into dust, disappearing into the air without a trace. All 18 circular blades struck nothing but air. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows and retracted his celestial moon. He was looking everywhere around him, alert. Just what sort of ability was that? Xia Fei asked into his consciousness. Must be a stealth type. Phantom offered. That's not right. Xia Fei shook his head. Celestial Moon has sealed off all possible routes of retreat just now. So even if he's on stealth, there shouldn't be any way for him to escape my attack. I don't think that his special ability is stealth, but something that really causes him to vanish. Could it be teleportation? Phantom wondered aloud. Xia Fei shook his head. Not like it, either. Teleport will leave behind an afterimage. Plus, I've cultivated the Beast Spirit Codex, so my eyes are far keener than anyone else's. If he really teleported, I should be able to locate the direction he teleported to and kill him accordingly. No matter the case, this opponent's very dangerous, Xia Fei said gravely. As he said this, the butterfly life-taker knife suddenly appeared above Xia Fei's head, and it was even more frightening than a scene from a horror film. An arm had appeared without a sound in midair, and it was even holding onto that knife. There was no head or body attached to this. It was just a lone arm clutching onto the knife. The knife flashed as fast as lightning, going straight for the top of Xia Fei's skull. Just in time, Xia Fei bellowed. His two legs bent as he used his two hands to clash against the blow from the top. He was holding his Life-Seeker Tri-Dagger in his left hand with the celestial moon on his right, crisscrossed together right before he went right to cut off this incoming arm. A shocking scene developed once again. Just as the tip of Xia Fei's weapons drove into where Clean Knife's body ought to be, the arm in the air and the knife abruptly disappeared, as if everything had turned into dust. Taking a step back, Xia Fei bit his lip. Evidently, Clean Knife would be a very difficult opponent. The latter's ability to attack and retreat without a trace was not something that the former had come across before, and it was completely unpredictable. An invisible opponent was the most dreadful thing to face. There was no telling if Clean Knife would just appear in the next second, launching a fatal blow at Xia Fei while leaving him completely unaware where the assailant was. If you want to hide from me, then so be it. Xia Fei roared, opening his two arms wide. Celestial Moon went flying, its 18 blades sweeping across the entire spatial plane like streaking meteors. This was an aimless attack, and the circular blades were dancing all around as the sound of tearing wind could be heard as loud as thunder. At the same time, Xia Fei pulled out the third weapon from his spatial ring, Bloodthirsty Screech. Bloodthirsty Screech had quite the appearance of uninhibited brutality, and adding in the Life-Seeker Tri-Dagger that Xia Fei was holding in his left hand, it made for the weirdest weapon combination ever. And this was even as Celestial Moon continued to wreak havoc everywhere around Xia Fei. Xia Fei has plenty of weapons on him, but just what is he trying to do? Clean Knife furrowed his brows and muttered to himself this while still in his dust form. Celestial Moon's aimless, yet violent flight all around Xia Fei was making it impossible for him to get near Xia Fei, since he would be sliced by that ever-present circular blade formation if he were to show himself. Similarly, Xia Fei could not injure Clean Knife, for he simply had no clue where he was hiding. This was what was so great about the dust ability. By turning himself into something as small as a molecule which was one with the air, it was as if this spatial plane itself was Clean Knife. Is he trying to buy himself more time? That makes no sense. He isn't going to win no matter how long this goes on. I'm totally capable of waiting till he expends all his energy before making my attack, and it'll save me a lot more effort than attempting it now. Clean Knife was still talking to himself. That was when Clean Knife suddenly noticed that Xia Fei had raised that savage long sword in his hand high up, seemingly about to deliver an attack right at the node. Every spatial plane could not be completely sealed off from the outside world, and this very connection was also known as the node. Normally, the higher the cultivation, the smaller the node. In fact, it could even be as small as micrometers long and not something any average human could easily find. Since Xia Fei had managed to locate the node, it also meant that as long as he continued his attacks, he would be able to break his butterfly 10 steps formation. Break! The tip of his sword slashed the air, and though there was nothing around, this one cut he delivered actually caused the entire space around to tremble violently. The scene all around became twisted as that long path ahead started to writhe like a snake. The corner of Xia Fei's mouth curled, and he knew that he had discovered the node. As long as he put in a bit more strength, he would most definitely be able to break this DMN spatial plane. Clean Knife panicked. The person who made the spatial plane would be one with it, and breaking this plane essentially meant his death as well. He suddenly appeared some dozens of meters away from Xia Fei, his palm lightly touching his bosom as he pulled out a black mechanical snake. Crap, that's an immortal weapon that the ancient civilization created, the butterfly serpent. Phantom anxiously yelled when he saw that black metal snake. Xia Fei was startled. He did not know what this butterfly serpent was, but he knew very well about weapon grades. This seemingly unremarkable little black snake was actually an immortal grade weapon, and he knew without even asking that it would most definitely have an incomparably powerful combat strength. Clean Knife lightly tapped the butterfly serpent with his finger, as if switching it on. The black snake promptly came to life. It bent its body backward and shot towards Xia Fei like a beam of laser. Break, inmate! Xia Fei yelled so loudly it was as if he had gone insane. He actually chose not to dodge or evade this incoming attack and continued to strike the node. Just as the butterfly serpent was about to reach Xia Fei, the man suddenly did an unimaginable motion. He swung out bloodthirsty screech with all his might as he followed it up with the Life-Seeker tri-dagger in his left hand. A long sword, which was well over 1.5 meters, and a short and powerful dagger struck the node in succession. Just as these two weapons were unleashed, Celestial Moon, which was still dancing in the air, exploded into action. Every single weapon that Xia Fei had in his arsenal was all sent to the same target, all sharing the same mission: break Clean Knife's spatial plane. Xia Fei threw caution to the wind and made his attacks, but that also caused him to lose his chance of escaping. That butterfly serpent was like a very agile little snake, rapidly coiling itself around Xia Fei's torso as it tightened its grip. Bloodthirsty screech stabbed right into the node, and it caused the entire world around Xia Fei to spin. Crack! The butterfly serpent suddenly started to contract, and that sound came from Xia Fei's bones. Fine. Guess we'll just have to die together. Clean Knife bellowed, the butterfly life-taker knife in his hand going right for Xia Fei's throat. The butterfly serpent was still growing in length, and it was beginning to envelop Xia Fei's knee, essentially immobilizing him on the spot. Logically speaking, it was very hard for anyone to evade Clean Knife's plunging butterfly life-taker knife, given the present circumstances. Yet what Clean Knife had no idea of was that Xia Fei still had his sly thrust technique to rely on. It was the most unpredictable body technique in the living world, which completely disregarded common sense. Digging in with his toes, Xia Fei's body was able to lean backward and turn to his side, reclining it as if he was lying down. Clean Knife completely did not expect this person to be able to twist his body despite being completely immobilized. His butterfly life-taker knife barely caught the tip of Xia Fei's hair in that one strike, still a centimeter away from Xia Fei's scalp. This unbelievable mid-air rotation won Xia Fei about 0.5 seconds. And in a fight between experts, 0.5 seconds was more than enough to turn the tide of combat. Ping, ping, ping. Several dull thuds rang out. Lifeseeker Tridagger and Celestial Moon had struck the node one after another. After taking 2 slashes from Bloodthirsty Screech, this node lost half of its defenses, and it was already shaking. As Xia Fei's body plopped down on the ground, Clean Knife's spatial plane also disappeared. As the spatial plane shared its life with its owner, Clean Knife only felt a suffocating feeling overwhelming his chest. He staggered, barely managing to take several steps before collapsing down on the ground. His face paled, as his breathing became shallower by the second. Tried as he might to free himself from the butterfly serpent's coiled grip, this metal chain was sturdy and simply refused to budge. There's no need to struggle anymore. What you have on you is an immortal-grade weapon. Not just you. Even a super expert won't be able to free themselves from it. Phantom consoled Xia Fei. Before Phantom could even finish his speech, Xia Fei saw Furball climb out from his bosom. A look of anger etched across its face, seemingly unhappy that this black metal chain had awoken it from some wonderful dream. With a tiny harumph, Furball turned to this immortal-grade weapon and gave it a vicious bite. Xia Fei had never once wanted to kill a ball more than today. What was presently restricting Xia Fei was an immortal-grade weapon, yet Furball had just chomped down on this priceless and precious binding weapon, which could even restrict an immortal-rank expert like a dumpling. Furball's eyes flashed with anger. It had originally been having a wonderful dream in Xia Fei's bosom, yet this black snake-like metal chain had so rudely awakened him. Furball was very displeased, and an exotic beast had their little tempers. Despite Furball being just a ball of fur, even it could get angry. Don't, Xia Fei shouted in a hurry. No one had any idea just what sort of creature was Furball, but Xia Fei knew very well that it was not some low-grade exotic beast. Just from it being able to absorb energy like crazy showed that the pet could very well swallow even hard metal into its belly. Unfortunately, Furball ignored this shout. It opened its mouth and gave the black, snake-like chain a vicious bite. Shing! The butterfly serpent, which was originally coiled tightly around Xia Fei, suddenly slackened, much like a snake that had been drained of its blood, falling weakly onto the ground. Xia Fei leaped to his feet and grabbed Furball, angrily barking. Do you know what you've done? That's an immortal-grade weapon. It's worth a lot of money. Furball, of course, had no clue what money was, for all it cared was knowing whether it could eat that or not. The crafty Furball had this charmingly naive expression, acting all coy as it hopped onto Xia Fei's palm, vigorously using its small, pink tongue to lick Xia Fei's finger. Xia Fei was now caught between two hard decisions. On one hand, the immortal-grade weapon that Furball had ruined was worth a lot of money. Xia Fei was beside himself with anger over this, and he wished that he could just kill it. On the other hand, Furball itself could be a Beast King-grade exotic beast, possibly an expensive and precious creature. If he killed it, Xia Fei would only end up doubling his losses, yet there was no way he could contain the rage inside him. Just what should he do? The butterfly serpent isn't completely ruined. Furball only drained half of its energy, Phantom suddenly said. Xia Fei hurriedly pocketed Furball into his bosom as he picked up that snake-like chain, holding it in his hand to observe. Look, there's a casing in the rear end of this butterfly serpent, and that's where its energy storage system is placed. If I'm not mistaken, it should utilize the Heart of Spirit as a power source. Xia Fei opened the casing that Phantom had pointed at and pulled out several red Heart of Spirits from his spatial ring to toss inside it. Sure enough, the butterfly serpent came alive once again, coiling itself around Xia Fei's arm as if it was a living snake. This is quite a find. The ancient humans back then designed this butterfly serpent for the purpose of apprehending criminals. Even a high-rank speed ability user will have trouble escaping its pursuit. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows. I've seen it in action just now. I would hardly call it fast. I could have escaped if I ran at my top speed. Phantom chuckled. The butterfly serpent isn't a speed weapon, but it's the sort that will very slowly increase its top speed during pursuit. As long as it has power, it won't stop until it completes its capture. Xia Fei was, of course, delighted to have obtained an immortal-grade weapon. Weapons were similarly ranked like special abilities, starting off from Star Light, Star Base, Star Domain, Star River, Legendary, Eternal up to Immortal. The grade of this butterfly serpent far outstripped any weapon Xia Fei had in his possession. Holding it in his hand, he gently caressed the butterfly serpent with his fingers. Its matte texture gave him the feeling that he was stroking a piece of cow leather that had been very finely polished, which only showed just how exquisitely crafted this weapon was. "Where's Clean Knife?" Phantom exclaimed. Xia Fei hastily turned around and looked behind him, only to find the place where Clean Knife had collapsed earlier to be empty. There was even the outline of a man lying on the ground where he had just been, yet the person himself had disappeared into thin air. Just what was going on? Xia Fei and Phantom had quite the canny senses, yet neither realized when Clean Knife had escaped. The spatial plane is linked to the user's life, so breaking his spatial plane equals to taking his life, Phantom said helplessly. Xia Fei pursed his lips. He's a very scary opponent. I don't wish to have such an enemy in this world. Besides, I have yet to retrieve the activation code for my second visit to Heritage Planet, so I won't let him off so easily. Storing that butterfly serpent into his spatial ring, Xia Fei immediately made his way to the impaler. He first used his black bat radar to inform Sarah and the others to set off before flying his impaler to the stars, searching for any clues that Clean Knife might have survived. Xia Fei only returned to Yaoi's military base in the evening of the second day. Opening his bay doors, Xia Fei heaved a light sigh. Though he had searched for any trace of Clean Knife, it was still very tough to locate a single person in the sea of stars. There was a rare hustle and bustle in the base, for the soldiers tasked with staying back and guarding the base had all dropped whatever they were doing and arrived by the tarmac to carry goods. Aside from the energy shield boosters, there was also plenty of foodstuff and ammunition. These were among their urgently needed necessities. "Where'd you go?" Sarah was currently supervising the workers with the unloading when she anxiously set aside her work to run over to Xia Fei, evidently very concerned. Xia Fei shrugged. "I just went for a little trip around outside. Have you gotten what I wanted?" Sarah replied, "Everything's ready. What are you going to do with so much food and light weaponry?" Porter has a soulmate living here in Black Abyss. Though he didn't openly mention this, I could tell that he's very concerned over her well-being, asking me several things about the situation here before I departed. That's why I've decided to swing by and visit her. Maybe even bring her back into the Alliance if possible. If she refuses, I'll leave her with enough supplies at the very least, so that she can continue living in this harsh environment. Sarah had a stubborn personality. Despite looking all fierce every day, she was actually the typical, soft-hearted person with a hearty exterior. She had the slightest smile as she asked, "I didn't think you'd be so kind. I'm sure Uncle Porter would be very happy if he were to know about this. May I join you?" Xia Fei hurriedly waved his hand. "It's not safe out there. Besides, it's not a good idea for a single man and woman to share the same roof. Plus, Big Sister Winchim isn't fond of strangers, so it's best if I go alone." Xia Fei was, of course, more than aware of Sarah's thoughts, which was why he was in a hurry to reject the offer. Before Sarah could say another word, Yahweh could already be seen marching over enthusiastically. "I'll go make the arrangements to have what you want transfer on board your ship," Sarah said before jogging away. "Xia Fei, you've really sent me a huge gift this time. We're presently in a dire lack of rations, ammunition, and medical supplies. These goods you brought can be said to quell all my urgent needs." Yahweh excitedly expressed his appreciation. Xia Fei smiled. "Brother Yahweh, you're mistaken. I'm only temporarily leaving these goods here in your base, and will immediately transfer hands once I locate buyers." Yahweh's face paled as he asked, a little annoyed, "Are you perhaps afraid that I won't be able to afford it?" Xia Fei quickly put on a smile and said, "That's not what I mean. If I wanted to hide all this from you, I wouldn't even have them unload these goods here. I, of course, have no problem if you want to buy them. I'm just afraid that the price." Yahweh waved his hand dismissively. "A seller will always ask for the most, while a buyer will only offer their least. I understand how business works. Give me your starting price." Xia Fei was now smiling cunningly. You do have what I want, and quite a lot of them as well. What is it? Men, Xia Fei said. Yahweh wrinkled his forehead. I'm not going to deny that the Death Tri region has an active slave trade. Though I'm very opposed to using humans as goods, this is a place where law and order is hardly enforced, and there are but limited sources of income. That's why I can only treat the illegal slave trade with one eye closed. I know quite a few slave traders here in the Black Abyss. Just tell me how many you need, and I'll find a way to get them for you. Xia Fei shook his head without any hesitation. I don't want slaves. Then, what do you want? Soldiers. Men who have been to war, killed people, and have seen bloodshed. Veterans who are well versed in operating various kinds of machinery and hardware. Combat veterans. Yahweh was shocked, and he very swiftly told Xia Fei with much vehemence. As a general, how could I let the most powerful men under my command be sold off like that? Forget it. Xia Fei laughed uproariously. Brother Yahweh, I of course know how much you care about your soldiers, but you haven't even let me finish. I don't want slaves. Once your war is over, promise to let the soldiers I've selected to leave your service immediately, and that'll do. As for whether they'll be willing to leave with me, I can deal with that myself. Yahweh was a lot more amenable to this after hearing what Xia Fei said, though he could not help but have his doubts. Just what exactly do you want to do with these combat veterans? Xia Fei answered. Look, we have a prior agreement. If the Black Abyss Consortium wins the war, I'll have a large piece of land to me. I've got the land, so how can I not have the men to protect it? I can buy warships, but where will I buy the troops, and where will I find veterans with proper combat experience? That's why I want you to give me a chance to recruit a batch of experienced soldiers who will help me guard my borders. Yahweh finally understood what Xia Fei was trying to do. He could not help but marvel that the recruitment of a private army from his was a brilliant idea. The entire alliance was in an age of peace, and it was only here in Black Abyss that there was a war ongoing. A soldier who had not seen a lick of blood or combat was not qualified to be called a soldier. So if Xia Fei was only interested in recruiting combat veterans, the Death Tri region was the only place he could do this. Furthermore, these soldiers would be born here in the Death Tri region, making them familiar with the local customs and people. When Xia Fei ultimately owned his part of space, having these people acting to secure his borders could not be any more appropriate. To think that Xia Fei would have considered all these factors before the ink had even dried on their contract. It was hard to tell if he had actually planned ahead or was just very optimistic about everything. Yahweh was still hesitating, eliciting a laugh from Xia Fei. I know that you're unwilling to let the soldiers you've personally trained go, but this is a fair choice to make. You aren't possibly thinking of having your soldiers fight for you their whole lives, are you? That paltry salary you're providing may not even be enough for them to find women to marry. When the war's over, let them join my private army, earn a bit more so that they can marry someone and live their lives. That'll be what's fair to them. Besides, if they choose to follow you to the death, I won't snatch them away either. It still depends on the choices they make. You don't have to give me an answer right away. I'm off to meet an old friend, so it won't be too late for you to come to a decision after my return. 36 hours later, on the planet where Winshim was staying, the Impaler appeared out of its wormhole, and in front of Xia Fei was a planet in ruins. Thick, black smoke could be seen covering the skies. Xia Fei's heart shuddered as he slapped his command console before him, croaking, SHD. The planet that Winshim resided on was in a state of destruction. There were billowing clouds of black smoke everywhere, as if it had recently been ransacked. An emergency alert blared the instant the Impaler exited its wormhole. Alert! Unknown warships rapidly approaching our current position. Xia Fei hastily glanced at the radar system and noticed that there were 2 frigates swiftly accelerating toward him. Activate the energy shield and have all weapon systems at the ready. Lock onto all enemy targets. Shum. The plume from the Impaler's engine burst out, very quickly doing a complete about-turn with its powerful propulsion, making a burn straight for the 2 frigates which were heading toward him. The radar system indicated that the 2 were Amerian Tormentor-class frigates, possessing decent firepower and defense, though their speed and maneuverability were lacking. Charge up to them and give them a sound beating. Xia Fei barked out his orders. The enemy had surprisingly discovered that Xia Fei did not just stand his ground, but also accelerated into a charge right for them. They could not help but be somewhat shocked, even as they made a sudden split to the left and right in an attempt to increase their distance with Xia Fei. The Impaler was not a model of warship commonly seen in the Alliance, so the enemy had never encountered such a ship before, which was why they had their misgivings toward it. Thinking of running away? Not so easy. Activate the warp disruptor as well as the stasis webifier. Hold them in place. Zing! The disruptor and traction beam shot out. Xia Fei watched as the speed of the two tormentors rapidly dropped, slowing down to a tortoise's crawl in a brief moment. This was one of the features that the Impaler boasted. It was able to stall 3 targets at once before unloading its full arsenal upon these targets and killing them. In battle, firepower was but one aspect of combat, while being able to ensnare the enemy was another. If a warship lacked the capability to catch its opponent within range of the attack, it would not matter how superior of a firepower it possessed. As long as the opponent could do an emergency warp, it would be capable of evading the attack. As a heavy assault cruiser which possessed the firepower of a battleship, the Impaler's firepower could not only be deemed insane, it could also hold its own when it came to ensnaring enemy ships. Therefore, unless they were able to keep the Impaler from coming near them forever, anyone who might find themselves within range of its disruptor or traction beam could only find death awaiting them. Thus, the Impaler could be called the king of battles within its radius. Unfortunately, these two tormentors had no clue about the characteristics of the Impaler, so it was as if they had gotten themselves caught on a venomous spider's web, with no hope of ever escaping from their fate. Thumb thumb. Both tormentors realized the danger they were in and began attacking at the same time. The white glows fired from their pulse laser cannons scored across the Impaler, but it was nothing but an ineffective struggle in the throes of death. The Impaler was a T2 elite heavy assault ship, and there was no way these two puny frigates could break his defenses without a battleship-grade firepower. Keep closing in on them and fire at will the moment they are within range, Xia Fei ruthlessly commanded. Alert! Another unknown warship is attempting to get a target lock on us. Xia Fei lowered his gaze to the radar, and he subconsciously felt his heart skip a bit. A battleship, an American Armageddon-class battleship, was closing in on him fast. The Impaler defeating a battleship 2 grades above its own was just a theoretical possibility, and it had never been attempted in reality at all. The data and actual combat were 2 different things altogether. After all, immediate response to an ever-changing battlefield was one such factor that cold and hard data could not comprehensively calculate. Alert! Another fleet is attempting to close in on us. Another? Phantom could not help but moan out loud. Another fleet of small warships had appeared in the distance. They consisted of 3 Middle Rupture-class cruisers and 2 Caldarian Ferox-class battlecruisers. It was evident that they were a fleet with these other warships. This was to say that Xia Fei was about to take on 8 enemy ships, with one of them being an Armageddon-class battleship. The Impaler would have a tough time just taking on the battleship alone. And just what sort of outcome could he expect now that he was facing against 8 different warships? Knitting his eyebrows together, Xia Fei decisively gave the order. Do a hard burnover. Continue the attack. Whoosh! The Impaler immediately flew right up to a tormentor, and all 7 of his enhanced neutron blasters fired simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. Something unexpected had happened. The Impaler took 3 salvo of fire before it took down a tormentor. A bright big ball of fire engulfed the ship. The range of the enhanced neutron blasters was short, but it had a very quick fire rate. Every 1.5 seconds was another salvo, which meant to say that it took not even 5 seconds for that Tormentor-class frigate to be brought down once the Impaler was within range of it. To think the Impaler has such impressive firepower. Xia Fei could not help but exclaim loudly. Neutron blasters sure live up as the Alliance's top firepower output. With this experiment completed, Xia Fei's confidence soared greatly. Lock onto that Armageddon-class battleship with all our warp disruptors and stasis webifier. I want it completely stalled in place, Xia Fei commanded. Phantom curled his lips, feeling incredulous. You can't possibly be thinking of using a battleship as a test target, right? That's a proper killing machine. Just its size alone is several dozen times ours. Shut up. When a commander is in command, nobody is allowed to express their opinion, Xia Fei arrogantly snarled. Phantom felt wronged, but he did not protest. It was a huge taboo for anyone to bother a commander when they were in the middle of taking command of a battle. On the battlefield, a soldier's responsibility was to heed the orders given. Even if the commander gave the order to climb a mountain of blades, it was the soldier's task to charge forward without any hesitation. Close in on the second tormentor and unload all guns on it. Boom, boom, boom. 3 thunderous salvos of blasters fired, and another glow of fire appeared against the darkness of space. Xia Fei did not celebrate, for he knew very well that the 2 frigates were just the appetizers for this course. There was still a powerful battleship, which would prove to be the true challenge of this fight he had to take on. The Impaler was only the size of a cruiser, and the head-to-head against the heavily armored and insane firepower of the Armageddon-class battleship was on the cusp of breaking out. The range of pulse laser cannons was far greater than the enhanced neutron cannons that the Impaler was equipped with. This was why, before Xia Fei could get anywhere near it, the enemy battleship already fired off their first volley. The rumble of the cannon fire was deafening. The sound of the large pulse laser cannons was so loud that it was akin to the dull clap of thunder. This one volley from the battleship struck the waist of the Impaler, and the ship interior instantly rocked violently from the attack. What a strong firepower. Give me a damage report, stat. Xia Fei did not wait for the warship to settle before he yelled his order. Energy shield suffered 31% damage. Hull completely intact. Very good. Xia Fei could hardly contain his excitement. A heavy assault cruiser was not only battleship grade in terms of firepower, even its defense was up to par. To lose merely 31% of its energy shield against a volley of cannon fire from a battleship, such an outstanding defense was simply hard to believe. An assessment of the enemy's energy accumulation estimates the next volley to arrive in about 8.7 seconds. Xia Fei nodded. While the battleship has a strong firepower, its attack speed is slow. It needs time to accumulate the energy needed after every volley, and that's our chance. Engage in passive defense. Prepare to brace for the next volley. Go, go, go. I want to get right up next to the ship in one go. Have the energy shield boosters operational at 100%. Boom. Sure enough, just as Xia Fei's words escaped his lips, another volley came from the Armageddon-class battleship. The ship interior shook violently once more, and everything that was not nailed down, water bottles, couches, or whatever else, flew everywhere. Damage report. Get the overclocking chip ready. Prepare to overclock. Due to how small the exterior of the Impaler was, the accuracy of the large pulse laser cannons was not exactly high. After all, the larger the caliber of the cannon, the greater the misalignment. Not to mention that battleships were mainly adjusted to target large warships. The Impaler did not suffer any lasting damage from the 2 volleys, and it was instead able to agilely close in next to the Armageddon. Fire. Give it a thoroughly savage bombardment. Overclock at 100%. After overclocking, the enhanced neutron blasters could reach up to an astonishing 0.9 seconds per salvo. A strange scene developed amidst the stars. A small heavy assault cruiser had snared a huge battleship within its grasp and was now giving it a sound beating. It was like a child wailing upon a muscular adult. Anyone who saw such a scene could not help but be stupefied by what was happening, for it was simply far too bizarre. The 7 blasters kept firing brightly, and the intensity of the firepower was simply bewildering. There would be more than 10 shells landing on the battleship every second, and such a feeling was similar to setting firecrackers on the roof of a car. It was like a never-ending fusillade. On the other hand, the bulky Armageddon battleship needed more than 10 seconds for each of its volley. It was like a short and small speed boxer facing up against a big and heavyweight competitor. Logically speaking, it should be the heavyweight boxer who held the upper hand. But the reality of the situation had the skinny and small speed boxer pinning his opponent down on the ground and raining blows like a torrential storm with both fists. You are now in my world once we get into my range of fire. Fire. Keep up the relentless firing. Xia Fei was consumed by his excitement. He slammed a punch on his command console as he gave the order. Alert. 3 minutes until the enemy fleet gets into range. Xia Fei coldly snorted. 3 minutes is more than enough. The neutron blaster was a weapon that had a severe weakness, and that was its range. But the moment a warship with neutron blasters equipped were to close in on their target, It would instead be a huge calamity for any warship because of just how insanely high its overall damage output could reach. The Impaler very nimbly circled around that Armageddon-class battleship, using its speed to avoid the attacks coming from the enemy. The large pulse laser cannons possessed strong firepower, but their accuracy became terrible once they were used on targets close to them. It was completely incapable of breaking the Impaler's energy shield even after 3 salvos of cannon fire. But of course, that was also due to the energy shield boosters playing a vital role in all this. The Armageddon-class battleship was slowly unable to hold out the attack as raging fire after fire erupted around its hull. Looking out, Xia Fei could even see the ship's crew frantically fleeing in escape pods. Success! The combat prowess of the Impaler surpassed even my wildest imagination. Reality has proven that it is simply not even on par with battleships, but greatly surpasses them in actual combat. Heavens! A cruiser taking down a battleship. I wouldn't even believe this if I hadn't witnessed this with my 2 eyes. Phantom was so thrilled that his 2 hands were tearing at his hair. One final push. Sink this ship. Xia Fei's eyes were bloodshot as he gave this merciless order. Just put in more effort and kill it. Xia Fei's eyes were scarlet as he fiendishly ordered. This Armageddon class was already on the verge of collapse, fire gushing out of it, and the occasional explosions coming from within it, proclaiming its imminent doomsday. Xia Fei was very excited. He could not help but be excited. As one of the first people in the Alliance to obtain a brand new and elite heavy assault cruiser, he was very likely to be the first person in the human-occupied territory to use such a cruiser in battle. Reality proved that heavy assault cruisers had an enormous advantage when dealing with a single battleship. Of course, this advantage was based on the fact that his foe was not very familiar with this new model of battleship. If the Armageddon class had been fitted with a stasis web of fire like the Impaler and was able to keep his ship immobile, it could volley it with its large pulse laser cannons, and Xia Fei's chances of survival would be grim in that scenario. If the battleship was equipped with the capture, energy drain, and electronic disruption systems, then while the Impaler might not lose, victory today would not be so easy. Battleships were of enormous sizes, and the fireworks produced by their explosion were incomparable, lighting up the entire night sky. Unsatisfied, Xia Fei prepared to destroy the 5 other warships which had arrived as reinforcements. Alas, when he looked at his radar and prepared to give the order to charge, several temporary wormholes opened up. Upon seeing one of their friendly warships destroyed, these scoundrels actually chose to run away. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and sat back in the command chair. As he recalled the battle just then, his lips curled up into a smile. I still think that you're being too risky just then. Heavy assault cruisers can take on battleships, which are 2 levels higher, but only in theory. How could you just start attacking without even being sure of your chances of winning? It's a good thing the enemy's backup ships couldn't approach in time, or else we would suffer a big loss, Phantom resentfully said. Xia Fei blew out a smoke circle before casually remarking, if you don't put things into practice, you'll never know the truth. I was actually planning to run away, but when I saw that the Impaler needed only 3 volleys to destroy a Tormentor, I changed my mind. That sort of fantastical battle is only plausible right now. Once the entire Alliance learns of these heavy assault cruisers and begin researching ways to deal with the heaven-defying T2 elite ships, we'll have to choose our battles more carefully. Xia Fei paused a moment before continuing. Today, I once more verified the theory that I've always been pushing for. What theory? There's no such thing as the strongest ship or strongest module. The ship is just a platform. The parts that one installs on this platform ultimately decide the function of the ship. Xia Fei did not spend much time chatting with Phantom. Phantom was an amateur when it came to ships, modules, and machinery, and he found nothing of interest in chatting with an amateur. Moreover, Winchim's unknown fate still hung heavily in Xia Fei's heart. Old Porter was very fond of Winchim. If something really happened to her, the old man might be unable to recover. He was necessary to Quantum Holdings, and anything that happened to him would have far-reaching effects on the expansion plan Xia Fei was planning to carry out. The ship descended in a sea of fire. The powerful sandstorm had fanned the flames into an even greater frenzy. Xia Fei wrapped a scarf around his mouth. This was to block the sand, but it was also because he disliked the smell of burning corpses. Everyone would die, but to die without dignity like this made Xia Fei somewhat sad. In the shattered city, a small number of people began coming out to clean up their pillaged homes. A naked woman sat in a gloomy corner, her head buried in her arms as she wept. Her disheveled hair and filth-covered body told everyone what sort of nightmare she had experienced. An old man looked at his collapsed house and sighed. Bending down, he began to sort through the debris for anything useful. Turning the corner, Xia Fei saw several people attempting to put out the flames of a burning house. A useless man wailed, "It's gone, it's all gone." His head was buried in his arms. His wife was made of tougher stuff. With a babe wrapped in swaddling cloth as it sucked on her breast, she angrily cursed her good-for-nothing husband and ordered him to stand back up. It was fine as long as they were still alive. A house could be rebuilt while lives lost could not be returned. A man, who was helping out with the fire, noticed Xia Fei. He used an arm to wipe at the sweat on his forehead, leaving behind a pitch-black stain. "Have you come to find Miss Winchim?" asked the man once he reached him. Xia Fei very cautiously nodded. The man sighed. "I've seen you before. You ate quite a lot of chilies at Winchim's bar. That's the first time I've seen someone eat so many chilies. Is the bar okay?" Xia Fei asked. The man shook his head. "It's gone, but Miss Winchim is still around. I'll take you to her." Xia Fei nodded and followed the man out of the city. The sandstorm's power was blunted within the city, but as soon as he got out, he found it hard to open his eyes. As Xia Fei followed the man 5 or 6 kilometers out into the arid desert, he grew increasingly suspicious. Winchim was a frail woman, so why had she run off into the boundless desert? In front of him, he could vaguely make out yellow castles of sand. The locals had made them by mixing sand with a special type of resin, and it was said that they were tougher than steel. They were buildings unique to this planet, but with the increasing desertification of the land, the resin used to build these castles was nowhere to be found. This particular castle, which was in a state of disrepair, had probably been built a long time ago. "Come on, Miss Winchim is inside." The man turned to Xia Fei as he spoke aloud. The sandstorm blew strongly here, and the man needed to shout with all his strength for Xia Fei to hear him. Xia Fei nodded but said nothing. Instead, he secretly took out the Life-Seeker Tri-Dagger, keeping it concealed in his palm. Pushing open the door, the man warmly called Xia Fei over. "Little brother, hurry and get in. The sandstorm outside is too strong. There's water in here that you can use to wash your face." Just like all the buildings built by the locals, the doors and windows were double-layered to keep out the sand. Yellow dust had covered the windows, casting the room into darkness. Xia Fei frowned and suddenly charged inside. Whoosh! The sharp edge of the dagger swept across the necks of the gunmen hiding in the shadows. The Life-Seeker Tri-Dagger moved up as Xia Fei pressed its edge on the man's neck. The man had just been about to give Xia Fei water to wash his face, but the shabby metal basin had instead struck the ground with a clank dash. Accompanying it were the thuds of bodies hitting the ground. The man was dumbfounded. Xia Fei had taken less than a second to kill these people. This sort of superhuman strength was far beyond his abilities to handle. His face turned ashen, sweat drenching his forehead. "Who are you? What happened to Winchim?" Xia Fei coldly asked, his eyes flashing. He had no reason to treat people who had tried to ambush him kindly. Around another 300 kilometers into the desert was a canyon. Xia Fei carried the man as if he were a little chicken as he looked down the canyon. "Winchim is down there." "Yes, Winchim and the rebel army are hiding in this canyon, but I don't know their exact location." Crack! With a light twist of his palm, Xia Fei snapped the man's arm, upon which the man fainted from the pain. Pack pack! With 2 heavy slaps, Xia Fei brutally awakened the man. "Tell me the truth. 70 kilometers to the south is Winchim's base. There are venomous snakes here. You absolutely shouldn't go down." "There we go." Whoosh! He disappeared once more. 70 kilometers was just a light stroll to Xia Fei, and he arrived almost instantly. With the man's directions, Xia Fei made his way down the twisting road into the canyon. Things were much calmer at the bottom of the canyon, with the biting winds blowing overhead. Caves had been dug out of the sides of the canyon, appearing very old. They used to mine shire or here. Winchim and her group are hiding in these mine shafts. These shafts are all connected, so Mr. Lorenzo can't flush them out even though he wants to. The man hurriedly divulged what he knew, fearing that Xia Fei would be unhappy and give him another slap. He had barely spoken when Xia Fei gave him another firm slap, striking him dumb. There's no need to call that low whatever. Who's chasing Winchim, mister? Xia Fei viciously spat. Xia Fei was a speed ability user and also had very sharp senses and observation abilities. Thus, it had not taken long for him to notice that there was someone hiding in a cave and watching him. I'm Xia Fei. I've come to find Winchim. Please inform her as quickly as possible. Xia Fei shouted at the cave and then sat himself on a rock and lit a cigarette. He threw his captive to the ground so hard that the man saw stars. It was not long before he heard clear and bright laughter in the distance. Xia Fei, why are you here? Xia Fei followed the voice and saw old Porter's close female friend, Winchim. She was dressed in a combat attire, had a Cortez model for a laser gun at her hip, and had a military knife sheathed into her leather boot. She had a rather valiant and heroic bearing. The hot and spicy chili meal once more ignited Xia Fei's appetite. Winchim smiled on the side as she watched. Farther off were a group of strong-looking men holding a variety of weapons. They were a motley band of soldiers. Miss Winchim, when did you suddenly become part of the rebel army? Xia Fei asked as he put out his cigarette. Winchim passed over a napkin so that he could clean his face, and then she chuckled. I've always been. The last time you came, I was already planning on overthrowing Lorenzo's regime. With the Death Tri-region embroiled in a free-for-all, the situation is getting worse and worse, more and more complicated. This is our chance. Lorenzo was a local tyrant in the Black Abyss, and this planet belonged to him. From what Winchim had said, the man was an absolute tyrant who had committed all kinds of misdeeds, making life extremely hard for the common folk. Porter, is he doing well? Winchim hesitated a moment before asking. Xia Fei replied, he's okay. He's thrown himself into work, hardly giving himself any time to eat. It's probably because thinking about a certain person makes his heart ache too much, so he doesn't dare to give himself any free time. Winchim grimaced, and then she silently lowered her head, a hint of shame and remorse on her face. Come with me to the Alliance. At least, there's no war there, and life will be quieter, Xia Fei sincerely said. Winchim shook her head. Look at that. All these brothers are depending on me, and all the people here are looking forward to the day where they get free. How could I abandon them? Xia Fei smiled. But just when he was about to make his prepared argument to persuade Winchim into coming with him, a man wearing a golden necklace walked over and mysteriously said, Miss Winchim, the time has come. We must set out now. Miss Winchim, why don't you talk later? If we can get the gilded green-faced beast, we'll have the money to buy the guns and ammo to take down Lorenzo's base. A man with a large beard quipped. The man with a necklace rolled his eyes, seemingly annoyed by his comrade's bluntness. Xia Fei froze. Then he swiftly asked, is that gilded green-faced beast the one that can use the elements of ice and fire? Xia Fei froze. Then he swiftly asked, is this gilded green-faced beast the one that can use the elements of ice and fire? The man with the golden necklace was clearly very suspicious of Xia Fei. He creased his brows and turned to Winchim, hoping to hear her opinion. Winchim casually tossed back her long hair and nodded. Pillar, this is my good friend Xia Fei. I guarantee that he's good. Pillar hurriedly nodded. Miss Winchim, since he's your friend, I'll tell him everything. He turned to Xia Fei and explained, Lorenzo has a subordinate on this planet called Baihao. He's responsible for bullying around poor people like us and milking us for goods and women. Recently, our spy learned that Baihao obtained an exotic beast from somewhere called the Gilded Greenface. Apparently, this exotic beast is of a very high grade and is worth a lot of money, so we plan to seize it before Baihao can deliver it to Lorenzo. I won't hide it from you. While we call ourselves the Rebel Army, we're made up of small traders and peasants and lack any decent weapons. We stand no chance against Lorenzo's mercenary army, so we plan to exchange this exotic beast for guns and ammo to arm ourselves. The spy told us that Baihao, worried that a long delay can cause trouble, will be moving this valuable exotic beast to his personal residence tomorrow, so we have to move out immediately. Winchim nodded, indicating that Pillar was telling the truth. Once Phantom was done listening, he could no longer restrain himself and hastily told Xia Fei, that's a gilded green face. a high-grade exotic beast second only to Beast King-grade beasts. There are times when Furball isn't that useful, but if you get to make this gilded green face your beast, it'll be of great help to you. Xia Fei was familiar with the Beast Spirit Codex, so he naturally understood how frightening an exotic beast like the gilded green face was. A exotic beast like that helping him was certain to be a big boost to his fighting power. Smiling, Xia Fei told Winchim, "Miss Winchim, would you like to make a trade?" Winchim smiled back. "What sort of trade?" Xia Fei replied, "Don't you need weapons and ammo? I happen to have a batch with me. It's on my ship. In addition, I also have some food and medicine. If you're willing, I can use these to trade for the gilded green face." The men in the back stood up immediately upon hearing about weapons and supplies. "You're serious?" "I'm serious. Miss Winchim, we don't have much use for an exotic beast. Why don't we take this trade?" "That's right. Miss Winchim, the Death Tri-region is embroiled in a war right now, and even if we have money, it'll be difficult to buy high-quality weapons. But if Brother Xia Fei is being sincere, then it will be of big help to us. I also think it's fine. We don't even have any good weapons to use. It's not like we can rely on cudgels to fight with that old fox Lorenzo, right?" The men avidly chattered. This guerrilla force made of poor people was truly in an ugly state. The mention of weapons and supplies immediately had them tempted. Winchim's face also lit up in joy, and she asked Xia Fei, "Where is your ship now?" Xia Fei messed around with his microcomputer, activating the Impaler's automatic driving system. "It's not far. It will take only a few minutes to arrive. It's all here. 50 F9 automatic cluster laser rifles, 10 gamma-ray pistols, 2 trunks of light-wave grenades for a total of 200 grenades, 10 boxes of rifle ammo, and 2 boxes of pistol ammo. We also have 200 boxes of canned beef, chicken, and fruit, 3 tons of condiments such as compressed flour, salt, coffee, cooking oil, vegetable extract, etc., and a lot of medicine. Are all these things worth one gilded green face?" Xia Fei led the group into the Impaler's storage compartment and pointed at the supplies piled up within. He had planned to give these things to Winchim for free. After all, this was Old Porter's close female friend, but if he could trade them all for a valuable gilded green face instead, he would actually be turning a profit. One had to realize that if a gilded green face was taken to the Alliance's black market, it could be exchanged for far more than this. It's enough? Of course. Good heavens. This is a brand new automatic laser rifle. Even if one has the money, they won't necessarily be able to buy one in the Black Abyss. The very blunt, bearded man grabbed one of the automatic rifles from the trunk and hugged it tightly, as if it were his precious little baby. These rebels had lived in the barren Death Tri-region all their lives, and they had never before seen many of the top-class products the Alliance supplied. Their eyes were dazzled and their mouths started to drool. There was not even a need to talk about Xia Fei's imposing heavy assault cruiser. Winchim looked at someone called Pillar, who looked very calm and collected as he quietly told her, "The equipment and supplies aren't bad, but there are more than 500 of us. We're still lacking in weapons." Xia Fei had sharp hearing, so he was naturally able to hear everything. He silently cursed this conniving fellow called Pillar. If not for Winchim's sake, Xia Fei would have just killed that fellow Baihao and left with the exotic beast instead of wasting his time with all this. Smiling, Xia Fei said, "Miss Winchim, in 3 days, I can send over another 500 F9 automatic rifles, 50 boxes of ammo, and 3 times the rest of the supplies." Pillar was flabbergasted, asking in disbelief, "Are you serious?" "I am." Xia Fei stared at Winchim, "But I have one condition." "What condition?" Winchim was still overjoyed from the supplies they were getting, so she failed to notice Xia Fei's deeper meaning. "I want you to come back with me to the Alliance." Xia Fei clearly enunciated every word, and he spoke in a tone that brooked no objection. "What are you saying?" Winchim's eyes widened, anger within them. Xia Fei showed his tough side, giving Winchim no chance to resist. "A gilded green face isn't worth these many resources. Miss Winchim, you should understand very well that my services come with a price. If you want it, then you have to come with me, or else the deal is off. All of you can just rely on the knives in your hands to fight against that warlord Lorenzo." The cunning Pillar could not help but grow anxious, and he pleaded, "Can't we talk this over? Miss Winchim is the heart of our army. What do we do if she leaves with you? Xia Fei waved his hand firmly and said, Sorry, this is not negotiable. Wen Qim felt that she had been struck by a lightning bolt, her body swaying back and forth. Wen Qim was well aware that Xia Fei was doing her a kindness, but she found herself momentarily unable to accept his methods, using her as a chip in this trade. Kid, you don't think the 500 of us can't keep you here? Threatened a dark-skinned man, and at his words, the others began to close in. Xia Fei glanced over them and coldly said, You can try. I happen to need an excuse to kill all of you. In any case, Miss Wen Qim will be coming with me. It's not your choice whether she leaves or not. Kid, aren't you being a little too arrogant? Can you alone really fight with 500 of us? You can eat messily, but you ought to be careful with your words. Xia Fei, what's your relationship with Miss Wen Qim? Cut the chatter. Brothers, together. The crowd was itching to strike, and Xia Fei proudly stood, his eyes coldly sweeping across the crowd. In truth, Xia Fei's curiosity had been piqued by this motley crowd. All of you shut up. Wen Qim could no longer hold herself back and furiously roared. Stop fighting over me. I'll go with him. Wen Qim bit her lower lip and said, her face ghastly pale. After one last glance at her comrades and this familiar land, Wen Qim silently followed Xia Fei onto the impaler. You'll definitely send them the equipment you promised? Relax, I will. At the dining table, Xia Fei gave Wen Qim a cup of coffee, but she simply looked out the ship's window at the sea of stars, her gaze unfocused. Sighing, Xia Fei said, Your Uncle Porter's friend, as well as mine. I can't watch you send yourself to death. Deep down, you should know that just these people with a few guns won't be able to do anything to a warlord with deep roots in the Black Abyss. This is a hopeless war. Originally, I wasn't planning to force you. If you weren't willing to come with me to the Alliance, I was planning to give you those resources, enough for you not to worry about basic necessities while living in the Black Abyss, and to give Uncle Porter an explanation. But once I learned that you're part of some rebel army, my hands were forced. I had to take you back even if I had to tie you up, even if you end up hating me for the rest of your life. Anyway, as far as I'm concerned, it's just a simple matter of keeping you alive. I don't care what you think, just like how you didn't care about what Uncle Porter thought. Wen Qim froze, and then in an almost inaudible voice, she said, It's not what you think. Porter, he. Xia Fei shrugged, firmly saying, Save those words for Uncle Porter. Since you signed the contract, I hope that you will comply. Wen Qim silently nodded. Xia Fei guided Wen Qim to an empty bedroom. I'm going to get the gilded green face. Wait for me here. Xia Fei locked the door, clearly not showing any sympathy. Phantom pursed his lips. Aren't you being a little too rude to Wen Qim? You're always talking about respecting the decisions of others, so why didn't you respect Wen Qim's? You can't treat everything the same way. If Wen Qim is being an idiot, I can't just let her keep messing around, right? A rebel army with that disorderly mob? What are they going to rebel against? Uncle Porter is my friend and one of my people. Since his girlfriend wanted to deliver herself at death's door, what could I do except bring her back? War isn't something for women to fool around with. Anyway, I've already decided to bring Wen Qim back no matter what. Xia Fei spoke with a firm resolve, taking an extremely tough stance. In his view, this matter was non-negotiable. The impaler took flight. Availing itself of the darkness, it landed near a secluded valley. The sandstorm was raging outside, and in this sort of deserted region, there was no need to worry about being discovered. He equipped his bloodthirsty ice god armor, then held Celestial Moon in his right and Lifeseeker Tri-Dagger in his left. In his spatial ring, he also had the bloodthirsty Screech Longsword and the ancient civilization weapon Butterfly Serpent. Once he was ready, Xia Fei descended from his ship and disappeared into the harsh sandstorm. Gilded Greenface, my precious, here I come. Xia Fei smiled as he spoke to himself. Following the map Wen Qim had given him, Xia Fei quickly found Baihao's home. Wealthy people usually lived in fortresses which had ceilings fitted with reinforced glass. This kept out the sandstorm while allowing sunlight to seep inside. As the local warlord, Baihao naturally had this kind of home. After the sight of so many slums, Baihao's luxurious residence was truly something to behold. The sand had painted the walls yellow, and it was no longer possible to see their original hue. The fortress stood at a height of 40 to 50 meters, and it was decorated in a mishmash fashion, with no style or taste to speak of. It matched with the owner's status as a nouveau riche. Xia Fei jumped up the walls and arrived at the top of the fortress. Four muscular men in heavy-duty armor were standing there together. The sandstorm was blowing fiercely, so these people were constantly gesturing with their hands, only occasionally spitting a few curse words. Using his breath control technique, Xia Fei silently moved past the group of four, opened the thick storm door, and entered the stairs leading into the fortress. The walls were made of rock and pretentiously decorated with the writings of famous calligraphers. Luxurious crystal lanterns hung overhead, and even the stone steps had been decorated with glistening ores. Removing the scarf around his neck, Xia Fei made his way down the stairs to the banquet hall on the second floor. Two guards lazily stood at the entrance, guns slung across their backs, while the sounds of raucous feasting came from within. A servant woman with a silver tray walked out of the banquet room. The tray contained a few scraps of meat and bone. A ponytailed bodyguard walked over and pinched the woman's butt, and the servant woman hastily jumped to the side. Feigning anger, she turned her large eyes on the guard and said, "Annoying. Gorgeous, where are you going?" The large-eyed servant woman twisted her waist and flirtatiously replied, "Master Bai wants me to feed the leftover meat and bones to that big cat in the dungeon." The ponytailed bodyguard heartily laughed. "Gorgeous, that's no cat in the dungeon, but a real exotic beast. You'd better be careful, or else that savage fellow might just eat you." After saying this, that lecherous bodyguard lunged at her like a tiger, his coarse hands grabbing the soft lumps on her chest and kneading them. "What are you doing?" The servant woman had to exert some effort to break free, leaving with the tray after flashing that bodyguard a coquettish smile. Seeing the servant woman walk away, the bodyguards grew bored and began to chat with one another. Xia Fei snuck past by exploiting their blind spots, not making a single noise. The path leading to the dungeon was much darker, the light flickering and inconsistent. The deeper one went, the more unbearable the stench became. Phantom frowned. How could that by fellow put the gilded green face in such a filthy place? Green-faced beasts love cleanliness and loathe filth. By doing this, he'll drive that beast to madness. What will he do if the beast becomes overly anxious and attempts to break out of its cage? Xia Fei replied, "How many people in this universe truly understand the habits of exotic beasts? I can only hope that this green-faced beast isn't too angry, or else I'll have to use the Beast Spirit Codex to control it, and that will take quite some effort." Before he could finish, a wailing cry came from underground. The servant woman walking in front of them was forced to use a hand to cover her ears. She looked around in panic, her face pale, and that feisty spark in her eyes when she had flirted with the ponytailed bodyguard dimmed a little. "My God," said the woman fearfully. Standing on her tiptoes, she rushed over and hurriedly placed the tray on a stone table. After hastily knocking on the dungeon door, she turned and left. Xia Fei hid in the shadows, and the servant woman noticed nothing as she ran past him. Around 2 minutes later, the metal alloy door flew open and a person's big bald head poked out. It was only upon spotting the leftover meat and bones on the table that this big fatty emerged fully. As he picked up the tray, he shouted, "If you keep shouting, I'm not giving you anything to eat." Whoa, exotic beasts had intelligence, and the bald man's threats only made the beast's howls become even more unbearable. Xia Fei shook his head. Exotic beasts were no puppies or kittens, particularly high-grade exotic beasts like the gilded greenface, which had intelligence on par with humans. Moreover, exotic beasts had a lot of dignity and would never accept food handed out in contempt. The baldy's words had only added fuel to the fire, and that gilded greenface in the cage was undoubtedly enraged. Zing! Before the bald man could react, the cold edge of the Life-Seeker tri-dagger was pressed against his neck. Xia Fei said nothing, only indicating that he should continue forward. This dungeon was very spacious, but he was its only guard. The sharp dagger slit the baldy's throat open without making a single noise. The silver tray in the baldy's left hand slid from his grip, but Xia Fei nimbly caught it. Placing the corpse on the ground, Xia Fei entered the room and observed the gilded green-faced beast. The creature looked like a giant cat with a body covered in golden lines, but its face was green. Not bad. This is none other than the exotic beast gilded greenface, possessing the elements of ice and fire. Its golden eyes can release fire element attacks, while its mouth can breath out air, which can reach temperatures of almost absolute zero. This beast hasn't matured yet, and that's why it was captured, but once it matures, an expert at eternal rank is needed to deal with it. Phantom excitedly said. The gilded green face quickly realized how dangerous Xia Fei was and slowly retreated, a low growl coming from its mouth. It's afraid. This exotic beast has very keen senses and can tell that you're more dangerous than its previous watcher. It's threatening you but also beseeching you. The more Phantom saw, the more he liked. The higher the grade of exotic beasts, the more they were able to understand human emotions, and the more their habits imitated humans. Xia Fei squatted and brought his gaze level with the beasts. This was a technique to communicate with exotic beasts, for there was no exotic beast that liked being looked down on. Right now, I'm going to try and use the Beast Spirit Codex to establish a connection with it. I don't know if this juvenile beast can endure the power of the Beast Spirit Codex. Phantom replied, there shouldn't be a problem. It may be young, but its body is rather large, and its bones and muscles are dense and sturdy. Hurry and tame it so that we can leave this cursed place. Xia Fei nodded, his eyes turning sharp. A large amount of information was transferred through Xia Fei's eyes into the gilded green-face beast's mind gradually. The gilded green face froze, feeling curiosity toward this new train of thought in its mind. Danger. Extreme danger. The beast quickly realized that this consciousness was not friendly and that it wanted to control its thoughts. The gilded green face immediately counterattacked, attempting to drive Xia Fei's consciousness out of its mind. The man and beast were motionless, but the seemingly calm air was brimming with agitation. Neither side backed down, and a pitched battle unfolded in the mind of the gilded green face. Xia Fei took in a deep breath. The green-faced beast was too young, and too much mental battle might damage its mind. He had to end the battle quickly. Beast Spirit Codex Stage 2, Xia Fei silently said. The amount of information Xia Fei was sending into the mind of the gilded green face suddenly multiplied, and the pressure was so great that the breathing of both Xia Fei and the green face beast became heavy. Some dozen of minutes later, the gilded green face in the cage became abnormally docile. Through the cage bars, it tried to ingratiate itself with Xia Fei. Xia Fei was speechless. As he stood up and wiped away the sweat on his brows, he muttered, "Why is this fellow as much of a kiss-up as Furball?" Phantom was still overjoyed from the successful taming of the gilded green face. Nodding his head, he said, "Maybe it's because they're both exotic beasts." Xia Fei rolled his eyes at Phantom. This explanation was clearly a load of nonsense. You've only cultivated your Beast Spirit Codex up to level 3, so you can just barely tame exotic beasts of this grade. You still need to work harder. Don't forget that there's still a Thanatos-class carrier awaiting you in the Wildstar region. That's a carrier, a real capital ship. Just by sending out drones, it can drown the enemies to death. Phantom gushed. Xia Fei stroked his chin with his right hand. You're right. I'm already an A-list supplier for the Alliance military, so maybe I really can apply for a capital ship license. But before that, I'll have to think of a way to handle that annoying Blackstar Phantom Bat. It was not like anyone could get a capital ship if they wanted one. They had far too much strategic significance and were symbols of strength and status. Xia Fei had only recently obtained a permit to own a cruiser and the authorization to establish a small armed force of his own. At most, he could set up a cruiser fleet, but as Quantum Holdings developed, there was a chance that he could get his hands on a capital ship license. Even if he could not set up a capital ship fleet, he had high hopes of having 1 or 2 capital ships under his name. That unblemished Thanatos carrier was so formidable and so beautiful that Xia Fei would often dream about it in his sleep, but the thought of that maddening Blackstar Phantom Bat made both Xia Fei and Phantom scowl. That wicked creature was beyond terrifying. Xia Fei had just barely managed to escape from its jaws the last time. In order to take it down, he needed to be fully prepared. I'm not saying that you should run off to the Wildstar region to fight with that Blackstar Phantom Bat right now. I'm just reminding you to get yourself ready. You're much stronger than when you came back from Heritage Planet, and you're now an A-list supplier to the military. Also, you're also gradually improving in terms of your hardware as well. You might have failed to beat the Blackstar Phantom Bat before, and even if you had beaten it then, you wouldn't have been able to get a capital ship license. but things are completely different now. Xia Fei nodded, sternly speaking. I understand what you're saying. Killing that Black Star Phantom Bat and obtaining the Thanatos carrier is a long-term goal that requires a lot of preparation. Once we get back, I'll start making plans, and when the time is right, we can execute them. The sharp Lifeseeker Tridagger broke open the cage with just a few jabs. The gilded greenface, which had just acknowledged a new master, wanted to win its master's approval, so the beast jumped into Xia Fei's bosom and affectionately snuggled against him. Xia Fei embraced the green-faced beast and swiftly left the dungeon, preparing to return to the impaler. Suddenly, Xia Fei spotted a black silhouette moving past the window at incredible speed. This is bad. We've caught the eye of an expert, Xia Fei said, placing his fingers on Celestial Moon. The black silhouette left Xia Fei rather surprised. His sharp intuition was telling him that the person had an extremely high cultivation, which was far more than he could deal with. Hugging the gilded green face tightly, Xia Fei rushed up to the top floor of the fortress and jumped into the sandstorm. After running some 200 kilometers, Xia Fei felt that he had thrown his opponent off, so he found a depression to take shelter from the wind and rest. With his abilities, Xia Fei was more than capable of running all the way back to the impaler, but the gilded green face in his bosom might be unable to handle it. At excessive speeds, the sand pelting the body became as painful as bullets. Even though Xia Fei had done his best to hold the beast tightly, some of the grains of sand had still managed to get past his defenses and strike the gilded green face, causing it to yowl in pain. Taking out some milk from his spatial ring, he fed it to the gilded green face. Xia Fei's infiltration of the gilded green face's mind had worn away some of its mental energy, and the damage done to its body on the journey had also left the beast rather weak, so it drank down the milk without hesitation. This gilded green face has good bones. Take a look at its broad hip bones and straight waistline. If you take good care of it, it'll become a mighty top-class special beast. Phantom could not help but praise. Xia Fei was also very happy, petting the green-faced beast with both hands. At this time, Furball, which had spent this entire time in sweet dreams, lazily emerged from Xia Fei's bosom. Yawning, it glanced with disdain at the green-faced beast which was still guzzling down milk. The moment Furball's gaze fell on the green-faced beast, the latter became so frightened that it began shuddering, all of its golden fur standing on end. The beast retreated many steps before groveling on the ground, terror in its eyes as it stared at the ground, its head almost getting buried in the sand. Xia Fei was flabbergasted. He looked at the green-faced beast, and then at Furball, failing to understand what had just happened. Furball still had that mischievous look on its face. Sticking out its tongue, this ball of fur licked Xia Fei, its eyes innocent and cute. However, it paid no attention to the nearby gilded green face, apparently feeling that the beast did not have the right to be beside it. Xia Fei was infuriated, finding Furball's arrogance to be unbearable. Thus, he grabbed it, but the bootlicking Furball was not afraid at all. It looked at Xia Fei with watery and pitiful eyes, seemingly asking, "Master, why would you hurt cute lil ol me?" Xia Fei was not falling for it. He had seen Furball try this act numerous times and knew that he was a master at feigning being pitiful. This ball could not be so lightly trusted. Let me tell you, starting today, you and this green-faced beast will be my companions. Beast and ball will have to live and work together. After saying that, Xia Fei placed Furball next to the green-faced beast so that they could get to know each other. At this moment, something that Xia Fei could not even dream about happened. Furball had a disgusted look on its face, but it did not dare to defy Xia Fei's orders. Thus, Furball simply gave that big cat next to it a weird look. The gilded green face shuddered even more intensely, and a pitiful mew came from its throat. It almost sounded as if the beast was begging for its life. Burp. Furball suddenly burped, and this tiny noise in the ears of the gilded green face frightened it out of its wits. The cat-like beast's eyes rolled over, and it collapsed to the ground. Shock. Extreme shock. The gilded green face was in existence second only to Beast King's, but Furball's burp had left it paralyzed. Xia Fei took a few seconds to come to his senses. He hastily ran up to the gilded green face and waved his finger in front of its nose. He felt its pulse, and after which, he paled in shock. It's dead. The gilded green-faced beast is dead. Xia Fei's jaw dropped, ignoring the fact that sand was blowing into his throat and eyes. What did you say? Phantom was even more stunned. He went up to the green-faced beast for what seemed like half a day before falling onto his butt in shock. It's really dead. How did it die? You're asking me, but I'm just as clueless as you. The two of them turned in unison to Furball. The sly fellow had started tiptoeing away the moment it sensed something wrong, but then it felt two burning gazes on its back, so it could only clumsily turn around with an innocent look on its face. One look at Xia Fei's eyes made Furball break out in a cold sweat. Xia Fei's eyes had turned green. Zing! Xia Fei snatched up Furball. You scoundrel, what did you do? This was a gilded green-faced beast. A very formidable special beast. A special beast worth a lot of money. Furball saw that Xia Fei was truly angry, so it put its all into acting, trying to appear as lovable and pitiful as possible. The ball of fur was very ingratiating when it came to Xia Fei, but if Xia Fei mentioned the gilded green face, it would show a look of disdain. I'll kill you. Nothing good has happened since I met you. You ate my purple heart of spirit, almost destroyed my butterfly serpent, and even killed my gilded green face now. You BSDRD. BSDRD. Xia Fei raged and cursed, and Phantom tried to pacify him. Forget it. The beast can't be revived, and there's no need to make Furball pay with its life. Xia Fei rolled his eyes at Phantom before savagely roaring at Furball. You killed my gilded green face. How are you going to pay this debt? At this moment, a black silhouette shot out from the sandstorm and began inspecting the gilded green face's body. Zing! He stood up and angrily glared at Xia Fei. This man of nearly 100 years old was so enraged that the points of his beard were rising to the skies. You killed my gilded green face. How are you going to pay this debt? Xia Fei found these words very familiar. They sounded identical to the words he had just said moments ago. Xia Fei was also enraged, so he could not be bothered to hear who this thin, old man was. What are you saying? It's clearly my green-faced beast. The old man stomped his foot in anger. Nonsense. You clearly stole that green-faced beast from someone else. I was looking for it for ages, but I was just a little too late, or else the green-faced beast would have been mine. I stole it, so it's mine. Xia Fei unreasonably insisted. The thin, old man was even more unreasonable, though. Why should I care how you got it? Anything I see is mine if I want it. Cut the chatter. Stubborn old man, eat this. Xia Fei tossed Celestial Moon with both arms, and under his control, he concealed Celestial Moon within the sandstorm. An angered man was easily moved to rash action. Xia Fei had a nameless fire burning in him, which he was unable to vent on Furball, and this thin, old man had come at just the right time to be the target of his irk. Whoosh! An 18-disc blade shot forth from the darkness of night. Xia Fei was planning to use his psychokinesis to catch the old man off guard. A petty trick. The gaunt old man snorted and drew a circle in the air with his arms. Thud, thud, thud. Celestial Moon seemed to have run into super glue and instantly stopped moving. The 18 circular blades were rendered motionless about 6 meters away from the old man. Xia Fei was flabbergasted. He increased his control over Celestial Moon, but no matter what he did, the blade segments refused to budge. So strong. Xia Fei mentally exclaimed. Whoosh. Bloodthirsty Screech stepped onto the stage. The savage longsword was raised high into the air, creating a flash of silver as it swung down. Xia Fei was blown back 20 meters, but the longsword had been left behind. A bizarre scene played out in the night. The old man had his hands behind his back, while Xia Fei's Celestial Moon and Bloodthirsty Screech floated in the sky. Don't fight him, Phantom said with an ashen face. It's useless. He has a magnetic special ability and can control any metal around him. You'll only be able to fight him if you don't use weapons and remove all the metal on your body. Xia Fei was stunned. This old man was not just at a higher level than him, but also possessed a rare control special ability. While it sounded easy not to carry any metal on one's person, be it his combat suit or his spatial ring, they were all made from metal. One would be controlled as long as they had metal? Would he have to strip naked in order to fight this old man? It should be noted that Xia Fei had broken his bones several times, and his arm still had a few alloy nails in it. Xia Fei would never be able to meet the condition of carrying no metal. Xia Fei let out a soft sigh. Squatting, he began to bury slowly the pitiful gilded green face's body with yellow sand. "What? You're not fighting anymore?" asked the thin, old man curiously. Xia Fei replied, "You're a magnetic ability user with a higher cultivation. What can I even use to fight you? Then, why don't you run?" Xia Fei indifferently said, "What's the point in running? As long as I have metal on my body, I can't escape your control. With one thought, you can drag me back. Running will just be a waste of strength." The old man heartily laughed. "Young man, your judgment isn't bad. It's true that you can't escape my palm, not unless you pull out those alloy nails in your body. But if you do that, you'll become a cripple." Whoosh! The floating bloodthirsty screech and celestial moon dropped to the ground. The thin, old man said, "Take back your weapons." Xia Fei silently picked up his weapons as he pondered on how to get out of his predicament. Not only did the gilded green face die, he had somehow gotten involved with a magnetic ability user in this remote black abyss. Xia Fei felt that his luck today was down the drain. The thin, old man looked grief-stricken as he gazed at the green-faced beast's corpse before he asked, "How did this special beast die?" Xia Fei pursed his lips. "How would I know? I went at great lengths to steal this special beast from Baihao, but then it suddenly dropped dead while I was going back. I heard that gilded green-faced beasts hate filth. When I found this one, it's being kept in a gloomy dungeon full of foul air. Plus, the one watching this beast fed it rotting meat. When I opened the cage and took it out, this special beast was already spiritless and on its last breath. I only heard about it and have no idea if that's true. After all, special beasts shouldn't be this fragile, should they?" Xia Fei shrewdly chose to push all the blame onto Baihao. In any case, everything he had said about the Green Face's dungeon was true. They really did such a thing? I saw it with my 2 eyes. The old man was so angry that his body trembled. He ranted and raved into the sandstorm. After which, he grabbed Xia Fei and began to go back the way they had come, bellowing, "Come with me." The old man grabbed Xia Fei and began running back the way they had come, furiously bellowing, "Come with me." "To where?" "Anyone who makes me lose out on a gilded green-face beast will have to pay," growled the old man angrily. Baihao had planned to offer the green-faced beast to his master, but Xia Fei's heist had thrown the entire castle into disarray. On their way back, they ran into several teams that Baihao had sent to find the green-faced beast. The old man charged up and killed them all, leaving no survivors. He even went further and cut off all their heads. It was all rather barbaric and of such savagery that even Xia Fei, who had grown used to gruesome sights, found himself unable to watch. This magnetic special ability was far more powerful than Xia Fei had imagined. Any weapon made of metal would no longer obey the commands of its owner, and the old man could even reverse the magnetism. An enemy threw a saber at the old man, intending for it to pierce through him, but with a thought, he took control of the saber and sent it back, using it to cut off the head of its former owner. Phantom pursed his lips and whispered, "The magnetic special ability is truly problematic. He's most likely at the eternal rank. You have to find a good opportunity to run away." Xia Fei frowned. "I estimate that his magnetic control extends for at least 15 kilometers, and it's unlikely that his magnetism becomes ineffective past this range. His control will simply become weaker. I'll have to get 50 kilometers away from him in a minute for any chance of escaping." Furball poked its head out from Xia Fei's bosom. It seemed to know that it had made a huge mistake today, so the ball of fur wanted to get back in Xia Fei's good graces. Alas, Xia Fei was not having it. 2 fingers ruthlessly pinched Furball's little face as Xia Fei whispered, "I'll deal with you later. Just obediently sit tightly for now." Furball angrily drew its head back, an innocent look on its face. How does this guy know how to play the victim so much? Where did it learn this from? Xia Fei muttered to himself. He decided that he would have to keep a close eye on Furball's development. He had no idea what this strange ball would eventually grow into. If a single burp was able to frighten a valuable special beast like the gilded greenface to death, Furball definitely was not some low-level being. But if it developed in a wicked direction or walked the path of treachery and murder, then regardless of how high Furball's power level was, Xia Fei would kill it without hesitation. A few moments later, the old man and Xia Fei arrived at Baihao's fortress. Pointing at the fortress, the old man loudly said, "You, come with me." and I'll see if you're telling the truth." Whoosh! Two shadowy figures charged in. The people in the fortress were already in a panicked disarray, and numerous guards and bodyguards were even outside. Xia Fei and the old man killed everyone on sight. It was a bloody massacre. The two of them killed more than 100 people, as if they were cutting melons. Blood flowed like rivers. Clang! While the old man was rather gaunt and thin, he had a very impressive temper. He kicked open the door to the dungeon which had once held the gilded green-face captive, and then he saw the filthy hay covering the bottom of the cage and smelled the awful sewage-like odor in the air. The plate of leftover meat scraps had been flipped over, and they were covered in dust. "Senior, look. This is the awful place where they kept in the gilded green face. They fed it the leftovers of other people's meals. I even saw for myself that big baldy watching the green-faced beast, throwing the food to the ground and kicking it a few times before feeding it to him. The green-faced beast had its dignity and refused to eat, so that Baldy forced open its mouth and made it eat. It's a terribly humiliating sight." Xia Fei added fuel to the fire. The old man got so furious that his dark-skinned face had turned purple. He sighed in shock before furiously saying, "Very good. These people dared to treat such a precious and cute gilded green-faced beast like this. I'll kill every last one of them." Thus, another massacre commenced. Once the killing was done, the old man lit everything on fire, setting ablaze Baihao's imposing residence with all the corpses within. The old man sullenly walked in front, while Xia Fei cautiously followed, ready to escape at any moment. "It seems that I really did blame you wrongly. The one who killed the green-faced beast isn't you, but that lot of scoundrels." The old man fumed. He had killed at least 1,000 people, but his rage had still not cooled. One could not help but admire this sort of explosive temper. Xia Fei hurriedly said in a righteous tone, "Elder, I'm certain that the gilded green face down in the underworld will be soothed now that you've avenged it." Phantom sighed and shook his head. Xia Fei's ability to lie without batting an eyelid could match with Furball's. In fact, Furball might have learned it from him. The old man nodded. "My name is Yuchi Dao, and because I'm always too late, people call me the late one uncle. I came as soon as I heard the news, but in the end, I was a step too late." The late uncle? Xia Fei secretly found it quite amusing. Everyone would be late, but someone who was late for their entire life was a little absurd. Xia Fei smiled and introduced himself. Yuchi Dao seemed rather startled, muttering to himself, "Xia Fei? This name sounds rather familiar. I happened to participate in the Gold Finger Cup and created a bit of stir. Elder might have heard a few rumors." "No, I don't care about some silly Gold Finger Cup." Xia Fei became rather embarrassed, saying, "Maybe it's because I've recently become an A-grade supplier of the military. You might have heard it on the news." "That's not it, either. What does the military have to do with me?" Xia Fei was speechless. Those two events were his most glorious moments in the alliance, but Yuchi Dao had not heard of either of them. It appeared that there was some misunderstanding here. "I remember now." Yuchi Dao slapped himself on the head. "That was close. I almost killed Qin Mang's disciple." "Qin Mang? Elder knows old man Qin Mang?" Xia Fei curiously asked. Yuchi Dao happily laughed, patting Xia Fei on the shoulder. A speed ability user who's about this age. You must be Qin Mang's youngest disciple, Xia Fei. Yesterday, when I went to see Yahweh, he mentioned you. I actually wanted to pay you a visit, but he said that you had gone out for work, so I didn't pay it any mind. I learned from him that a gilded green face had appeared on this planet, so I rushed over here as soon as I could. I didn't think that I would run into you. Did you know? Qin Mang, Thurum, Morris, Su Fong, and I used to be known as the 5 tiger greenskins of the Adjudicator Union's older generation." Yuchi Dao said proudly. "We were brimming with energy back then, each one with a bigger temper than the last, beating up anyone who just looked at us the wrong way. We ended up causing a lot of trouble, but the more the 5 of us fought, the better our relationship became, and by the end, we're basically like brothers to one another." Xia Fei nodded. Old man Qin Mang truly did have an explosive temper in his prime. He had heard about this numerous times from Thurum. Seeing as how this old man had just sent more than 1,000 people, regardless of age or gender, down to hell, Xia Fei could somewhat believe his story. "Have you heard of the 5 tiger greenskins?" Yuchi Dao proudly asked. Xia Fei shook his head. "You haven't." Yuchi Dao was clearly rather displeased. Greenskin is slang for rude and unreasonable ruffians on the streets. The five of us were formidable fighters in our youths, so we're called the Five Tigers. And because our personalities used to be so easily irritated and unreasonable, the people in the Union added the term greenskin to the end of it. It just means that we were unreasonable gangsters who could put up a good fight. Xia Fei did not find the moniker something to be proud of, but Yu Dao heartily laughed and began to talk about all the absurd things he had done in his youth. Xia Fei was very sure that Yu Dao in his youth definitely deserved the nickname of Greenskin. What a pity that Qin Mang and the rest grew fond of politics. I'm the only one who still likes to travel about. Because I was always late to arrive at the Union, I would often be rebuked by my superiors, so one day, in a fit of anger, I decided to quit the Adjudicator Union. As we age, the five tiger greenskins have steadily grown more distant to one another. Yu Dao's voice was tinged with sorrow. Did you know? Your master Qin Mang and Serum joined together to recommend you to the Brotherhood, but someone intervened. Xia Fei frowned. I heard the old man talk about the Brotherhood, but I've never heard of me joining it. In addition, Qin Mang isn't my master. He's the curator of the library, and I'm just a subordinate who has a somewhat good relationship with him. Yu Dao casually said, I don't care about how you're related to him, but you'd better understand that joining the Brotherhood is equivalent to joining the most elite fighting group in the Alliance. It's the ultimate goal of many fighters. Once you go back, Qin Mang is probably going to get you a job in the Adjudicator Union. And after you've had 2 or 3 years of experience under your belt, he'll likely send in your application again. Xia Fei was speechless. He had only one mission in mind: strengthen his own faction. Starting from a long time ago, Xia Fei had realized that, while relying on the Adjudicator Union was fine and the mysterious organization of the Brotherhood was probably formidable, none of them could compare to relying on himself. In this strange universe which was fraught with danger, a person could only survive by relying on oneself. The various internal conflicts going on in the Adjudicator Union made Xia Fei sigh. What if someone stabbed him in the back one day? Just how many people had come to plunder old man Qin Mang's possessions when he had fallen seriously ill that one time? That was a living example. As the saying went, one can lean on a big tree for its shade. With the protection of the powerful Adjudicator Union, Xia Fei could save himself from taking many detours. But this tree was not just a bearer of fruits, but also bombs. There were countless pathways to success, and Xia Fei elected not to take those seemingly flat and sunny paths. He had chosen a difficult path, but one that could take him even farther. One day, I'll make my own faction and set down my own game rules. This was the ideal that Xia Fei aspired to. While Yu Dao was always late and his temper made him unpredictable, he realized that he and Xia Fei were the same kind of person, so he immediately became kind and genial. He regaled Xia Fei with tales of the past, and tried to help the young man find a way to get into the Brotherhood even sooner. Xia Fei very patiently and diligently listened, displaying the modesty a junior should have. This made Yu Dao very satisfied. When they parted, Xia Fei took out many tea leaves, dried meat, and other such things from his spatial ring to offer as a gift. The Chinese had turned gift-giving into an art, and Xia Fei explained that he was not offering these things as a gift, but rather as a form of respect. Yu Dao had never received such courtesy before, and his pride swelled. It was as if Xia Fei had sent him a mountain of gold and silver. After some hesitation, Yu Dao took out a circular metal placard from his bosom and gave it to Xia Fei. As a senior, I should also give you something to commemorate our first meeting. You can have this admission ticket to the Brotherhood New Year Trade Carnival this year. I'm always late, so this isn't very useful to me. The Brotherhood New Year Trade Carnival? Xia Fei found this a mouthful to say. It's a big trade meet that the Brotherhood holds every 3 years. The items traded there would be of the highest grade in the Alliance. Even if you don't have the money to buy anything, you can still look around and get some experience. Yahweh's military base. I've thought about it. If we can fend off the attacks from Terminus and Evil Gulfstream this time, those veterans can elect to become your private soldiers. After all, they've been with me for so many years that I can't just have them defending the base for their entire lives. Yahweh sighed. Once the war is over, you may take as many as you wish, provided that they're willing to follow you. Xia Fei laughed. Big brother Yahweh, You're truly a general who loves his soldiers as if they're your children. Relax. If they're willing to be part of my private army, I'll definitely treat them well. Yahweh silently sipped his coffee before continuing. It seems to me that you're very confident in us, certain that we will win in the Black Abyss. Xia Fei asked back, is it a bad thing if I trust you? Your victory will get me the most money, so I can only place all my hopes on your shoulders. Yahweh nodded. We still don't know how ships fitted with energy shield boosters will perform in battle, though. We'll soon be joining with the rest of the army and engaging in a large-scale battle. At the moment, it's estimated that 30 million men will be taking part, with no fewer than 10,000 ships, nearly 100 of which being capital ships. It's going to be an all-or-nothing battle. Victory will mean that we drive the enemy back to their homes, but a loss will make us scramble for our lives. Xia Fei calmly replied, military strategy isn't my forte, but I sincerely wish you good luck. Yahweh replied, I understand that it's in your best interests to count on us. The two of them laughed, understanding what the other was thinking. Right? I already sent over the equipment you promised that rebel army, or whatever. Are those people your friends? Do you want me to give them some support from the shadows? Yahweh asked. Xia Fei smiled wickedly as he sternly said, Big brother Yahweh, those people certainly aren't my friends, so let them live and die on their own. If they don't die, Wenqin will continue to have a worry in her heart. Your meaning is? Yahweh was somewhat taken aback. Xia Fei clearly hoped that this rebel army would disappear. Yes, Xia Fei firmly declared. Wenqin is connected to someone very important to me. I need that lady to focus and be a good wife, so she can't have any worries weighing on her mind. Yahweh exhaled, his brows creasing. You're quite the vicious person, helping someone in the open but secretly working to their demise. Xia Fei did not take the comment to heart, saying, Big brother Yahweh, I'm sure that you'd do the same if our positions were switched. In truth, it doesn't matter how vicious or ruthless it is. To reach our goals, we, at times, must resort to some small tricks. Yahweh smiled and patted Xia Fei on the shoulder. That's true. Getting someone's trust is usually a multifaceted affair, not something that one can just get with money. Leave this matter to me. I'll make sure it's done cleanly. Thank you. If there's nothing else, I plan to be on my way. So soon? You don't wish to stay any longer. Xia Fei chuckled. The Death Tri-region is a war zone. Trust me when I say that I'll be staying some more here, but not right now. Once the war is over, I'll move my home here as a victor rightly should. 2 months later, Earth. The butcher had parted with Xia Fei midway. Desiring Eden, they had joined a grandiose exploration army. Ever since the matter of Eden emerged, countless exploration teams and corporations had appeared in the Alliance overnight. Their goal was the same. Find a navigation course to Eden and establish a connection with those humans who looked like them, yet had been separated from the Alliance for far too long. This was the first time since the opening up of the universe that humanity had made such a large move out of its domain to seek a new world. Butcher and his brothers, who had come out of the blood matrix, were naturally overcome with excitement. Xia Fei had a good impression of these scarred warriors. Even after experiencing darkness and oppression, they remained enthusiastic about life, indicating that they had quite the stubborn and persistent will to live. While Xia Fei was not that old, he was very good at judging people. One principle he always kept was to look at what people did rather than what they said. Xia Fei would get Butcher's crew on his side one day, but before that, he would let them vent all the pressure on their chests. He would have plenty of time to recruit them once they calmed down. The Impaler had been parked outside Andre's mansion for 3 days now. In these 3 days, Sarah reported that she had finished her work. While Wenqin was unwilling, she still decided to leave with Porter, but Xia Fei never took one step off his ship. He sent everyone a simple message. I'm in seclusion. There was nothing after that. More and more people gathered. The president of the Earth Federation, Wu Long, anxiously waited outside the ship. Each day, he would first hold his regular meeting at the presidential palace, and after the meetings were done, he would move to a bench on his lawn and look at Xia Fei's ship. Charlie, Andre, Boateng, and Porter did the same. Even old man Qin Meng made a personal visit to New York. After an entire week, Xia Fei finally walked out from his room. The advancement this time was very difficult, Xia Fei muttered as he lit a cigarette. Phantom shrugged. That's how cultivation is. The higher you go, the more difficult it gets. This time, you increased the Beast Spirit Codex to Stage 4 and your Psychokinesis to Stage 3. Altogether, you only took a little more than 2 months. In truth, that's astonishing speed. Xia Fei nodded. I want to bring the Beast Spirit Codex to Stage 6 as soon as possible. Only then will I have a chance against the Blackstar Phantom Bat and get my hands on that Thanatos carrier. Phantom replied. The Blackstar Phantom Bat isn't going to be an easy opponent. You'll have to make many preparations before you go after it. At the very least, you need a decent expedition fleet, not like this time, where you just had butcher's men fill in your ranks. Moreover, you also need several high-ranked warriors to support you. That's the only way you can have any chance of killing the Blackstar Phantom Bat and seizing the carrier. Xia Fei brewed a cup of tea for himself. I already have an idea of who to pick. Phantom chuckled. You're thinking about Moonsong and Qindong, aren't you? Moonsong's illusion ability will truly be a big help. The Blackstar Phantom Bat is skilled in illusory attacks, and Moonsong's illusions should be able to confuse it for a while. As for Qindong, his frost ability can restrict the Blackstar Phantom Bat's movements and attack range. Teaming up with them is truly a good choice. Still, that's not good enough. Moonsong's cultivation isn't that high, and her illusions aren't guaranteed to be effective on the Blackstar Phantom Bat. To increase your odds of success, you should add a few more high-ranked warriors to the team. Gurgle. Xia Fei's tummy rumbled. Patting his shriveled stomach, Xia Fei said, returning to the Wildstar region is a long-term goal that we have plenty of time to think about. Let's fill my stomach first. Eerie. The mood was truly eerie. Xia Fei was alone in the dining room, eating, while several dozen pairs of eyes watching him from nearby. My God, Xia Fei's appetite has increased again. That's a Mexican turkey weighing 8 kilos. Sometimes, I really don't understand how you can eat so much, Wulong said in shock. Xia Fei smiled. Since so many of us are here, let's have a meeting. I have some matters I need to discuss with everyone. Anyway, there are no outsiders here, so there's no need to be so uptight. All of them had many matters to consult with Xia Fei about, so everyone voiced their agreement to this idea. Qin Meng tried to back out, saying he was not a member of Quantum Holdings, but Xia Fei refused to accept this excuse and made him stay. How many energy shield boosters can we produce right now? Charlie took out a prepared form and passed it to Xia Fei. The military's requirements are truly too shocking. Want to guess how many they ordered? 10,000. Xia Fei casually said. The military uses the most warships in the entire alliance. Not even they can say how many fleets they have under their command. A group like the Adjudicator Union has nearly 200 fleets, so I will conservatively estimate that the military has at least 2,000. Xia Fei glanced at the contract copy and cried out in alarm. 1 million. The military made an order for 1 million. Charlie seemed incredibly excited. Right? The military is incredibly interested in the energy shield boosters. By the looks of it, they plan to outfit every one of their ships with it. We're selling the energy shield boosters to the military at a somewhat lower profit margin than with our ordinary customers, but the profit margin for each one is still 1 million star coins. If we complete this order, Quantum Holdings will make a profit of 1 trillion star coins. Besides Qin Meng, Porter, and Phantom, everyone else was flabbergasted. This was 1 trillion star coins. Someone of Qin Meng's status did not care that much about money, but Xia Fei was different. As someone who used to scrimp and scrounge even when he went out to eat fried paste noodles, when had he ever heard of such an astronomical sum? When he had come to possess 1 million star coins, he had been so excited that he could not speak for several days and nights, and when his account broke to 100 million, he had been over the moon with excitement. Now, his capital was about to break through the 1 trillion mark, and Xia Fei found it hard to conceal his ecstasy. In truth, Xia Fei did not need much money to fund his lifestyle. Someone who ate fried paste noodles and smoked Hongdashan as much as they could would not even spend $10,000 every month. The greatest benefit of this capital to Xia Fei was not dignity or luxury, but rather dreams. With money, he had the chance to realize his dreams. One needed the support of enormous capital to purchase high-grade medicinal ingredients and equipment. The Thanatos Carrier Seizure Plan, the Death Tri-Region Development Plan, and even the far-off plan to build a Titan. Which one of these things that Xia Fei had dreamed long ago would not cost an astronomical amount of money? There was also Avril. Xia Fei did not want the woman he loved to be in poverty because of him. She deserved a better life. Avril might not care about money, but Xia Fei had to. Heavens! This much money is enough to buy several dozens of Earth. Wulong exclaimed. Xia Fei, you can now consider yourself a part of the wealthy class of the Alliance. Qin Meng softly coughed. To make the accounting easier, in the Alliance, 1,000,000,000,000 star coins is considered one dun. A dun. Correct. The Alliance has over 1,000,000,000,000 people, so the total capital of it is astronomical. I'll use the Adjudicator Union as an example. The wages and benefits paid to its members each year cost thousands of dun, even as much as 10,000. So while Quantum Holdings reaching dun levels of revenue makes it a first-rate company, it still can't compare to the true giants. Xia Fei nodded. Regardless, the fact that Quantum Holdings made a profit of 1 trillion was something to celebrate. This was only the beginning, and as its business with the military increased, Quantum Holdings would undoubtedly have a bright future. Charlie, we don't have any production problems after taking such a large order, right? Charlie smiled. Ever since the corporation became an A-list supplier of the military, we can't even meet with the number of corporations that want to work with us each day. Whether it's raw materials or machine tools, they're all provided to us for free, and we only need to pay once the order is done. This has taken a lot of pressure off our funds. The Earth Federation's Wulong also helped, working with the top 1,000 universities to start up a middle management training program. In those schools, college students can begin learning relevant knowledge to the profession, and every year, they will intern at the factory for 3 months. Once they graduate, they can immediately be assigned to wherever they're needed. As for workers, we don't need to worry about that. At present, Earth has a population of 7 billion, and men and women of working age surpass 2 billion. These people can all serve as an enormous pool of labor that we can use. After all, Quantum Holdings is famous, and the number of people who want to enter it is uncountable. Porter followed up. We're currently pushing for automated production within the company, using many machines to replace human labor. After all, a person's mental energy is limited, and working nonstop for 8 hours is essentially the limit, but machines are different. As long as they're undamaged, they can continue operating, and they'll never make mistakes. If things go smoothly, within a year, we can increase the production of energy shield boosters to at least 10,000 a day. Xia Fei nodded. If Quantum Holdings could reach a daily production of 10,000, then it would be able to generate an annual profit of at least 3.65 trillion. Moreover, the energy shield boosters were not just restricted to the standard version. There were also the enhanced and the deluxe versions, which had higher profit margins. The most conservative estimate was an annual profit of 4 trillion. The beautiful future had everyone excited. Xia Fei gave them all a simple explanation of the company's 5-year development plan, which was to use the foundation given to them by the competitive products like the energy shield boosters to develop other equipment, such as the coordinated energy distribution devices, which was necessary for the energy shield arrays. The plan was to expand vigorously in all directions. The corporation matters end here. I now want to declare an even more long-term plan, an enormous undertaking which may involve several dozens or even several hundred duns, Xia Fei sternly said. After learning about the unit of dun from Qin Meng, Xia Fei had swiftly put it to use. A new plan. Several hundred duns. Everyone was flabbergasted, and even Qin Meng could not help but be surprised. Within the next few years, there's a high chance that I'll become the owner of a large territory in the fringe of the Alliance territory. Conservatively speaking, it'll consist of several dozen star systems, with at least 5 habitable planets. An uproar commenced. Several dozen star systems. 5 inhabitable planets. This region was unimaginably vast. Besides shock, they were also curious just how Xia Fei had managed to claim such a large region. After pausing a moment, Xia Fei continued. I will call this plan Pioneer. There are 3 phases in this Pioneer plan. The first phase is to recruit a large number of migrants willing to venture into the stars beyond Earth and set up new homes in a distant place. The population of Earth is far from enough, though, so I'm considering recruiting migrants who are seeking more living spaces from other places. As long as they have specialized skills and are willing to endure some harsh environments, they would be able to obtain vast space to develop. As for the second phase, Pioneer requires 2 battle-capable fleets to safeguard its execution. These fleets must possess astounding fighting power. My plan calls for at least 20 battleships to serve as the main force, and they should be assisted by logistics and scout ships. At least 500,000 people will be needed to operate these ships. In the third phase, while Quantum Holdings will keep Earth as its main production base, the company's operations will be moved to the capital ring. After all, the most elite corporations and organizations are all gathered around the capital ring. If we truly wish to become a mega corporation that can guide the development of the alliance, we must develop closer connections with the other top corporations. With regard to the work on Earth, they'll be directed from the headquarters. Does anyone have any objections? Xia Fei asked. All were silent. None of them had been mentally prepared for this plan of unprecedented scale. An immense colonization plan, top-class fleets, hundreds of trillions in capital. All of this had shaken their nerves, and not even Qin Meng imagined that Xia Fei would have such an ambitious plan. Though this plan has many areas that have yet to be touched upon, we have to start moving ahead of time and begin planning for the future, Xia Fei added. Wulong dumbly nodded. I agree. Charlie followed in showing his support for the pioneer plan. All this time, Xia Fei had been their undisputed leader, and reality had proven that Xia Fei was a good fit for this role. Though he was younger than most of them, just as he said, age was only proof of how long someone had lived, nothing more. Since everyone agreed to this, I'll give everyone their assignment. Big Brother Wulong, you're currently the president of the Earth Federation, so you'll have to push along the colonization plan. For now, keep this matter under wraps, but the Ministry of Civil Affairs should immediately begin carrying out surveys and drafting a list of potential migrants. We should choose suitable candidates, and once the plan is executed, we can quickly start the work of persuading them. Remember, this matter needs to be kept secret. Wulong hurriedly nodded. Relax. I'll take care of the matter myself. Charlie, once the plan starts, we may have to mobilize a large amount of capital in a very short time. I need you to get in touch with the big banks and expand Quantum Holdings credit lines. If we need the money, I need them to transfer it into the company's accounts as quickly as possible. However, the Alliance's #1 financial corporation, Planet Financial, must be excluded. I don't want to develop any connections with Planet Financial or any of their subsidiaries. Uncle Porter, Sarah, Boateng, I will place the important responsibility of the fleet's formation on your shoulders. With a casual and understated tone, Xia Fei laid out his shocking new plan. Each person was given their assignment. This was simply the preparation stage. Once Pioneer entered the execution stage, the work would only grow more intense. All of them were nervous and excited. This was the first time Quantum Holdings had ever engaged in a plan of this scale. Not even the explosive expansion of production could compare. None of them was sure if this plan could actually be realized, but when they saw how assured and confident Xia Fei was, all of them felt slightly less nervous. They had developed a habit of depending on Xia Fei. The saying went that when the heavens fell, someone tall would hold them up, but for Quantum Holdings, this person had always been Xia Fei. As they excitedly chattered, Xia Fei quietly took Porter to the side and whispered, "Is Wenqin doing well?" Porter awkwardly nodded. He did not know what methods Xia Fei had employed, but there was no disputing the fact that his beloved was by his side. She's doing well, but she's somewhat worried that she hasn't been able to get in touch with the friends she made in the Black Abyss. Xia Fei nodded. Yahweh had definitely done as they had agreed and quietly removed that so-called rebel army. Wenqin now had no other worries on her mind. Moreover, she originally cared about Porter, but various minor matters had kept them from getting together. With time, the woman would undoubtedly willingly become a good wife for Porter. Uncle, you have to pamper women. Wenqin just came from the Death Tri-region to Earth. She has no friends on this planet, so it's only natural for her to feel unhappy. It'll all depend on how you treat her during this period. Porter sullenly asked, "There's one thing I don't get. Back when I sought her about wanting to be with her, she refused. What did you do to convince her?" Xia Fei chuckled. "The past isn't the present. The Death TR region has become a chaotic war zone now. Naturally, she has to start planning for the future." Porter took this as the truth, unaware that Xia Fei had actually exploited Wenqin's righteous nature to force her into coming. The means were not important to Xia Fei as long as the end was good, even if it earned him a bad name. What did it matter if the whole world hated him? Xia Fei was no god. and he had no reason to save all of humanity. Provided that he could protect those people he found worthy, he was content. The rest of them could rot in hell for all he cared. Old man Qin Mang quietly stepped into the courtyard for a walk, and Xia Fei asked for leave from the others to follow. "This is a big undertaking," Qin Mang said, smiling as he walked. Xia Fei replied, "A human's life is one of constant hustle and bustle. Since the heavens gave me this opportunity to mess around, it would be a great pity to waste it." "Smooth talker," Qin Mang heckled, "but I'm quite optimistic about this fearless endeavor of yours. I actually heard from Yahweh that you wanted to purchase a big piece of territory in Terminus. Initially, I thought that you had seen some business opportunity there and decided to profit from it. But after hearing what you said, I now see that you want to form your own faction. In other words, you're not willing to follow my plan of becoming a core part of the Adjudicator Union and then finding a chance to join the Brotherhood." Xia Fei silently nodded. He would have to lay his cards on the table at some point, and since Qin Mang had already seen through everything, Xia Fei might as well confess. Xia Fei was never someone who liked paying attention to the look on other people's faces, and in this world, there was only one path that allowed him this luxury: make other people pay attention to the look on his face. Though Xia Fei was still far from reaching that level, there was no harm in making this his goal. "I heard that Yuchi Dao gave you an admission ticket to the Brotherhood New Year Trade Carnival this year." Qin Mang paused before asking, "I heard that Yuchi Dao gave you an entry pass to the Brotherhood's New Year Trade Carnival this year?" Qin Mang asked. Xia Fei nodded. "That's true. I bumped into him in Black Abyss and nearly had a misunderstanding. Yuchi Dao is the strongest opponent I've encountered so far, and his magnetic special ability is already at eternal rank, putting so much pressure on me that I could hardly breathe. Fortunately, he's friends with you, or else he might have made me stay in there." Qin Mang snorted. "What's the use of a high cultivation? He's the most unreliable person I've known. Did he tell you what his nickname was?" Xia Fei chuckled. "Apparently, his nickname is the Late Uncle, though I don't know if it's for real. To be more precise, he should be called the Eternally Late Uncle." Qin Mang angrily huffed. From his youth until now, Yuchi Dao has always been an absent-minded and temperamental weirdo. Remember, don't ever depend on that fellow for anything. He'll never be able to do anything he promises you. Xia Fei said nothing. He had no desire to involve himself in Qin Mang and his old brother's quarrels. The Brotherhood holds its New Year Trade Carnival only once every 3 years. It's the most exclusive get-together in the entire alliance. How could he give you his pass? Yuchi Dao said that he'll arrive late regardless, so he gave it to me since it's pointless for him to have it. Saying this, Xia Fei took out that plate made of unknown metal from his spatial ring and handed it to Qin Mang. "Old man, take a look. This is what he gave me." Qin Mang casually glanced at the entry pass before handing it back. "True. It really is proof that you can participate in the trade carnival. Do you plan to go?" Xia Fei nodded. "I heard that many top-class products within the alliance will appear at the trade carnival, so I plan to take a look and broaden my horizons. Plus, it's being held close to the Capital Ring, and I'm going there to set up a new office for Quantum Holdings, anyway. I might as well go and take a look." Qin Mang replied, "It's good to take a look. You might be able to find something useful, right? I have a residence on the edge of the Capital Ring on a planet called Duwu. When you head to the Capital Ring, I'll join you." Xia Fei curiously asked, "Old man, are you unsatisfied with living on Earth?" Qin Mang shook his head. "Your home planet is fine. I simply have some matters to take care of in the capital." 3 days later, Xia Fei, Qin Mang, and Andre boarded the Impaler and set off for the Capital Ring. "I never dreamed that I would one day leave Earth to head out into the thriving universe, and it's to the capital of the Human Alliance to boot." Andre's eyes were brimming with glee as he excitedly looked out from a ship window. Xia Fei smiled. "The Human Alliance has this annoying law where those with special abilities can't obtain interstellar travel permits. But now that Quantum Holdings is an A-list military supplier, employees of our company are no longer restricted by that law. You can go wherever you want." Andre chuckled. "To someone of my age, being able to take a trip to the Capital Ring is enough. I don't dare to imagine anything more." Xia Fei replied, "You can't think this way. Charlie and the others have to remain on Earth and handle the headquarters move. You're the one who will have to handle the selection of the office and the subsequent move. Quantum Holdings moving its headquarters from Earth to the capital was a plan long in the making for Xia Fei. After all, the capital was where the best and brightest of the alliance were gathered and was where the most resources were collected. While the expenses may seem daunting, this relocation was more a benefit than a detriment to the long-term development of Quantum Holdings. Moreover, setting up a headquarters in as expensive an area as the capital was in itself a show of strength. If there's nothing else, I'm heading back to my room to continue cultivating, Xia Fei told Qin Meng and Andre. Qin Meng and Andre could take care of themselves. Qin Meng even made it his duty to monitor the impaler so that Xia Fei could focus on his cultivation. In a small room next to the bedroom, Xia Fei sat with his legs crossed. Phantom said, "At present, your primary special ability, speed, has already reached intermediate Star River rank, and you can maintain a speed of about 10,000 meters per second. Your second special ability, psychokinesis, is a little more lacking, being only at primary star domain rank. You can perfectly use the first-tier Demon Axe and second-tier Thunder Fury, but the stronger combat technique Thousand Venerables still places significant stress on you. You should only use it if your life is at risk. The fourth stage of the Beast Spirit Codex is enough to deal with the vast majority of special beasts. As for the third stage cloning technique, Delusion, we haven't yet tested its effects." Xia Fei smiled and added, "I also have Sly Thrust." Phantom replied, "True, but you've already attained a perfect grasp of Sly Thrust. You just need to practice it once or twice every day and be done with it. What I want to say is, you need to improve your four main skills. I'm sure you understand that you shouldn't bite off more than you can chew." "I understand it," Xia Fei casually said. "You think that cultivating too many skills will divide my attention, but I don't share your opinion. An abundance of martial arts doesn't weigh anything. I have a use for every special ability and combat technique, so I've decided that I'm going to continue improving them together." Phantom chuckled. "Of course, I don't mean that. I just think that in this half a month of journey to reach the capital ring, you should focus on a single attack and do your best to increase it by a stage." Xia Fei nodded. "That makes sense. For this half a month, I'll focus on psychokinesis." He removed a thin booklet from his spatial ring. No one except Xia Fei knew about this book. In his year-long experience on the Heritage Planet, Xia Fei had not only improved his battle sense, but, more importantly, also obtained this book on psychokinesis. Unlike the speed ability, psychokinesis was not an ability that Xia Fei had been born with, but an auxiliary extension ability. His damaged 7th brain region meant that Xia Fei could not improve his speed ability through cultivation, but his second special ability, psychokinesis, was unaffected. Yes, it was Xia Fei's special ability, but it stood apart from his 7th brain region. This sort of mystical special ability could only be obtained in a place like Heritage Planet. Not only did the booklet record how to strengthen one's brain waves, it also recorded a nameless combat technique, which Xia Fei called psychokinesis. There were 9 stages in total to this technique, each corresponding to a certain stage. At the primary starlight rank, one could cultivate psychokinesis first-tier skill Demon Axe, being able to perfectly unleash Demon Axe once they reach the advanced starlight rank. At the starbase rank, one could use Thunder Fury. Then at star domain, one could cultivate the third-tier combat skill Thousand Venerables, and this went on and on. Xia Fei was currently at primary star domain rank, so while he could use Thousand Venerables, it was not perfected. Forcefully using it would do enormous damage to his body. Xia Fei planned to use the time on this voyage to improve his psychokinesis and, hopefully, reach advanced star domain rank. Cultivating psychokinesis was rather boring. Xia Fei spent every day attempting to use his mind to lift heavy objects and fly them around. As he improved, he became able to lift heavier and heavier objects with psychokinesis. Under Xia Fei's control, a steel ball weighing 400 kilograms flew circles around the room. "Change direction," Xia Fei roared, and the heavy steel ball stopped advancing along its current trajectory, instead weaving around like a butterfly through flowers while leaving afterimages in its wake. "Just hold out for the last 5 minutes," Phantom encouraged. Xia Fei gritted his teeth, the immense mental strain making his brain ache. 5 minutes later, the steel ball slowly dropped to the ground, and Xia Fei exhaled and lay down flat on the floor. "Xia Fei, you did it. Your psychokinesis has reached the advanced star domain rank." With your current level, you can even use your mind to lift yourself and fly. Xia Fei panted for breath. Flying was a sort of a definitive threshold to evaluate psychokinesis users. When a person's mental strength reached this level, they could control weapons from a distance and pull off many techniques, which would seem absurd. It would be very difficult for anything to impede their path. Xia Fei was fortunate that his special abilities and combat techniques all had synergy with one another. His speed ability could maximize the unpredictability of his sly thrust, and the Beast Spirit Codex and Delusion were both mental-type abilities that were necessary to bolster his psychokinesis. You can now use 1,000 Venerables without hurting yourself, though it would be quite some time before we can use the 4th-tier combat technique. Fearless, Phantom excitedly said. Duowu was an important agricultural planet near the capital ring. 60% of the capital's fruits were produced here. Qin Meng's home was located on a hillside, and from here, he had a view of a boundless strawberry plantation. The sight of the glistening and plump red fruits was heartening to the soul. Serum had long ago sent someone to clean up this long-unused mansion. Qin Meng had many friends in the capital ring, and he naturally had people tending to his needs, so there was no need for Xia Fei to concern himself over it. After bidding farewell to Qin Meng, Xia Fei piloted the Impaler straight to the capital. Parking his ship at a spaceport outside the Venal Galaxy, he and Andre boarded the transit agency's passenger ship to enter the capital. Which planet should our headquarters be on? Besides the 6 planets reserved for the military, there are 23 planets in the capital's Venal Galaxy available for humans to live in. All of them have their distinct styles and scenery, Andre said. Xia Fei replied, I've long decided to locate it on Venal 19. Quantum Holdings is primarily focused on manufacturing military equipment, and the Alliance's 4 largest warship corporations, as well as other military manufacturers, are all headquartered on that planet. Having them as neighbors will make communication much easier. Plus, the nearby Venal 20 is the Alliance's economic lifelines, while Venal 17 is where the Alliance's government is, the upper and lower legislative chambers. The location is pretty good. Andre expressed his agreement. He opened his microcomputer and took a look at the real estate prices in the capital ring. He exclaimed in shock, Good Lord! The commercial real estate price index on Venal 19 is more than 1,800, and this is only the 6th highest in the Venal Galaxy. Each square meter of an office building costs an average of 600,000 star coins, and the price is even higher at more popular locations. 600,000 star coins per square meter. This is robbery. Xia Fei helplessly shrugged his shoulders. This place is the location of the Alliance's headquarters, after all. The real estate prices have to be high. To tell the truth, I don't even think 600,000 star coins per square meter can buy us the office tower we need. For this price includes the more remote areas. As an A-list military supplier, Quantum Holdings cannot afford to be careless with appearances. If we're moving, we have to move to the most luxurious city center. Do you plan to rent this office tower? A real estate broker carrying a briefcase tilted his head and asked. His hair was impeccably combed and looked as if it had just been licked by some family pet. His face was freckled, and he had a sharp and unkind chin. Xia Fei nodded. This tower is in a pretty good location, but I want to take a look inside first before making up my mind. The freckled man nonchalantly sighed. Xia Fei had simple exercise clothes and a pair of mountain boots on, appearing like a good-for-nothing. Andre appeared rather like an old gentleman in his tailor-made Western suit of pure cotton and with a cane in hand. Alas, the styles popular on Earth were not in vogue in the capital ring. The freckled man glanced at Xia Fei and Andre and immediately took them for countryside bumpkins. Someone in this line of work had to have the ability to read people's faces. The freckled man was very disappointed, believing that he would be unable to extract much profit from Xia Fei. Of course, this is a good location. It's on the western side of the Central Park and adjacent to Mufulon Avenue. It's only 5 minutes away from the spaceport, and around us are the headquarters of the Alliance's top corporations. The freckled man suddenly stopped. He realized that saying all this to a countryside bumpkin like Xia Fei was just a waste of energy. He immediately changed the topic. While the location is good, the rent isn't cheap. This tower has 28 floors, each one being 1,500 square meters. Plus, it's rented as a whole, not partially. Are you sure you want to take a look? Andre frowned. This freckled man was clearly looking down on them. If they did not want to look, why would they call the real estate broker in the first place? Xia Fei was very calm, though merely softly smiling. I do. The freckled man pursed his lips and very reluctantly opened the door, allowing Xia Fei and Andre inside. It's best if you're quick about it. I still have other clients to see, said the freckled man impatiently. Andre was about to unleash all his pent-up rage when Xia Fei stopped him. No rush. Let's look at the building first. A few moments later, Xia Fei and Andre arrived at the top floor. Andre used his hands to knock on the thick French windows. This building isn't bad. It's built on a sturdy alloy framework, and the panoramic French windows allow in plenty of sunlight. There's even an artificial hanging garden on the roof, but our company can't possibly move over all at once, so we don't need this much floor space. The freckled man was even more unhappy upon hearing this. He softly whispered under his breath, "If you don't have the money, what's the point in putting on airs and trying to make yourself look good?" "What did you say?" Andre could no longer hold back. He questioned the man as he angrily thumped his cane against the floor, his face turning red. "I thought that the people of the capital ring would have some more professionalism. I didn't think it'd be this bad." "Professionalism?" asked the freckled man casually. "I'll be professional if you've got the money. If you've got no money, you're just window shopping." Xia Fei smiled as he pulled back Andre and took out his phone. "Is this Nine Heavens Real Estate?" "I'm looking for Director Kong," Xia Fei told the woman on the other end. The freckled man froze. Nine Heavens Real Estate was the company he worked for. Did this young man have connections? "Sir, do you have an appointment?" the beautiful receptionist asked. Xia Fei sternly said, "I'm the chairman of Quantum Holdings, an A-list supplier for the Alliance military. I'm seeking your director to discuss some important business. If he doesn't want my business, I'll go and find someone else." The freckled man was dumbfounded. Even an idiot knew what an A-list military supplier represented. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, but Xia Fei did not even look at him. It had to be said that a title had an inestimable weight. The receptionist immediately looked at Xia Fei in a new light and connected him to the director. "Is the 28-story commercial tower on Mufulon Avenue managed by your company?" Xia Fei directly asked. This Director Kong had already heard who Xia Fei was from the receptionist, and given the unyielding attitude Xia Fei was displaying, he basically took him at his word. "Correct. Does the chairman wish to lease this tower?" "Not lease." "Not lease? What does the chairman mean?" "Buy? I want to buy this tower," Xia Fei calmly replied. The freckled man felt his knees go weak. This building's rent was astronomical, but Xia Fei wanted to buy it? How much money was this? Had he really made a mistake? This Director Kong was ecstatic and wanted to meet with Xia Fei to discuss the price, but Xia Fei refused. "I'm sorry, I don't have the time. I'll leave that to my financial director. Besides that, I have an additional condition." "Please name it," Mr. Kong excitedly said. As long as he could get this deal done, he would even call Xia Fei daddy. "What's your name?" Xia Fei turned to the freckled man and asked. The man had barely opened his mouth to speak when Xia Fei turned his head back. "Forget it. I don't really care what your name is. Director Kong, the service attitude of your employee has greatly displeased me and severely affected my trust in your company. I hope that you can take care of this matter." Mr. Kong exploded in rage. After glaring at the freckled man, he fawningly told Xia Fei, "Chairman, please, rest assured I will fire this man immediately." "Ah, no. I won't just fire him. Starting from today, he won't be able to dream about working in this ring's real estate industry ever again. I will issue a letter of warning so that everyone in our line of work will know of his unacceptable ways." Xia Fei nodded his head in agreement. The freckled man felt faint. In the space of a few minutes, he had lost his job and been kicked out of the real estate world. The power of Xia Fei's words left him in disbelief. Director Kong whispered, "Chairman, could you tell me what did that scoundrel do to dissatisfy you? This way, I can warn my employees." Xia Fei smiled. "Oh, he just didn't look like a good person." Director Kong swallowed as he mentally told himself, "Good God, you don't like the look of him, so you decided to end his life? This young man isn't just the normal kind of unreasonable." The contract was quickly signed. Perhaps because of the prestige of an A-list military supplier, or because of Xia Fei's domineering performance, Nine Heavens Real Estate refrained from quoting a high price and even reduced their price per square meter by 50,000 star coins. This was one of the wonders of doing business. The stronger the client, the more the benefits they could derive. After all, everyone wanted to form a long-term relationship with a big client. Focusing on momentary profits was not the way of far-sighted businessmen. 42,000 square meters, each square meter costing 1,300,000 star coins. This building cost us 54,600,000,000 star coins. Andre was flabbergasted. Just 3 years ago, he was worried about 1,000,000 star coins. Now, he was spending several billion in one go. Xia Fei said, "I've been researching, and a building at this price isn't that expensive. The alliance has been very stable over the last few years, with the real estate prices rising about 3% every year. Let alone using this place as our headquarters. We'll win out even if we use it purely as a fixed asset investment." Andre nodded. "Let's make the 28th floor as your office. With your current status, it's high time that you have a decent office." Xia Fei shook his head. "There's no need. I'm always on the move. Having an office will just be for appearance's sake. It should be left for someone who needs it." Andre found Xia Fei's argument reasonable. Ever since he got to know him, Xia Fei had never sat still. He was always running around the place and caught up in trouble. "I'll leave the layout to you. Remember, this is for the dignity of the company. Don't save money for my sake." With these words, Xia Fei left. "Where are you going?" "To see someone and give her something," Xia Fei casually said. "Xia Fei, what are you taking me to look at? Why all the mystery?" Avril curiously asked. Xia Fei had come up behind her, covered her eyes, and then taken her to a strange place. Avril did not know where she was, but she could smell the fragrance of flowers, sweet, pure, and elegant. Avril guessed that they were likely lilies. Xia Fei warmly said, "This is what I want to show you." Avril blinked and rubbed her delicate eyes. In front of her was a beautiful 3-story building standing in the middle of a group of villas, positioned next to an artificial lake. It covered an area of around 500 square meters and had a fence of red mahogany. There were 2 trees in the yard, and lilies of all kinds of colors were planted in the garden. The house was made with large quantities of precious golden-veined oak and exuded a very naturalistic atmosphere. There was even a round swimming pond in the backyard, on which floated several adorable rubber ducks. "What is this place?" Avril curiously asked, her eyes bright. "Home. Whose home? Right now, it's mine, but it might be ours." Avril's beautiful face turned red as she softly asked, "Who said I want to make a family with you?" But her feet moved her into the garden and squatted her so that she could smell the aroma of a lily. "Let's go inside." Avril firmly nodded, taking Xia Fei's hand as he opened the door and walked inside. There was nothing in the house, and the sunlight slanting in seemed very warm and comfortable. "Your home has nothing in it." Avril walked to the French door in the back, looking out at the pond and the man-made lake farther out. "I want to leave the decoration of my home to someone who likes that sort of thing." "I certainly don't understand it," Avril craftily asked. "How do you know that I will want to decorate your home? What if I don't want to?" Xia Fei helplessly shrugged. "Then I'll have to find someone else." "Annoying." Avril pouted. "I don't permit you. You can't find anyone except for me." Xia Fei laughed and gave Avril a card. "Those are your words, so I'll let you decorate our home. This is the pass card." Avril obediently nodded. Although this home was much cruder than her sunset villa, she still felt unbelievably blessed. "Our home." Avril realized what was going on and immediately blushed. She softly whispered, "Xia Fei, you're so naughty." A week went by. Avril spent every day busily, but happily, decorating her future home. She needed to select everything personally from the furniture to the towels. She dragged Xia Fei around everywhere and made him complain endlessly. There were very few men in the world who liked going shopping, and Xia Fei was no exception. Of course, things were different with the girl he loved. The moving of Quantum Holdings' headquarters was being handled by Andre and Charlie, and there was no need for Xia Fei to be involved. After packing his luggage, Xia Fei said his goodbyes to Avril and started on his way to the location of the Brotherhood's trade carnival. Avril had long ago accepted the fact that Xia Fei could never stay in one place for long. She solemnly vowed that when he came back, it would be to a comfortable and refined home. Whoosh! The impaler flew through the starry skies, and Phantom excitedly said, a trade fair held by the Brotherhood only once every 3 years. I can't wait to see the Alliance's top-class weapons and equipment. Xia Fei smiled. The same for me. The Alliance is going to war. The military has decided to make their move on the Death Tri-region, Xia Fei excitedly said as he clenched his fists. On screen, Serum frowned. I say, Xia Fei, what are you thinking? The Alliance deciding to go to war against the Death Tri-region isn't entirely a good thing. Though we also don't hope to see the Alliance splinter, wars will always result in large losses of life. Xia Fei lit a cigarette, his expression calm and unperturbed. Uncle, thank you for telling me this news. This is truly very important to me. The Alliance will go to war against the Death Tri-region at some point. I just came back from there and saw for myself the awful conditions the locals live in. Since war is inevitable, if it starts earlier, it can end faster, and the locals can more quickly return to a normal life. Serum sighed. You're right, but this is still a civil war. If it was the insectoids getting antsy again, I would be more than happy to deal with them. Xia Fei chuckled and asked, Uncle, how did you find out about this, and how many soldiers is the military planning to send? Serum puffed up his chest and proudly said, Such a minor matter is no problem for me. The president finished his meeting with his cabinet 30 minutes ago. The Ministry of Military Affairs, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of the Interior, the Alliance Security Ministry, and 12 speakers of the upper house all passed this war proposal. Tomorrow, it will be offered up to both houses for discussion, and they will probably take 3 working days at most to reach a conclusion. My sources said that the ones pushing for military pacification of the Death Tri-region this time are the Hawks led by 6-star General Tai of the military. While the president and the conservatives are somewhat hesitant, they don't have any objections in particular. After all, everyone wants to recapture the Death Tri-region. No one wants to defy the public's wishes for order. Everyone is currently focused on the rebuilding effort. Rebuilding 3 whole-star regions will take an enormous amount of wealth. Plus, the journey is long, making transportation difficult. This will be a heavy burden on the Alliance's finances. Xia Fei nodded. Everything was going exactly as he predicted. Compared to the cost of militarily recapturing the Death Tri-region, the rebuilding cost was far greater. The Alliance might not have the finances for it, and when the time came, the warlords of the Black Abyss who favored the Alliance would take the stage. As long as they agreed to nominally be under the Alliance, willing to give up their military privileges and take up the task of rebuilding war zones, the crafty politicians would silently permit their rule over the Death Tri-region. At most, the Alliance would set up an intimidating garrison in the region. This was the chance Xia Fei had been waiting for. As long as the Alliance silently recognized the rule of the warlords over the Death Tri-region, Xia Fei could become one of those warlords and take some territory for himself. Serum paused a moment before continuing. The military plans to send 40 regular fleets, 30 combined fleets, and 30 logistics and security fleets for this war. From what I know, Tai has already given orders for 5 vanguard fleets to move out 24 hours ago, and only then did he bring up his war proposal with the cabinet. Xia Fei thought it over and began to clap. General Tai truly deserves to be the leader of the Hawks, striking first and reporting later, announcing to the cabinet that there's no stopping this war. Even if you don't agree, you must. Correct, Serum sternly said. Tai is an extremely unyielding person and deserves his title as the leader of the military. Even though he entered the cabinet 10 some years ago, Tai has always remained a soldier. At crucial moments, he has the guts to make a call for action, but he's truly sending a lot of the military force this time. The Death Tri-region can't have more than 40 fleets, which belong to different factions and are outfitted terribly. Once Tai's army arrives at the Death Tri-region, it will be unstoppable, Xia Fei said. That's what makes General Tai so smart. By using a powerful fleet to crush them, the enemy will probably be frightened out of their wits and scatter before the battle actually takes place. I estimate that Tai's fleet will need 6 months at most to sweep through the Death Tri-region. This will both raise the prestige of the Alliance army and minimize the length of the war and probable losses incurred in it. This is the most effective and most economical way of fighting. It's much better than sending small fleets to wrangle with the enemies. Serum was enlightened, and he softly stroked the stubble on his chin with his right hand. True, this will minimize the losses to both the army and the locals. General Tai is both kind-hearted and decisive. By the way, do you know why he's in such a rush to strike? Xia Fei shook his head to indicate that he did not understand. Serum laughed. Because of you. Your delivery of 10,000 energy shield boosters to the Black Abyss directly altered the trends of the battles over the last few days. While those 10,000 ships were on campaign, the armies of Terminus and Evil Gulfstream were ambushed, more than half of the main force lost. Thus, the two sides became somewhat balanced, neither side willing to go on the offensive. Tai didn't want this stalemate to continue, so he decided to go on the offensive. Xia Fei said nothing. His accidental acceleration of the Alliance's attack on the Death Tri-region was a pleasant surprise, allowing him to receive that large piece of territory in Terminus much earlier than usual. Uncle Serum, when are you going to head off for the Brotherhood Trade Carnival? Is the old man going? Xia Fei asked. That old thing won't be going. There are people there he doesn't want to see. The carnival will last for half a month, and a lot of good things often don't appear until the very end. Only newcomers like you will go so early. I'm going to finish the work on my desk first, and will probably head out after a week. Before then, you need to be careful and do your best not to provoke any of those old devils. If you do end up causing trouble, Qin Mang and I may be unable to protect you. Serum sternly warned. Xia Fei nodded. I understand. I'm mostly going to broaden my horizons. I'll definitely keep a low profile. Once the screen was off, Phantom naughtily chuckled. Don't cause trouble? Why do I feel that's not your style? After 16 hours of flight, the Impaler arrived at an azure planet peppered with islands. Xia Fei estimated that at least 95% of this planet's surface had to be covered by water. Countless islands were visible on the ocean's surface like candied fruits dropped into the water. The islands were connected to each other by large bridges. Besides this, there were also ships, passenger planes, and even impressive submarines being used as transportation methods. The variety was truly a feast for the eyes. After parking the Impaler on an island designated for docking warships, Xia Fei strode out to the shore and took in a deep breath of fresh air. The Brotherhood should be an extremely secretive existence in the Alliance, so why would they hold their trade fair in such an obvious place? Phantom frowned. He was always thinking about things like an assassin, and he believed that for secrets, the more inconspicuous they were, the better. Thus, he could not understand what the Brotherhood was doing. Xia Fei smiled. Qin Mang once told me what the Brotherhood represented. It is the Alliance's oldest fighting organization, and its symbolic meaning is to surpass itself. In terms of strength, the Brotherhood may not be a match for the Adjudicator Union, but the Adjudicator Union was born from the Brotherhood. From a certain perspective, the Brotherhood is the father, while the Adjudicator Union and the Monastic Order are its sons. Now that a father with so many sons wants to hold a trade fair, while the sons may not get along with each other, they all have to show some respect to their father. Think about it. If you had several hundred sons like the Adjudicator Union, you would find it hard to be inconspicuous even if you wanted to. Phantom understood. This is what it means for a starving camel to still be larger than a horse. Whenever the Brotherhood wants to hold an event, the Adjudicator Union, the Monastic Order, and the other top organizations in the Alliance will all put out money and effort. For this half-month, they'll put aside their past grudges and temporarily get along. Getting these leviathans of the Alliance to get along in itself is a kind of miracle. Xia Fei nodded. That's exactly right. Plus, these sons who can't stand the sight of one another will also compete, in terms of the amount of money they put out and who have the better items on offer. That's how the Brotherhood's triennial trade carnival turns out like this. Xia Fei walked along the shore while exclaiming at the scale of the trade fair and the local scenery. The trade carnival would only officially start the day after tomorrow, but quite a few people had already arrived. Upon observing the crowd, Xia Fei realized that many of these early birds were young people from various fighting organizations. Just like him, they were very curious about the Brotherhood's trade carnival. It appeared that this was also their first time, but there were few real big shots. After all, the trade fair would go on for 15 days and grow livelier toward the end. The big bosses had a lot of work today in their offices, so they would only show their faces in the last few and critical days. Loud cursing came from the distance. Some 30 or so young men in two groups were in some sort of standoff. One side wore the badge of the Adjudicator Union, while the other side bore the badge of the Monastic Order. Xia Fei pursed his lips. The disagreements between the two biggest fighting organizations in the alliance had not been going on for just 1 or 2 days. For this sort of large-scale confrontation to happen right at the start was not a good omen. Who knew what sort of problems would crop up over the next 15 days? Members of the Adjudicator Union, you beat up my brother. How are you going to pay this debt? A stalwart and stocky young man helped up a fair-faced youth who was bleeding from his nose as he loudly barked. This kid slandered our Adjudicator Union. He deserved it. A young man, who was not that old but was already sporting a thick beard, stood up and firmly declared. Third brother, are they telling the truth? The stocky young man asked. The fair-faced youth held his nose as he angrily argued. Senior brother, there was nothing of the sort. I merely stated that it was the Adjudicator Union that chose the location of the carnival this year, and it seemed like they're worried others do not know how wealthy they are, so they had intentionally chosen an extravagant planet like this to show off. How's that any different from those ignorant science? Studying the scene from the shadows, Xia Fei discovered that this young man's words seemed rather reasonable. The young men from the monastic order were all wearing ordinary training clothes with few decorations, very simple attires, indeed. Meanwhile, the Adjudicator Union members appeared much more liberal and casual. One youth with a sharp chin was even wearing a gleaming necklace of golden pearls, each one the size of a chicken egg. It was as if they were a bunch of good-for-nothing rich boys. This was the result of the traditions that these two large organizations observed. The Adjudicator Union had never despised wealth. In fact, it sought every possible method to create wealth, but the monastic order maintained a very low profile in the world, gathering capital by silently completing missions issued by their employers. You still dare to speak? I'll break your jaw. Our Adjudicator Union decided to rent this planet at all costs so that the carnival could go smoothly. It's one thing for your monastic order not to contribute. It's another for you guys to be so picky, angrily asked a young man wearing the extravagant uniform of an adjudicator. The stocky young man's brows furrowed as he sternly shot back. My junior brother spoke the truth, and there's nothing wrong about it. In addition, he's a member of our monastic order. Even if he really made a mistake, it'd be up to us to deal with, not you adjudicators. Neither side was backing down, and some of them were already rolling up their sleeves and preparing for battle. Xia Fei joined the rest of the crowd as a bystander, making no attempt to stop it. Which of these top fighting organizations of the alliance did not have quarrels with each other? Many of them saw this as a spectacle, wanting nothing more than for the adjudicators and monastics to start fighting. Xia Fei looked around and found the whole thing very suspicious. There should not have been any skimping on the security of a high-class event like this, and there should be a powerful peacekeeping force policing the place. However, these fellows had been arguing for quite some time, yet no one emerged to mediate. What was the reason for this? Brothers, charge! Someone shouted in the chaos, and the several dozen of the youths of these two large organizations rushed into a melee. At the start, they were still able to restrain themselves and not use their special abilities, relying on fists and feet, but there would always be wounds when fighting, and those hit could not help lashing out in rage and using their special abilities. Once the wound was torn open, there was no closing back up. Soon, lightning, stone, and icicles were flying around. Someone even let out a rhino-like exotic beast which charged freely about in the crowd. The spectating crowd moved to dodge. As for Xia Fei, a light tap of his foot, and he moved around 20 paces away at once. After which, he folded his arms and evaluated the martial techniques of this group with Phantom. Anyone who could participate in the Brotherhood Trade Carnival had to be of some status in their respective organization. But this group of youths from the Adjudicator Union were truly too awful. While they talked big, when it came to the actual fight, they had barely any skills. Xia Fei could not help but frown. Their combat techniques are far too sloppy and average. How did they even get their entry passes? Look, the three of them are ganging up on one monastic, but they're just getting themselves roasted by the flames from that man's fire-type ability. Isn't that just shameful? Phantom could barely watch. Nothing but fancy and impractical techniques. It's not as if they're putting on a show, so why all the pizzazz? The worst disciple of the assassin sect would overcome these fools easily. At this moment, a monastic youth was punched at the chest and staggered backward in Xia Fei's direction. Xia Fei did not think much about it. Using his intuition, he reached out to pull the young man up, for he preferred that the monastics win over these rich boys from the adjudicator union. But this youth had apparently been knocked silly. He took Xia Fei's outstretched hand as having ill intentions in his days, so he retaliated by opening his mouth and belching out a ball of green fire. The fireball struck Xia Fei at the chest and burned the new set of exercise clothes he had just bought. Fortunately, he was wearing the bloodthirsty ice god for protection underneath and was not hurt, but his face was blackened like he had just clambered out of a mine shaft. Xia Fei could not help but be angered, a nameless fire igniting in his chest. A dog biting the hand, trying to feed it. Looks like you're tired of living. No one liked having good intentions returned with harm, and Xia Fei was no exception. He had tried to help that young man from the monastic order to get back up on his feet, but all he received in return was a green fireball, which partially burned his clothes. Xia Fei was enraged, not imagining that someone would take his kindness for evil. What exactly could he say? Screw you. Xia Fei's face was ashen as he gave a vicious slap. Xia Fei thought that he had not put much strength into this slap, but he was actually stronger than these youths. An obvious handprint soon swelled up on the young man's face, and the young man clenched his teeth as he coldly stared at Xia Fei. Fireball. The young man wanted to counterattack, but Xia Fei was not about to give him a second chance. He gave the youth a swift kick, which sent the latter flying 10-some meters away, where the youth crumpled on the ground while clenching his stomach and moaning in pain. Xia Fei used his sleeve to wipe his face, and when he put down his arm, he realized that several dozen fiendish pairs of eyes were staring at him. He hastily turned his head and saw that the rich good-for-nothings from the adjudicator union had already been beaten down, and they were all lying on the ground and painfully groaning. It was clear that the youths of the monastic order had taken Xia Fei as one of their enemies. "You're an adjudicator?" angrily asked the stocky youth as he pointed at Xia Fei. Xia Fei recalled what Serum had told him. If he caused any big problems, since he was not wearing any sort of identifying badge, he could just push the responsibility onto someone else. However, before Xia Fei could make up a lie, someone in the crowd shouted, "You don't have to ask." Of course they're all together. The several dozen youths immediately charged forward. Xia Fei felt rather indignant. This matter had nothing to do with him, but he was now being attacked from all sides. Anyone else in the situation would be unhappy. It's true that I'm part of the adjudicator, but I'm just an insignificant librarian there. When did the affairs of the union become my responsibility? Xia Fei inwardly grumbled. With his greater martial prowess, Xia Fei dealt with the ceaseless attacks while trying to explain what was going on. Alas, these youths were red in the eyes from anger, so why would they listen to him? Those little scoundrels from the adjudicator union lying sprawled on the ground saw Xia Fei single-handedly deal with the monastic order and grew excited. Taking Xia Fei as their savior, they struggled to their feet and began cheering for Xia Fei. This made it seem even more like Xia Fei was with them, which vexed him to no end. The monastics were enraged, believing that Xia Fei was not being genuine. He just watched as his brothers got beaten up and then tried to explain himself. Thus, they intensified their offensive, using every attack at their disposal. Xia Fei had never had a good temper, and after a few rounds, he was truly angry. Since these fellows would not listen to reason, he would just end them. "Screw you all. Get on your knees." Xia Fei suddenly changed tact, going from pure defense to a swift and fierce offensive. Down! Xia Fei accelerated and vanished from sight. By the time these young monastics reacted, they had already been struck. Crack! Boom! In the blink of an eye, the 20-some monastics all dropped to the ground, holding their shoulders in pain. Xia Fei had used a knife to stab each of them once in the shoulder, taking all of them down in one go. "Great job. Which department of the union do you belong to? I'll have my father richly reward you. Have you thought about joining the arbitration department? I'll have my dad put in a word. I can guarantee that you'll get in." These rich good-for-nothings, who had received quite the beating, all regained their vigor, putting to use the lessons they had learned in life and beating down their downed enemies. Some mounted their enemies and punched them more. Others even took out knives and stabbed their foes in the butt, with a short and scrawny youth even urinating on the stocky youth. Xia Fei truly wanted to just disappear into the earth. After all, these youths all wore badges of the adjudicator union. This was the first time Xia Fei had felt ashamed to be in the adjudicator union, being grouped with trash like this. Looking more closely at them, he realized that the lowest of these youths had bronze badges, and there were even a few silver badges in their ranks. Xia Fei himself only got an iron badge and was merely a cadet adjudicator, making him lower ranked than all of them. How the hell does this world work? A bunch of lazy good-for-nothings can be silver adjudicators? With this level of cultivation? Just mentioning it will make anyone blush with shame. Xia Fei sullenly complained to himself. The rich adjudicator good-for-nothings used very shameful methods to take revenge. Then they gathered around Xia Fei and began chatting him up, calling him their brother. Their faces were not red at all. The thickness of their skin was truly praiseworthy. Xia Fei sighed. But just when he was about to keep his distance from this useless bunch, a large group of people charged to the scene. They wore identical pseudo-classical fighting uniforms and held various weapons. The leader was a big man with a yellow face. Sweeping his gaze around the crowd, he roared, "Very good. Daring to cause trouble at the Brotherhood's carnival? Arrest them all." Xia Fei was once more sitting in a jail cell, but unlike his past experiences, he was innocent this time, at least far more innocent than at any other time before. What sort of world was this where one got jailed just for watching other people fight? It seems that it's been several months since you've last been jailed. From a probability perspective, it's about time you went back inside for a while. Phantom counted with his fingers as he spoke. Xia Fei rolled his eyes. "You're not actually saying that it's just my fate to sit in a cell, are you?" Phantom sternly nodded. "I don't want to believe it, either, but that's reality. I advise that you accept it. In any case, it's not a big deal, just sitting around in a jail cell every once in a while." Xia Fei was speechless. If Phantom was not a spirit, he really would have given him a good kick or two. Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei sullenly sat in a corner of the cell with a helpless look on his face. Meanwhile, the young adjudicator good-for-nothings did not seem to care much. They grouped together and excitedly talked about the fight earlier, spittle flying from their mouths. It was as if they had personally taken care of the monastics, completely forgetting that they had all been knocked to the ground and begged for their lives like dogs then. "Big bro Xia Fei, you don't need to worry. Even if they arrest us, they have to let us out. We'll make them regret this for the rest of their lives. Daring to anger me? Those guys must be tired of living." After a short introduction, Xia Fei could be considered to have acquainted himself with this group of youths. This one had the nickname of Bean and was no more than 16 years old. His height did not reach Xia Fei's waist, and his phoenix eyes glimmered with a crafty light. Before the fight, he was the one who yelled the loudest, but once the fighting began, he was the first to run. If not for Xia Fei beating up those monastics, causing Bean to run back and try to beat down the defeated enemies, he would not even end up in jail. To not even ask who my dad is? Just watch. I'll have these guys begging for their lives at my feet. Bean clenched his fists and viciously said. Xia Fei finally understood that these young men were the rumored princelings of the adjudicator union. Their parents all held high positions in the organization. If they were not the heads of departments, then they were elders of the enforcement committee. In fact, Bean's father was the president of the adjudicator union, Baines. In the power hierarchy of the adjudicator union, at the very top were the mysterious 10 great elders. Qin Meng had once been among these 10. Even after he resigned, he still wielded unfathomable power. After that were the president and the 4 vice presidents, in addition to 13 elders of the enforcement committee. Normally, the enforcement committee was chaired by the department heads. Serum happened to be one of them. With such powerful parents backing them, it was no wonder Bean's group of youths could become bronze or silver members in the union, and it was no wonder they could be so rampant. After all, these people perfectly fitted the saying, when a man ascends to the heavens, his dog and chickens come along with him. These princelings did not care that they were in jail and even felt the experience to be fresh and new. They quickly cozied up to Xia Fei, and since he was older than all of them, these rich good-for-nothings called him Big Bro Xia Fei. These youths each had a nickname. There was Little Bean, Tough-Faced Hammer, and Scrawny Monkey, who was acknowledged by the rest as their leader. Bored, Monkey took out a box of pearls in various colors from his spatial ring and asked the rest, "Why don't we play a game with my meteor ball?" "Big Bro Xia Fei, do you know how to play?" These rich boys were right at the age where they loved playing around, so all of them agreed. Xia Fei shook his head. I don't know. How do you play that? I've never tried it before. It's very simple. These meteors are controlled by an intelligent system to move around within a certain range. You just need to catch them, Bean explained. Monkey threw the variously colored meteors in the box to the ground. The moment they landed, they expanded to about the size of a fist. Xia Fei presumed that they were outfitted with some sort of air compression function. Once activated, they would automatically fill themselves up with air. The 12 rainbow meteors did not move very quickly at the start, but after a minute, they began moving even faster than a hoverbike, leaving behind afterimages and appearing like rainbow comets shooting across the sky as they flew about. Astonishingly, these meteors were extremely cunning. They deftly wove their way through the pack like mud fish. Start, Bean excitedly shouted. The members of the group displayed their best skills to try and catch them. Alas, the colored meteors were like fairies, elusively flitting about as they sped away. Not only did the youths fail to catch any, they made laughingstocks of themselves in their attempts, too. If they're slightly faster and more numerous, these would be perfect for training my agility. Xia Fei stroked his chin and said. Phantom replied, True. I wonder which company designed them. Their movement is so flighty that it reminds of crafty approach. Xia Fei agreed with this opinion. He originally took this for a children's toy, but when these colored meteors were activated, he realized how wrong he was. Whether it was their reaction speed or movements, they were very bizarre. Moreover, these meteors possessed high intelligence. At times, they would intentionally provoke someone to chase them, even matching their speed to their pursuers. Whoosh! A blue one swayed in front of Xia Fei, going back and forth like a bell. It was as if it wanted him to catch it. Xia Fei found this interesting and reached out with his right hand to take it. His speed was already at the intermediate stage of the Star River rank, and his hand moved as swiftly as lightning. Yet the moment Xia Fei thought of taking the meteor, it rapidly flew away. Did it sense that I wanted to catch it? Xia Fei muttered in confusion. It was no wonder these rich scions were so happy. Xia Fei realized that this was not simply a game about catching colored balls. In this game, it required movement techniques, skills, and intelligence. There was only one method to find out the truth behind these colored meteors: personally practice with them. The 12 colored meteors were finally caught. Xia Fei alone had caught 10 of them, but this extremely exhausting game had even tired out Xia Fei a bit. Oddly, these colored balls seemed to be able to tell when these people were tired. Before everyone lost their patience, they suddenly slowed down and began moving around more clumsily. This seemed intentional. Bizarre movement techniques, incredible intelligence, greater agility than speed ability users. The meteor ball had left a deep impression on Xia Fei and had drawn his interest. Monkey, where did you buy your meteor ball? I want to buy a set myself. Xia Fei lit a cigarette as he inquired. You can't buy my meteor ball anywhere. My dad got it from some ancient ruins. During this trade fair, I plan to trade it for some fun things, Monkey replied. Xia Fei was speechless. A random item these youths took out was a precious relic of the ancient civilization. From this, one could see how well off their families were. Big bro Xia Fei, what is that you're smoking? Bean tilted his head and asked. Can I try it? Xia Fei swept a finger across his spatial ring, taking out 2 packs of Hongtashan and throwing them over. All of the youths were curious and rushed to start smoking as Xia Fei had when he was in school. Alas, the cigarettes were too strong, and soon the room was filled with sounds of coughing. They threw down the cigarettes and indicated that they no longer wanted anything to do with them. Monkey, since you plan to trade your meteor ball for something, why not trade with me? Xia Fei asked. Monkey nodded. All right, big bro Xia Fei. What sort of things do you have to trade? Xia Fei thought it over and proceeded to take out the black life-seeker tri-dagger from his spatial ring. He then began to speak in an enigmatic tone. Let me tell you that this thing isn't something you can get anywhere. In the Alliance is a mysterious sect of assassins. This sect has no name, nor do its disciples. They live in the darkness, ready at any time to take the heads of others. Xia Fei's ability to tell stories was the real deal. He described the assassin sect as the most enigmatic place in the world, and the Life-Seeker Tri-Dagger was the item passed down by the sect masters through generations. In short, the story of the Life-Seeker Tri-Dagger had been exaggerated to the utmost, the process of retrieving it as dangerous as it could be. It left the youths slack-jawed and wide-eyed. the more cowardly ones almost breaking into tears. As expected, once Monkey was done listening to the story, he quickly decided to trade with Xia Fei. Xia Fei frowned, as if trading the Life-Seeker Tri-Dagger for this legacy of an ancient civilization was a huge loss to him, before he reluctantly agreed. What nameless sect? The assassin sect has a name, all right. Phantom was somewhat angry. Xia Fei smiled. If I didn't make the story more fantastical, how could I trade the Life-Seeker Tri-Dagger for the meteor ball? Phantom nodded. While the Life-Seeker Tri-Dagger is decent, this meteor ball is a precious relic of an ancient civilization. The assassin sect produces 9 Life-Seeker Tri-Daggers every year for its disciples to use, but there may be only one set of the meteor ball. In short, you've made a huge profit from this trade. The trade carnival, Xia Fei muttered to himself. This could be considered a decent start. Maybe there will be more surprises over the next 15 days of the trade fair. Soon, people from the Adjudicator Union came to pick up the rich good-for-nothings, and Xia Fei boldly left with them. The guards did not say a word. It was clear that none of these princelings was someone who could be lightly provoked. Turning a blind eye to them was the wisest decision. As expected, Bean went over to the yellow-faced man and cursed him out. The man said nothing, only kept his head lowered, and accepted his unfortunate luck. Once they were out of the spaceport guard station, the group prepared to go and rest in the lounge. Bean invited Xia Fei to stay with them. After all that messing around, the youths had grown very close to him, and Xia Fei did not find anything wrong with accepting their invitation. Swallow Island was one of the several thousand islands of the planet, Thousand Islands. It was so named because of the large number of sea swallows nesting on its cliffs. All of the hotels on the planet had already been booked out by the rich and imperious Adjudicator Union, and guests only needed to show their passes to take a room. In other words, if one wanted, one could choose to stay on a different island for each day of the event. In Whitebird Hotel, Xia Fei took a shower in his room. Just when he was about to research the meteor ball, Bean knocked at his door. Big bro Xia Fei, if not for you, we would have been bullied around by those monastics today. We brothers had a talk and decided that we wanted to invite you for a drink tonight. You must come, Bean boldly said. Xia Fei chuckled. There's no need for brothers to be so polite to one another. He had originally been planning to stay and eat something in the room, but Bean was stubbornly persistent. Xia Fei had no choice but to change his clothes and follow him to the dining room. The 20-some youths had taken the largest table in the dining room and were feasting away. Xia Fei glanced around and discovered 2 extremely familiar people by the window. Taking a closer look, he discovered that they were Li Mo and his father, Li Guan. Li Mo noticed Xia Fei and coldly snorted, turning aside his pale face. Tossing his fork onto the table, he lifted his wine cup and took 2 swigs. It was obvious that he was unwilling to stay under the same roof as Xia Fei. The sharp-eyed monkey saw this and whispered, "Who's that rascal? Why does it seem as if he doesn't like you?" Xia Fei casually replied, "That's the young master of Planet Conglomerate's Li family. He and I have had a few quarrels between us, but the past is the past." "Oh, so that's how it is." Monkey stroked his sharp chin, remembering Xia Fei's words. A dozen or so minutes later, Liamo got up and went to the restroom. Monkey also stood up, went up to Bean and Hammer, and softly whispered into their ears. "Is that true?" Bean grunted, angrily slamming on the table. "Why would I lie?" Bean waved at the other rich boys and said, "Brothers, come with me to the restroom." Xia Fei was speechless, mentally remarking, "They're even going to the restroom together? Did the beating the monastics gave them during the day make them scared that they might be ambushed?" The 20-some youths stood up and swaggered over to the dining room's restroom. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.